Hello everyone, in today's video I will be narrating stories that I found off of Reddit. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you subscribe to my channel, like this video, and comment something down below. But without further ado,
let's get straight into these stories.
I was 22 and living on my own for the first time when this happened. I had just gotten off work around 11 in the afternoon. To reach my apartment building, I could either walk on the sidewalk or cut across this communal garden. I saved about 1 whole minute of walking time by cutting through the communal garden, but being young and stupid, a lot of times I took the shortcut. That night, I got that weird feeling to not take the shortcut. I kept to the sidewalk, but there's no one else around. When I got past the garden, all of a sudden, this large man pops up from its exit path. There was no way he could have been in front of me or just behind me as I was walking. I would have noticed him. The only logical explanation was he had been hiding in the pitch black garden. A drunk who had been sleeping it off. No, my body was screaming at me to get out of there. I began walking faster. My dad had taught me to always carry my keys in my fist with the key pointed out in case I needed to punch someone, so I had that, but I'm 5'4" and probably weighed 110 pounds. This guy was tall and big. My only chance was to outpace him. I'm speed walking at this point and I feel him matching my pace, getting closer. He's breathing heavily. I feel this angry energy coming off of him, but my apartment building is right there, so I put on a burst at speed. When I reach the entrance, 2 people are leaving and hold the door for me. And him, I don't know why I didn't tell them I thought this guy was following me. My mind froze and I was just trying to get inside my apartment. Plus, I was still trying to rationalize it. Maybe he was visiting someone in the building. Maybe it was all just a coincidence. Don't be paranoid. Besides, it took only a couple seconds for them to be out the door. I had missed my chance. I'm climbing the stairs as fast as I can. It's a 3-story building and I live on the 3rd floor. He's climbing the stairs too, still right behind me. I get to my floor, which has 4 apartments on the right side and 4 on the left. I pass by apartments 1 and 2. He's still right behind me. I stop at apartment 3 and he stops in front of apartment 4 where I know he doesn't live. He hasn't said anything, just breathing hard, and I think there's no way I'm going to open my apartment door and have him push me inside and assault me or worse. He also hasn't knocked on the door of apartment 4. Worth noting is that the apartments are U-shaped, with mine and my neighbor's door being very close together. So I banged my own apartment door as loud as I could but yell my neighbor's name. Hey, Kevin, let me in. This startles the guy, even more so when my own apartment door doesn't open but Kevin's does. Kevin sees the guy standing right in front of his door and asks what he wants. The guy starts mumbling something about the wrong apartment, but I have my own door open so fast that I am inside my place in a flash, locking the door behind me. I grab my cordless phone to call the police, but I hear Kevin through the door telling this guy he needs to leave. The guy does. Kevin knocks on my door, asks if I'm okay. I thank him, say that I am, but inside I am still frozen, adrenaline pumping, scared. I thank him again and tell him to have a good night, lock my door again. I have my phone in my hand, ready to call the police, but I start trying to rationalize it again. What exactly happened? The guy followed me home but then said he had the wrong apartment. Are the cops going to care about something minor like that? I try to calm myself down, but I'm also berating myself. Why didn't I run the instant I felt him following me? Why didn't I tell the people we passed when the front door opened that I thought I was being chased? Worse, why didn't I tell Kevin that the second he opened his door and saved me? He could have let me inside his apartment and we could have called the cops together. But because of my stupidity, everything felt so ambiguous and I was questioning myself. A couple of weeks later, I'm visiting my grandparents and my grandfather is reading the paper. He tells me that a woman was assaulted in the apartment building across the street from mine. It's the same guy. He had multiple convictions for assault and had recently been released on parole. For context, I am a 20-year-old female and at the time of these events I was around 12 and 13, so I grew up in a very rural area. Like my town was so small it was legally considered a village. My house was one of 4 on a span of 40 acres. My childhood home, my grandparents' house right up the street, and 2 neighbors. One of the neighbors, we will call him T, had been living across near my family for as long as I can remember and he rented out a trailer he owned which was inhabited by the 4th neighbor, we will call him Jay. Jay and his girlfriend, who we will call, had moved in a few months before these events and I hadn't really met them. I knew of them but hadn't interacted with them directly the day I met Jay and it was extremely awkward as I was a kid and didn't really want to talk to them. But my grandma had made me go with her to drop off some vegetables she had grown in her garden. When they came out after my grandma knocked on the trailer door, I was first struck by how they looked. I know that sounds bad, but I'm not judging. My grandma started the conversation and I tried to be polite as I was raised to be by introducing myself when told to do so. I wasn't really able to finish my sentence as I noticed Jay was staring at me very intently me. He looked like he was either mad or hungry. We're both. Not the creepiest off the bat, as they both seemed polite enough, and I brushed off the stare as just him trying to be polite, looking at me as I spoke to him as most people do. The creepy part is that as time went on, he began to try and be near me more and more. He'd ride his bike past our house over and over for what seemed like hours while me and my brother played catch in the yard. Then he began to go to church with me, my brother, and my grandparents. He'd make sure to sit right next to me in the back seat of the car as he rode with us. If my brother tried to sit in the middle so I wasn't right next to Jay, he'd throw a fit about how my brother was squishing him against the door. Then he began coming to my grandma's house when she'd have me and my brother after school, offering to tutor me with various subjects. What really scared me was that I had begun to see him walking near our house at night, trying to shine a flashlight into my window. He tried various things to get close to me, tried to convince my parents to let him teach me how to golf, tried to help me practice my catchy positions for softball, tried to get me to go with him and into the movies. And none of these things ever included my brother, Olivier. Things finally came to a head when I was playing with my dog outside in our front yard, and he started repeatedly doing laps on his bike down the road again, staring at me like he did the day we met. I was extremely uncomfortable. I've always had very good intuition about people, and something was always just off with him. But that day I was terrified. He parked his bike right in the middle of the road and got off. He started walking towards me at almost a jog, and I just kept backing away. What happened next is why I believe that dogs are a better judge of character than people could ever hope to be. My boxer ran up to him and launched herself onto him when he was about 6 feet from me. She tore into his arm and I saw blood. I screamed and my mom ran out shortly after. She was trying to pull my dog off of him, but as soon as she was able to, holding onto the dog's collar, she started yelling at him, asking him why he was in our yard with me alone. He couldn't answer her and just started running back to his bike, riding back to the trailer. My grandma ended up driving him to the hospital as Jay, and it didn't have a car, and I learned later he got 16 stitches. He never gave a reason as to why he was approaching me, and they moved out shortly after. I haven't seen him since and still terrified to this day to run into him again. I want to tell this story to warn others. I, an 18-year-old female, live in Maryland, USA. I work at a very popular burger restaurant. I work at the pavement window, which is where I stand all night. I'm very friendly. I know sometimes a smile and a compliment can make someone's day a little better. Just this same night, before the creeper came, I had a customer tell me I was so happy and she loved me for it. That gave me the courage and energy to survive this next interaction. I'm used to the awkward comments and stares from old men. I'm sure it's my friendliness that attracts them. Our uniforms are not revealing. They think I'm naive. Maybe I am. A lot more than I thought. I'm fully aware of the dangers of trafficking. This particular old man came through just before 6. He pretended to not hear his order, then laughed like it was a joke between two friends. This is not uncommon. It's an old man thing. No red flags yet. I tell him his total and he hands me all but the change. When he does this, he waves the money around, making me chase it. I was able to snatch the cash, but again, it was just an old man thing. Not concerned yet. He stared at the company name on my shirt and asked if that was my name. I don't wear a name tag for this reason. I joked that I was going to change my name permanently to that. He perked up. At this point, I should state that he was white, mid-60s to 70s, driving a small, white SUV with a kayak on top. He had some scruff on his face and was holding a phone to his ear this entire time. When I finally began to engage with him, he moved the phone to be facing me. Looking back, I believe he was recording me. At no point did he speak into the phone or acknowledge it in any way. He probed with more pressing questions. Here's the thing, I have the same last name as someone from US history. Most old people like talking about that stuff, so I told him my last name. He didn't reflect or laugh. He just accepted and continued asking questions. That's when I started to get this sinking feeling. He still owed me change. I told him. He grabbed another dollar and handed it to me, but he wouldn't let go. He wanted to know my first name, and I dodged answering because I was getting creeped out. He wouldn't let go of the money and was practically drooling for more data about me. I gave him a name I don't use and he smiled, finally letting go. I got his change and told him to have a nice day. I then immediately left the window and told one of my coworkers about the weird experience. He returned just 2 hours later. I didn't recognize his car on the cameras until he got to my window. I hadn't thought too much about our interaction and was busy texting my dad about whether or not a chicken sandwich was a burger. My stomach dropped when I saw his face. I have many regulars, all of whom I'd have been happy to see. I hope he doesn't become one. I'll call the police. He smiled and said, "Hey," the one with with the last name. I half smiled back and wished for the days when we all wore masks. I tell him it's total and he makes me chase the money again. For the entire time, he had his phone against his ear, facing me. He starts asking even more intimate questions about me. I lie or dodge them best I can, giving him zero correct answers, wanting our interaction to be as short as possible. Some of the questions he asked me: how often do you work? What time do you leave? How old are you? For that one, I knew he wouldn't leave without a number, and I had a nasty feeling the younger wouldn't be the better. So I said, probably 20s. He joked about me being legal. I made a face and tried to get his change even faster. He asked if I had a boyfriend. I was getting more and more nervous, so my answers started getting more sarcastic. I told him boys are trouble. He specifically talked about himself and said he'd treat me right. I handed him his receipt and told him to have a great night. He threw his hands in the air and was saying, "Don't be like that, I'll treat you right." I shut my window and said bye. He made a bit more of a fuss, but eventually drove forward. From his question about when I got off work, I believed he was watching the restaurant. I was shaky by this time and called my mom. She immediately drove up. I talked to my manager and I was a little unsure of the car's color, so he checked the camera for me. Shout out to my manager, he's the best. I continued at my window, watching for the old guy, but I didn't see him again. I left an hour early and gave my manager specific instructions to not place a girl at my window. These interactions are unfortunately what caused formerly happy and cheerful service workers to become sour and quiet. I think I'll be taking a couple days off. I had already had another job lined up, and I'm excited to start it. I'm currently traveling sea with my two brothers. We just arrived in Saigon this morning. In the evening after dinner and a few beers, me and my two brothers decided to sit on a bench in Hao Dan Park and have a quick smoke. We were chatting away, sat on the bench, when I noticed a Vietnamese man repeatedly looking at us and walking in circles very near where we were sitting. At first I wasn't too concerned about him, however my spider senses were alerted. Then a minute or two later I noticed another Vietnamese man dressed as a Grab delivery driver acting suspicious and repeatedly looking at me and my brothers. The stalkers were both on the phone and I believe they were communicating with each other. Being in a foreign country, this alerted us heavily and we decided to leave. However, it was a good 600-meter walk to the park exit. As we were walking, I noticed both Vietnamese men had got on mopeds and were following us through the park, stopping behind trees and watching us. They then overtook us and sat at a bench further down the path waiting for us to cross their path. Being aware of this, we left the path and started walking on muddy grass as the crow flies to the nearest exit, avoiding the two men who were still watching us and clearly had bad intentions. We are 100 meters from the exit when my younger brother looks behind us to see one of the men sprinting towards us. My younger brother took stance, standing his ground, and asked the man what he wanted. The man's posture became very small and he began talking very quietly. Both me and my younger brother kept a good distance and told him to leave us alone as we walked backwards towards the exit, noticing the second assailant was also approaching us wearing motorcycle gear. However, my oldest brother decided instead of trying to get out of the situation, he got closer to the whispery Vietnamese man to hear what he was saying. Both me and my younger brother were yelling at him to get out of here, but he was being an idiot. It took the Vietnamese guy 5 seconds to win my oldest brother's trust. Then out of nowhere, when my older brother was leaning in very close trying to hear the whispery man, the guy grabbed my brother's crotch. He was shocked. I was ready to fight, expecting to be robbed or something, but the crotch grab was super unexpected and a real curveball. After the crotch grab, we started shouting and approached the men in an aggressive manner in a fighting stance. This slowed down their approach enough for us to make a dash for the park exit. The whole situation was unexpected and we didn't engage in any violence towards the men, just shouting at them. We walked out the exit into the busy city and walked around for a while, making sure we were not being followed before heading back to the hotel. I was a sophomore in high school when this happened. It was during May and I stayed after school with half of my grade due to an award show. It was conducted by the literature department and our principal. Lee and my group actually won the best message award for our short film. Anyways, after the award show was over, me and my friends went back to our classroom to change into more comfortable clothes and to spend some more time together while we waited for our parents to come pick us up. Only 5 of us were in that classroom. As time went by, 3 of my friends left with their parents. It was only me and my best friend in the classroom. 30 minutes later, her dad called her to say they were waiting for her on the school's yard. By the way, our classroom is on the 3rd and highest floor. Together we walked down the stairs to the ground floor. She asked me if I wanted to come outside with her and maybe wait in the waiting area next to the security. To this day, I curse myself for not saying yes. Instead, I said no and decided to wait in the waiting area inside our building. I could have went to my principal's office and wait with her since she liked spending time with me and talking to me. If you couldn't tell, I was a nerd and one of the top people in my grade. inside. Anyways, in my school there were 5 couches in the waiting area for both students and parents. As I was walking to the waiting area, I saw a janitor but didn't think much of it. I put my bags down, but as I was about to sit down I had a weird feeling like he was watching me and my moves. I felt too uneasy to sit down, so I stayed standing up while holding my bags in case I had to run or throw them to save myself. As a reflex, I raised my head and looked at him. He continued to look at me. It was as if we were in a race where neither of us were looking away. Believe me when I say I wanted to look away but couldn't. Maybe it was because I saw him as a threat, or maybe it was because I was too scared and uncomfortable to move. He had this weird smirk on his face, but since it was getting dark I couldn't exactly tell. I don't know how long we looked at each other, but I broke out of my trance when I saw my classmate from the previous year walking outside the building. In a desperate attempt I waved at her and she saw it. Then I remember her coming in and walking towards me saying, "I saw someone waving," to which I replied with, "Oh, it was me. I thought you left and was surprised to see you, so I waved at you. Actually, if you don't mind, can you walk me to the waiting area next to the security?" As we were walking outside I looked back and saw the janitor still staring at me. I was wearing high heels, a short skirt and a tight shirt, but it was an award show and we wanted to dress up. I don't think that these sort of stuff happen to women because of what they wear, but I do think he was staring at me because of my attire. At the waiting area next to the security I was so anxious while waiting for my mom, thinking, what if he comes in here? Even when my mom came in, when I got in the car I was shaking slightly and wasn't in the headspace to speak about anything. So I told my mom that we got an award but that I was too tired to speak. Also, to anyone wondering, I only told this story to 2 females I used to work with outside of school. I never had the courage to tell my parents or anyone in my school. However, after this incident I tried to not be alone at school and always have someone with me in case something like this were to happen again. One of the reasons I never told anyone was the fact that nothing physically abusive happened and I probably couldn't prove anything. This was a hard dose of reality for me since I realized that females weren't safe anywhere, not even in their high schools. Writing this makes me feel better in a way that I can finally let it out of my system. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. It was about 10 in the afternoon and I was staying at a hotel in downtown Chicago right by Lower Wecker Drive. I had just gotten an Uber Eats delivery because they weren't doing room service because of COVID. Potbellies, important later. I was listening to music but I had my hood up because it was freezing. I was smoking and this guy walked up to me and asked for a few cigarettes. I gave him one and my lighter to use. Come on, you could give me more than that. I thought if I just gave him another cigarette he'd leave, so I gave him another one. I expected him to say thank you, give me my lighter back, and leave. He didn't do any of those things. He was standing right in front of me and I started to get anxious. I moved back and I'm essentially against the window for the area where you check in. He just kept standing there and then he noticed my bag of food. "Can I have some of your food?" I told him I was sorry, that it was just a sandwich and soup because my husband ordered food from a different restaurant. "Well, at least give me half the sandwich then." I apologized again and said no. Then he started getting closer to me. I realized I needed to get away, but he blocked me. "Dude, give my lighter back." I thought I needed to pretend I wasn't freaking out. I put out my cigarette and put it back in the pack. "I don't have any food and I could freeze to death. I'm sorry, you don't have food." I don't know what else to say. I didn't want to say, "Hey, you're wearing a really nice looking coat and fancy sneakers, so give me some of your food." That he was right up in my face and I was scared because he seemed to be getting more angry. "I'm sorry, I can't, please move." "Yes, you can." At this point I was terrified he was going to hit me or something, so I banged on the window and the people at the check-in desk ignored me. He got really angry and started yelling incoherently. Then like a miracle my mom called and I answered. I started crying hysterically and I started saying, "Mom, thank God, oh my God, this guy won't leave me alone." My mom told me to do anything to get away. At that moment the guy stepped back and looked around. There was no one around, but I took advantage of him being distracted and pushed past him and ran inside. I was crying so hard I could barely get words out. I was so scared and I realized because I tried to get help and nothing happened. If my mom hadn't called, I don't know what would have happened. Later I thought even if I gave him the soup it would be like when I gave him a cigarette and it wasn't enough. I did go back down for a cigarette later, but I stayed by the revolving door. This woman was also smoking and I told her what happened. She showed me her mace and said all women should have it. To give some context, I've been homeless with my mom and her emotional support animal for the last few months. When we first became homeless, it was my first year of college. Where I live, college is free for the first 2 years, and my college, after I gave them an explanation, gave me and my mom a hotel room for a few weeks. The hotel room was fine, nothing special, but was probably better than most considering it was like $170 per night. About 2 days into our stay, we went downstairs to do laundry, but the washers in the hotel was too much expensive for us. So I texted her and and was waiting by it for her to pull the car up so we could go to a laundromat instead. While I was waiting, I was on my phone, so I didn't notice my mom pull up, and she yelled to me to hurry up and get in the car. While I grabbed the dog and my clothes, I noticed she was talking to the man 2 doors down from our room. Our room was on the 2nd floor, so I thought it was weird that she started a conversation from the car to someone upstairs, so when I got in the car I asked her about it. She proceeded to tell me after she yelled at me to hurry up, he had responded to her that he'd be down in a minute. So she was explaining to him that she was talking to me. We both thought it was weird that he responded like that to her, but I brushed it off that maybe he was waiting for someone from Uber or something. That was until we got back to see his door slightly open and him staring out of it with just his face. I tried to brush it off again because I thought that maybe he was still waiting for an Uber or Lyft or something, because he had everything in his room turned off and it was still quite cold out being in the beginning of spring. I would see this man staring out of his room with all of his lights off periodically about half the time I left or was coming back to the room. My mom, who is a heavy smoker, would get scared by the man staring at her and would come back inside the room early. So throughout our stay we tried our best to avoid the man if we could. If he opened his door we went back inside. If we went outside or got back from somewhere and he was staring, we'd avoid eye contact. A little later that night I went out to the car for something and saw a couple sitting on the stairs talking about something, but I didn't think much of it. Later that night, it was probably about 3 in the morning, I was gaming with my friends and my mom was up watching TV. We're both night owls, when all of a sudden our dog started barking at the door. We thought this was weird since she had never just barked randomly at the door, only really barking when she wanted food we were eating or when she wanted to play. I grabbed her and put her in my lap, petted her while I played to calm her down. Her barking at the door became something she did often during our stay there, and it was almost exclusively at night within the hours of 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. We didn't figure out what her barking was about till the end of our stay in the hotel. Our last day there, we saw that couple moving out of their room. Turned out they were next to us, and my mom got to talking with them while I was putting our stuff in the car. It turned out the couple was moving rooms because the man from 2 doors down was harassing the couple, knocking on their door and singing to the woman through the door late at night. Our dog was more than likely barking at the man whenever he approached our room, as one night we were awoken by what sounded like a knock before our dog started barking. But by the time I checked the door there was no one there. He was probably trying to do a similar thing he did to that couple with us, and with him staring out the door he was more than likely mentally unwell. And while I hope he gets the help he needs, I also hope he didn't do something potentially harmful to anyone else who ended up in the rooms next to him. I tend to go running and walk my dog anywhere between midnight and 5 in the morning. I vary it for safety. Also, my puppy is a new addition to my nightly routine as I've only had him for a year. I know as a young woman in her 20s it's not smart, but I've been doing it for quite some time. It's where I go to clear my head and feel safe, though it is ironically very unsafe, I suppose. I just moved to a new area, and though it should be safer than the inner city, I've been having enough odd things happen to make me scratch my head. Tonight, around 4:45 and 5 in the morning, as I'm walking my dog in the neighborhoods across the intersection, a silver Toyota is very slowly driving up behind me. Before it passes, it pulls back and reverses. I assume it's someone parking or pulling into their driveway. At this point, I'd already crossed the street to avoid another oddly idling car, so even as I tried to rationalize it, I was on high alert. To backtrack, originally, I'd been walking on the left side and crossed to the right because the first car had pulled up, then been idling there for quite some time as my dog, and I slowly made our way up the street towards it. I always play it safe this early late, so I crossed just in case it was a weird person. As the Toyota reverses, a man steps out of the first car, which is now diagonally from me, looks at me, looks at my dog, locks his car, and heads across the street away from me. This was a T intersection for reference. I'm not sure if this other car is of relevance. However, as I'm paying attention to this, I still note the second car that had reversed into a spot in the street, and had it moved, no one had gotten it or gotten out. I stay vigilant as there's usually not too much activity in the suburbs around this time unless it's the weekend and people are partying late. 2 cars on the same street. Same behavior was incredibly odd. I breathed a sigh of relief as first guy, who had looked at me several times at this point as he crossed the street and right before he got in, finally left into the apartment complex gate. Sometimes I wonder if I look suspicious too being out so late. I finally make it to the top of the T and go right, and there's only 1 block until a main road, then from there I can cross to my apartment. There's usually a few cars here and there at this time. I make it to the well-lit main street and relax. The second I let my guard down as if on quit, the silver Toyota pulls past and reverses reverses towards me. Note that before I had it pass just idled behind me, and now he was reversing in front of me. My gut clenches and I knew it was one of those moments. I go decisions. I hesitate. He's about 5 to 10 yards ahead. I considered walking past normally and running if things got weird, but decided to trust my gut and cross the street. Just as I check traffic to see if I can cross, he steps out. I consider running again. I see no one coming, not a car in sight. It's a tanned, bald man holding a cigarette. It was particularly strange because rarely have I had people step out of their vehicle to try and do something to me. In my experience, if you ignore whoever is trying to lure you into their car and don't get close, they just drive off. It's why I avoid vehicles in general to not give a chance of contact. He circled all the way around the car to the sidewalk, looks at me, then just says, "Oh, I thought you needed a ride," as if he realized something. It was the way he said it, just like that, not a question. As I'm answering, he's already leaving the curb. "No sir." Then he just went back to his driver's side, hops in and drives off. It was just strange. He said it like a statement and basically barely waited for my response. I wonder what he was planning to do and why he had second thoughts. I'll never stop my nighttime adventures, but one day I might not have any more luck left. My name is Slade. I'm 25, born and raised in Arizona. This literally just happened to me, so I decided to bring it here to all of you wonderful people this evening. I'm a huge stoner and don't drive. I decided to take a bus a few miles down to the dispensary. This was at about 8:30 in the afternoon. Wanted to get a new Indica card. Purple Punch, it's my favorite by far. Doubt it. Walked back towards the bus stop to go back home. As I walked closer to the bus bench, I noticed a guy sitting there. Didn't think much of it. I'm antisocial, so I always go into any social setting ready to be absolutely silent. However, I didn't get a chance this time, because as I'm sitting down he starts asking me something ... but I had my headphones on and couldn't quite hear what he said, so I took my headphones off and asked what was that. Then he responds, "Did you want to get your hair cut?" Well, staring at me ... with very wide eyes ... not blinking ... if I were a Betty man, I'd say he was on something. I definitely wasn't expecting that question, and I just awkwardly say, "Oh, I'm alright." I then noticed he was wearing an Arizona Cardinals uniform, and I just so happened to be an Arizona Cardinals fan. So since my entire socializing ability revolves around sports, I decided to ask, "Are you an Arizona Cardinals fan?" He then looks at me funny for a split second. "No, I just got this a few months ago," he says. I then ask, "So how long have you been cutting hair?" Without blinking, he answered, "Just picked it up a few months ago." "Who taught you how to cut hair?" I asked, even more sketched out at this point. His eyes shifted and then he says, "I learned on my own ... Come on man, let me touch you up in the back." Mind you, he was consistently pushing to cut my hair throughout this conversation. I'd even told him like I don't have any cash on me right now, indicating that like I couldn't even pay for this service even if I wanted it ... but he just answers with "That's no problem. I got my clippers in my bag now. Come on." So I decided to just be real with the guy. "Listen, I'm real sorry. I just don't feel very comfortable getting haircuts from people I don't know ... and like at night and stuff. You feel me?" This dude never changed facial expressions this entire interaction. He finally goes, "True that." Continues to glare into my soul. I decided in that moment it was time to get out of there. Luckily this bus stop was right in front of our local gas station, so I just walked in there for a few minutes just to kill time because unfortunately that bus wasn't showing up for another 17 minutes. I didn't want to stay long because I didn't want the employees to think I was stealing or something, so I waited only about 6 to 7 minutes, and literally as I'm walking out, there I see the haircut guy walking in, still staring at me. Luckily I walked past him and I just noped out of there to another bus stop down the street. Bus finally got there. I saw the dude at the back of the bus, but he didn't bother me anymore, and I made sure to keep my eyes the complete opposite of his direction the entire time. This happened almost 15 years ago when I was 7. My best friend's mom would babysit my brother and I before and after school. My mom would usually drop us off at our house around 6 a.m. in the morning. She would make us breakfast, and the three of us would walk to our elementary that was less than 10 minutes away. For preface, we would walk through an adjacent neighborhood, through this small wooded area that had an enclosed bridge, and that led us to the back of our elementary. The elementary sits back in a long tree line that runs about half a mile north and another mile south. Anyways, we're about to get to the turn where we walk into the tree line to the bridge and this guy comes cruising down the street. At first, I don't even think we noticed him considering how young we were, but right when he's about 10 feet away from us, he slows down to virtually 0 miles per hour. There was nothing that stood out about his appearance either. He was middle-aged, white male, very generic. Well, we all stare at the car and start walking super slowly. If we stop, he would stop. If we walk, he would slowly go. During this whole ordeal, he has a blank expression on his face. Not anger, no smirk, just this sinister deadness almost. This went on for probably 5 minutes because we were too scared he'd jump out of the car if we turned our backs on him, and I was mainly scared for my little brother. Finally, he speeds off and we run the rest of the way to school. Immediately go to the principal's office, and at this point we are bawling. We gave them our version of the story, his description, and whatever else a 7-year-old is actually capable of giving. They take action by calling the cops and our parents. The cops come and we explain where it happened in the story again. Then our parents ended up taking us out of school. From then on, we weren't allowed to walk to school anymore, and our babysitter would take us. The reason this ended up being so creepy is because apparently there had been reports around that time of a guy who would sit under the bridge we walked over right by the school and watch people. They didn't know if he was homeless or if it was this other guy who we encountered. They never caught the guy and we never saw him again. One night my mom asked me to throw out the trash. I live in a tiny residential complex meaning 6 to 7 small buildings together bounded by a common walls and fencing. It also has 2 small parks in it, so my area is pretty safe. Not a lot of people enter here because it's a bit secluded. That night not a lot of people were present, and I was going towards the garbage can, which was right outside the complex. It was dark when I first noticed this guy. We made eye contact and I could tell he was struggling a little to find the address. I just ignored him and threw the trash into the can. While returning, he was still there in the darkest corner, and again I eyed him suspiciously. I really like to help people with addresses, so he called me towards him and said he lost his job in COVID and now has to do this but is not very good at directions. I still was standing at a safe distance because I found this guy suspicious. I asked him where he wanted to go, and he answered a location opposite to where I live. I asked to use Google, but then he took out his phone and said, "This is my company phone, I don't know how to use it, please tell me how to." I just told him to type the address, and well, he already knew how to use the Google Maps because the address was already typed in, but still kept asking me how to. I didn't realize that, but he was trying to get me closer to his bike. I was cautious, so I took the phone from his hand and started the maps and handed it to him. He was still asking obvious questions, but I already started walking away. Then he started saying thanks in a very sweet voice that gave me the chills. He was complimenting me how sweet of a girl I am. I waited before going to my building in case he was following me. You might think the interaction I had with him wasn't that creepy, but here's the deal. After a few days I heard a similar story of the delivery guy asking for the same address from my friend, but the creepy part was he gave her the phone and started jacking it in front of her. He even threw a used tissue on her feet while wiping his kids with the tissue in front of her and then trying to touch her. I then heard the same story from another friend, but her story was even worse. She met the same person as well in our local area doing all of the same stuff and jacking it in front of her. He somehow got her number and found her house. He called her and told her that he knew where she lives and how he likes her and all. Turns out a lot of girls of my age group saw and helped this guy and saw him pulling out his thing in front of them and jacking it. I was the only lucky person to not witness it. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. When I was little, I lived in an apartment complex that consisted of 2 buildings with a slight gap in between them. It was only about 50 feet, so I'd often walk by myself to go visit my mom's best friend in the other building. The apartments were surrounded by thick woods that had blackberry brambles so thick you couldn't stick your hand in without getting torn up by thorns. One afternoon, I went to my mother's best friend's apartment to deliver Girl Scout cookies and stayed later than I meant to because I was fascinated by her aquariums. It had started to get dark by the time I was leaving, but I wasn't scared because the buildings were so close. I had taken about 10 steps when my inner voice started screaming. I'm older now, so I recognize what it was, but at the time it was like being overwhelmed with a feeling in my gut. I looked into the woods across the parking lot and saw the intense red glow from someone taking a drag on a cigarette. I turned back towards my apartment, trying to pretend I hadn't seen anything, but then I heard the sound of something large moving in the woods. I turned my head for just a moment and there was a gaunt, scary looking man starting to run at me. I took off, screaming bloody murder, knowing I was less than 50 feet away from the safety of my apartment. I could hear his feet slopping the pavement behind me and he was gaining on me. I was nearly on my porch steps when my uncle, who lived next door, opened his door to see why I was screaming bloody murder. I collapsed into his arms screaming about the man chasing me from the woods, but by the time Mike opened his door, the man was gone. At first they didn't believe me because there had been nobody there, but I was so hysterical they decided to check it out. They noticed an area that had been disturbed in the blackberry brambles, but they were so thick, Mike had to use his machete to cut through them. About 2 feet feet into the area of the disturbance, there was a small clearing with a pile of cigarette butts where the man had been standing, watching and waiting for me. The man chasing me had disappeared, so they think he ran between the buildings when I started to get close to my apartment door. So about a week after this incident, my mother's boyfriend and I were riding dirt bikes through the woods by our apartment. There was a retainer pond that we liked to fish at, so we were headed out that day to see if we could catch anything. We discovered a campsite on the trail that hadn't been there a few weeks prior, and Russ decided to check it out. It was just a tent, cooler, a fire pit, and trash strewn everywhere. The trash part really bugged Russ because we believe in the leave it better than you found it principle, and I could tell he was pissed. As we approached the tent, he announced himself to see if anyone was there, and when they didn't respond, he pulled back the zipper of the tent. After looking inside for a moment, he ordered me to back up, but the damage had already been done since I had gotten a clear look at what was in the tent. Attached to the walls and littering the floor was some of the most brutal and sadistic adult magazine content anyone could imagine. And the worst part of it was the graffiti that had been added after the fact. Most of the models had their eyes scratched out, lines across their throat like they'd been cut, and there was blood drawn dripping out of their orifices. It's been over 30 years since this happened, and the image is still splashed right upon my memory. There was a torn sleeping pad, and the pad looked like it had a substantial stain that could have been blood. Russ stood there in silence for a minute, then told me to get on my bike because we were going home. When we got home, he called the sheriff, then led them out to the torture tent in the woods. They destroyed the campsite, and it was never spoken of again. I never put two and two together as a child, but as I got older, when I thought about it, I realized how unbelievably lucky I am. So this happened about 7 months ago. I was visiting San Diego for job interviews and staying at my favorite hotel in Sorrento Mesa. For a background, I'm a 40-year-old man and a pretty big guy. I'm 6'1" and a former club bouncer. Now, onto the weirdness. On my third night, I was up pretty late after hanging out with some old friends after my interviews. I got back to the hotel around 2 in the morning with some Sonny's donuts. After eating a few, drinking a few more, and watching South Park, I decided to have a smoke before going to bed. This made it now around 3 in the morning, so I go downstairs, walk out front to the smoking area by the fountain, but there's another couple who are also staying at the hotel already there. I didn't want to impose, so I decided to just walk around the outside parts of the hotel while I smoked. I walked around the pool, the barbecue area, the basketball courts, then started back for the side door. As I did, a black sedan drove up alongside me and stopped. The window rolled down, and a tiny Asian woman asked if I knew how to get out of the parking lot and back to the street. Now, from where we were when she asked me, this was literally in a straight line about 150 feet in front of her, so I thought she was drunk or just blind. So I just politely said yes, just keep going straight, and turned left at the tree. She then asked me if I could get in the car and show her. Now, again, I'm a former club bouncer. There was absolutely no intimidation factor, but for some reason, I instantly felt uneasy. Again, it was literally right in front of her. She could see the road. Also, the windows were all tinted far more than they should have been, and I honestly couldn't tell if anyone else was in the car. I used the smoking as an excuse to not get in the car, but she said she didn't mind and gave me a very creepy smile. I politely declined and again pointed out that the road was literally right there, so I'd just be walking back in 5 seconds anyway. She again asked if I would get in and show her. This was feeling like a weird kid / ice cream truck situation. I mean guys, how often do decently good looking women just drive up and ask you to get in their car at 3 in the morning in a hotel parking lot? Nothing about it was right. Again, I politely declined as I finished my smoke and was luckily already standing right at the hotel side door when all this started, so I just went in. The woman just drove off as she rolled up the window right exactly to the exit she just asked me to show her to. So I told the front desk about it and they said they'd keep an eye out, but I'm quite sure nothing was ever done or came of it. Just one of those things that really makes me wonder, why did she want me in the car so badly for? It had to be some kind of scam. I just wonder exactly how much danger I was in. I live in Sacramento, California, where every summer we have the state fair. I was in my late teens and my friend and I decided to check out the fair together. Parking was $10 and we were cheap and decided to park across the street. Well, a few streets deep in from across the street because a lot of people had the same idea. The fair was typical fair stuff and we had fun. It was almost 10 in the afternoon and we decided to get out of there. The fair was lit up with lights and chaos, but the further we got away from it and the deeper we got into the back streets across the street from the fair, the darker it got and the less people you saw. My friend faced me and said maybe I should get my mace out just in case, and we both laughed because both of our families at different points had given us mace to stay safe. but because we were young and dumb we thought we were invincible. My friend drove, so she was digging in her purse looking for her keys and slowed down while doing so, and I was a few feet ahead of her. At that moment the fair fireworks started popping off in the sky, and I turned around to look. For several seconds it was walking backward while doing so. I turned around, and at the moment as I was passing a creepy gray van, a man popped out behind it and grabbed me forcefully with both arms around me and started picking me up. Immediately my friend ran up and sprayed mace in his face, and she was able to do so because the mace happened to be attached to her keychain, which she just got out of her purse. She accidentally got some mace in my eyes and it hurt, but even though my eyes were burning, I vividly remember opening them up enough to see that there was this cloud of mace floating in front of the guy's eyes as they were wide open, as if the mace did not affect him at all. Then he said calmly in a creepy voice, "I was just looking at her." We both screamed bloody murder, and he let me go, and we ran all the way to her car and got the heck out of Dodge. The weird thing is we didn't even go straight to the police that night because I wasn't sure if that was enough of an offense to do so, which I am in my 40s now and know that it is. I should have gone straight to the police then. I tried calling the non-emergency line the next day to report it, as I was suffering from red and swollen eyes from the mace, and I was being placed on hold and not being taken seriously, so I eventually let it go and moved on with my life. A week later I heard in the news that there was a man wanted by police that lingered around the American River trails who was abducting women and taking them into his van and assaulting them. I always wondered what would have happened if my friend wasn't there. Would I even be here? I have never been so thankful to be maced in the face. Ladies ... even men carry mace or some type of self-defense tool. It's an unpredictable, scary place out there sometimes. This happened almost 10 years ago when I was about 18. I wanted to go pick up some groceries at our local Walmart. It was around 11 in the afternoon at night and I just got off work. I usually have no problem going anywhere by myself, but on this specific night my inner self was telling me to invite my friend to tag along. I am roughly 5 feet tall, female, and 105 pounds, but I don't get spooked too easily and always carry pepper spray with me. Anyways, I call my friend to ask if she'll accompany me and I go and pick her up. We walk into the produce side of Walmart and almost right away I noticed this man staring at us very intently. He was around 5'5", kind of heavy, had a Hawaiian shirt on, and looked of Hawaiian decent. So we're over by the fresh produce and I am keeping my eye on him as he pretends to be looking at bread but clearly keeps putting things back. I turn my back for a second to grab something, then I hear a male's voice ask, "Hey, do you guys know of anywhere I can get food this late?" For more background information, I lived in a city of about 50,000 people. Right across from this Walmart was an Applebee's, a McDonald's a quarter mile up the road, and other various places to get food. Plus, we were in the middle of a Walmart, so I don't beat around the bush and flatly tell him about a couple restaurants around where we were. He then asks, "Well, what's fun to do around here?" It's late at night, so nothing really to do except maybe go to Applebee's or a local bar. I tell him Applebee's is open and we have bars downtown, but that's all I am aware of. He proceeds to ask what we're doing when we leave, and I tell him we have to leave now. He apologizes and says he didn't mean to be creepy, so we walk away and are looking for the frozen aisle when I spot him on the opposite side walking by. I tell my friend I had a bad feeling about him since we walked in and wanted to test out if he was following us. We walk a few more aisles and sure enough he is on the other end nonchalantly walking by pretending not to see us. I backtrack a couple of aisles to get something and he walks up pretending to look at things. I finally ask if I can help him with something. I think I threw him off guard by being so direct because he stutters and asks what aisle the milk or something is in. I tell him and we leave to check out. Well, wouldn't you know, he's in the checkout right next to us with a pack of gum, no milk or whatever else he was looking at. He finishes first and watches us as he leaves the store. Me thinking he's gone by now tells my friend let's just run to the car. So we run out to the car, looking around to make sure we don't see him. Now here's the super creepy part. As I am leaving the parking lot, we spot him sitting on the trunk of his car watching people leave Walmart. I drive by to get his license plate number. He sees us and rushes into his car. I speed off as quickly as possible so he doesn't see where I went. I then call the cops and tell them what happened and relayed the license plate to them. So creepy Hawaiian shirt guy who was supposedly looking for a place to eat while in the middle of Walmart, please let's never meet again. This happened about a month ago. For a bit of background, me, my cousin, and my brother took classes over the summer at a local college. Me and my cousin took a biology class, while my brother took a pre-calculus class. My brother's class ends later than our class, giving us a 2-hour window where we'd sit around the college to wait for him. During the encounter, we were waiting for him at the cafeteria, passing the time. After a while, this woman in a wheelchair shows up in front of some vending machines a couple feet in front of us. I paid it no mind, but she sat in front of that vending machine for 10 minutes 15 15 minutes and started to play loud music. It startled me, and so I looked up at her. She then looked at us and asked, "Do any of you boys have 10 cents I could use for the vending machine?" I had two $5 bills in my pocket in case I needed some food, so I gave her a 5 and I got handed back my change. Then she asked for another favor. This time it was to bring her to a parking lot near the football stadium where her ride would be waiting. She said she had never been there and needed some guidance. I figured there was no harm in helping her, so I took the handles, but she immediately stopped me and asked for my cousin instead. I was being pretty oblivious during this entire encounter, so I didn't even realize how strange that request was and didn't notice many of the strange things she did until later. And I also want to clarify that she was able to move on her own just fine, so the request for a push at all was strange too. And as my cousin was pushing her, she kept looking back at me and giving an uncanny smile, like it was meant to be a friendly smile, but it came off more like she had some sort of malicious intent. After we arrived, she looks at us and asks, "Could you two stay with me until my ride comes?" Still giving us the smile, but we reluctantly agreed. You know, once I had to go back and forth from here and the other parking lot, it was so annoying. She recalls as we wait. Me and my cousin shuffled at this because we found this extremely unsettling. This was because it meant she lied to us about not knowing where she was going. Even stranger, she tells me about how she loves to smash glass bottles to tame her anger ... like the glass bottles she had in her hands at that moment. I hadn't caught onto the strangeness yet, but my cousin was unnerved. He was trying to discreetly point out that no cameras were around me and that not many people were around, but I didn't catch any of it. At some points while we were waiting, this one car would keep circling the parking lot too. We asked if it was her ride, but she told us that her ride was a van. At that time, our ride came, so we apologized and left. We've told many other people about this story and they all agreed that she was acting pretty strange. Later I realized how it seemed like she was trying hard to be friendly, how anxious she seemed, and how many of the things she said didn't match up and seemed off. The main thing that fueled me seeing this as odd was the fact that according to my cousin and his sibling, there was an email sent out warning people about a potential human trafficking scheme caught on campus. I couldn't confirm the validity of it because me and my brother aren't actually enrolled into the school and therefore don't get messages about anything going on around campus, but nevertheless, it's caused me to relook what happened through that lens. Shortly after I turned 18, back in the early 2000s, I got a job at the local movie rental place to help pay for my college. I worked there for about 2 years and during that time had been promoted to hold keys to the store and open and close the registers. This also meant that I was occasionally working by myself for short periods of time. One such morning, I was going through the morning procedures and putting returned movies back on the shelves. I was accustomed to greeting every customer no matter what, not only as a friendly gesture but as a part of the loss prevention protocol. Anyway, this particular morning I was taking the movie cart around and reshelving the movies and I heard the door ding on the other side of the store, so I greet whoever it is with my voice raised high. "How are you today?" Normally they would give a reply back, but I didn't get one this time, so I'm looking between the shelves for the person that came in and I see a middle-aged, baldy man looking around. He seemed normal at first but didn't really say anything when I asked him the next 2 times if he needed help. He pretty much ignored me, so I went about my business while keeping my eye on him. He was starting to make me nervous because he wasn't really looking at anything, just kind of making it look like he was looking at what was in front of him when his attention was focused elsewhere, seemingly at the ceiling. So I decided to give it one more try to let him know that I'm wondering what he's doing. "Can I help you find anything?" I asked as I walked past him to put a movie away. At this point, he'd been in the store nearly 20 minutes. He responded in such a way that made it clear that there was something off in his mind. Facing me but with his eyes averted from my face, he says in a startlingly loud drawling voice, "Oh, you know, just browsing." So I politely said, "Okay, just let me know if I can help you with anything," and went about my duties. He left shortly after this, at which point I let out a sigh of relief. A few days went by and I was opening by myself again. I went to start shelving the movies when the door dinged, and I again turned to greet whoever it was when I saw the same guy beelining it straight at me. I kind of panicked a little but stood my ground, and when he got right up to me, seriously so close I leaned back away from him. He lifted an open can of nuts and offered cashew. "Oh no, thank you," I said. I asked if I could help him find anything and he didn't answer, and he went to the start of the wall where the movies that started with it were located, which was just a few feet to the left of where I was putting up the B or C movies. He was very obviously pretending to look at movie boxes by picking them up and flipping them over and then putting them back. He continued this and shuffled along behind me as I moved down the wall. After a few minutes of this, I got uncomfortable and took the cart to the front counter, at which point he left the store. A few customers came and went, and I went back to shelving the movies. When I was around the M area of the movie wall, cashew guy came back and continued his pretend perusal of the movie boxes, always just a few feet to left of me. me. So in the next area of the store, there were shelves that went a bit higher than the rest, and on the very top shelf, there were softcore movies. There was also a back room that contained the hard stuff, but I only went in that room one time right before I quit just to see what it was like. Anyway, I was shelving the movies with cashew guy near me, not saying anything to me until I get to softcore section. He reached for one of the boxes at the top, which made me shudder, and says to me in his loud, strange voice, "I bet you have one of those big football player boyfriends." Thoroughly creeped out and disgusted, I go straight to the front counter and another male customer walks in. This guy finds what he's looking for and goes to the register. I whispered to this guy that there was a man bothering me and I asked if he would stay until the guy leaves. He shrugged and just kinda stood by the door awkwardly until cashew guy walked out. I thanked the guy and he left. I went back to the shelves and not 5 minutes later, cashew guy came back and again tried to engage me in an awkward conversation. I went to the front counter and called my mom. She and my sister were out getting lunch, so I told her what was going on and they brought me something to eat. As soon as I picked up the phone, he left the store. He didn't come back that day. Next door to the movie place was an electronics store that was run by a very nice and talkative man. I never spoke to his wife, but I knew English wasn't her first language. He would come over and use our shrink wrap machine and talk and make us laugh. One evening after my encounter with the strange man, the nice guy from the store came in more serious than normal and warned us about a man that had come in while his wife was working alone and he was out getting food. The man was walking around picking things up and putting them back down in such a way that made him uncomfortable. I knew who it was right away. After a while, the nice guy from the store's wife asked if he was going to purchase something and he picked up a random house phone and asked how much it was. She told him and he got upset at the price. He took it to the counter anyway, and when she rang him up, he tried to pay with a crumpled up check from his pocket. She refused to accept the check and he got angry, so she called her husband to come back and handle the situation. Her husband told the man that the check was suspicious and they normally wouldn't accept it as payment. He understood that there was something off with this guy and agreed to accept the check on a condition that the man give a phone number where he could be reached. He told him that if the check bounced, he was going to call him and the man would have to cover the cost of it all. The man agreed, but he knew it was a bad deal all the way around. He said that after the man left the store, he went and stood in the parking lot and just stared up at the sky for about 10 minutes. I figured by his description that it was the same man who had been bothering me. One day not long after the above, I go to the movie store to pick up my paycheck and the girl working tells me some man came in asking about me. She said he seemed off, and she said she knew he was talking about me when he referenced my curly hair. He gave me the creeps, but I personally never saw the guy again. I found out why when a few days later the guy who owned the other store came in saying that, unsurprisingly, the check the man had paid with bounced. He called the number the man gave him a few times and talked to the man on the phone. Each time getting nowhere in the conversation, he did a pretty good impersonation of the startlingly loud drawling voice. "Oh yeah, okay." Anyway, he called one more time and a woman answered. When he explained the situation, the woman said, "I'm his mother, he's not here anymore, I had him committed, and the hospital picked him up this morning." If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. The town I lived in could not even be called that. It was a settlement of perhaps 24 acreages clustered together near a lake and boasted just an elementary school with grades kindergarten through grade 5, and no stores. On this particular day, I was at that school playground alone, swinging and pondering life. None of my friends were around, but the solitude never bothered me. I was perfectly content, swinging and daydreaming as I often did. That is when I noticed the van behind me. It was your classic creepy van. Older, large and boxy, white generic van. And what struck me as odd was how slow the van was driving. It could not have been driving faster than 10 miles per hour. Still swinging, I craned my neck and watched this van slowly creep along and then out of my line of vision. I thought that was the end of it when, a few minutes later, along comes the van again, ever slow, and this time, driving on the road in front of the park the best way to vision where I was is that of a square. Road wraps completely around the playground, which is situated on a slight hill. I watched the van creep along, turn left and out of sight, and back behind me it came creeping along, ever slow and present. As I watched it disappear for the second time, I recalled an incident that took place just 2 months prior. In the nearby town where I was attending school, a few kids in the grade below mine had been approached by a man as they walked home from school, who offered them candy. He had allegedly been driving a white van. School officials had urged us to stay very vigilant. I began to run across the field, determined to beat the van to that road. Don't panic, I told myself. It's probably not the same guy. And that is when the idea hit me. Or the idiotic, dangerously foolish idea hit me. I was going to hide myself in a nearby bush, and as the van crept by, I would obtain its license plate and give it to the police. It would be to us, a 12-year-old self. What were you thinking? I was thinking, because I did just that. I hid in the bushes, and I waited and waited. I waited to no avail, and as I waited, the logical part of my brain kicked in. This was an extremely lonely, well-concealed spot of land. Maybe, just maybe, trying to obtain this license plate was not a smart idea. I suddenly wanted very much not to be in that isolated bush. Abandoning my attempts at being Nancy Drew, I began the journey home with a sense of urgency. As I walked along the road, a dirt pavement, I took in my surroundings and saw no van. Perhaps it had left the area. I thought hopefully. I turned right, away from the school and playground, and began to walk towards my house. Safety lay just beyond the hairpin turn of a road that I was jaunting along. A loud screeching of tires came into my ear canal. I turned slightly and saw it, the white van. Where it came from, I did not know. What I did know was that I was extremely isolated and that it was speeding towards me. That is when the lizard brain took over. I no longer thought. I read. I was no longer a whole being. My sole purpose was to run. I can still feel my sweaty feet sliding around in my sandals, still see my pink skirt frantically trying to keep up with still hear those squealing tires. I flung myself down the hill. At the foot of it lay my house, my lifeline. Out of the corner of my eye I saw the van for the last time. It was haphazardly turning left and away from me. The next thing I knew, I was standing at the family deep freeze, a red freezy in my hand. Vaguely I heard a faint voice, miles away. I was breathing heavily, hyperventilating really. What happened? What happened? My dad's face was white as a ghost. A hardened man. He looked truly afraid. I spat out the story and burst into tears. My dad hugged me. You're safe, he assured me. Then he left, determined to find this van. As he was gone, I run throughout the house, locking the doors when Dad returned. He told me he had seen no van. It had disappeared into the afternoon sun. Dad phoned the police anyway, and he stressed the similarities between what happened to me to the reports of what happened to my schoolmates. Unfortunately, the police never came to talk me. I don't think they really cared. I stayed in the house for the next few days, afraid to venture out. As the days wore on, I regained my confidence to return to the park, and life went on. I never did see that van again. I still shudder to think about what may have happened all those years ago if I had let that van catch up to me. The people in this story are me, a family of 4 consisting of a mother, father, toddler, and baby. And, of course, our guests of honor, the creep. For context, I am a 17-year-old female. I was born and raised in Canada with a pretty sheltered life as my mother is very overprotective. But up until this point, I have never dealt with harassment before. For the summer, I am visiting my godmother in Italy. This is my first time leaving Canada. Since she works during the weekdays, I travel about on my own around Italy. For this story, I took a ferry to Ischia, a small island in Napoli, to tour around. When I first arrived on the island, I made the plan to head to a small scenic park not too far from the port so I could plan my day. It was around 3 in the afternoon when I was at the park. Now the park itself made its way into a semi-forested area. The pathways were covered by trees and bushes alike, so it's easy to get lost in there, at least for me. It was also pretty desolate at the time and gone from the public eye. I was sitting on the bench next to a playground for children, decked out with swings and slides. There was a family a little away from me playing at the playground. The playground resides in a little circle-like clearing in the park. On opposite sides of the clearing are the pathways that take you around the park. The paths have trees making a tunnel-like path, so it can be hard to see down it unless you are directly in front of it. From where I was sitting on the bench, which was near the north pathway, I could directly see down the south pathway. Now I was sitting at this bench for a while, mind you, as Italy is pretty hot and I'm not used to the heat. My head was down looking at my phone, so I wasn't exactly paying attention to the outside world. But I would look up periodically to watch the family play. It was around now 4 in the afternoon, which was nearing when I had to leave to catch my ferry back. As I was about to pack up, I look up from my phone and see a guy standing in the path across from me, the south pathway. Now I wear glasses. My eyesight isn't that good, so I couldn't really make out what this guy was standing there for at first glance. I also didn't want it to be known that I had my eyes on him, so I would try to get a better look from my peripherals. After a minute of watching this guy and trying to figure out why he was staring at me, I come to a horrifying conclusion. To put it lightly, this guy was jacking off in public while watching me. It was light out and a literal family was not even 10 feet away from me. This was the first time I've ever experienced anything like this, so I was scared. Let me make myself clear, I look like a teenager. I have acne and a baby face, so it is very clear I am underage. As I was sitting there panicking about what to do, I see this guy move side to side on the path to get a better look at me. The creep looked unassuming, with some gray basketball shorts, a black graphic shirt, and a balding head. From what I could tell, he was around his early 30s. I don't speak much Italian, and with how frazzled I was from this all, I could not utter a cohesive sentence. After sitting on the bench for another minute trying to calm down and think clearly, I pull out my translator app and type in a message to translate to Italian. Now, to not alert this creep that I knew what he was doing, I stood up casually and began to make my way to the mother of the family who was with her young baby at the time. The father and the toddler I believe were God playing off a little farther in the trees as I could not see them. While shaking with nerves, I approached the mother and hold up my phone with the message on it without a word. Now from where the mother was, you could not see down the path, so she was none the wiser about what was happening. Roughly, my translated message went along the line of, "Hello, sorry I do not speak much Italian, but I am in need of help. There is a creepy guy on the path over there watching me and I am scared." Now I know I probably should have made my situation more clear in the message, but I was freaking out and I didn't know how well my English would translate into Italian, so I kept it short. After the mother read the message, she got a concerned look on her face and asked me to show her where this guy was. Now we walked like 5 feet over to where the path begins to find the guy and he's gone. I assume he saw me walking towards the mother. Thankfully, I came to find out the mother speaks a little English, so I was able to communicate roughly what the creep was doing. Since she was with a baby, I didn't want her to go after the creep, but she was mad enough to attempt. Eventually, she told me her husband would be back soon and he spoke more fluently. Once he came back, I re-explained what happened and asked if I could follow them out of the park to a public area so I would not be left alone and vulnerable. While they were packing up their belongings, I called my godmother and gave her a brief rundown of the situation and that I'll be making my way back to the ferry. Now I would love to say this is where my tale ends without any more troubles, but sadly that was not how it went. After me and the family left the playground area, we made our way to the opposite path from where the creep was to where I assumed was the exit to the park into the main road. While walking, the mother tried to comfort me, assuring the guy wouldn't follow me as he left as soon as he got a clue that I caught on. I thought differently as I could see this guy very clearly from where I was sitting and was not subtle about his staring. After walking a bit more throughout the path to the exit, I spot a familiar looking man walking back to the playground. Once I made eye contact with him, I immediately knew it was the creep from before, walking casually like nothing was wrong. Once he spotted me walking with the family, he quickly made a turn onto a path that diverged from the main one. This creep was circling back to find me, assuming that I stayed at the playground or was walking alone to the exit. I leaned over to the mother and quickly told her that it was the same guy. Unfortunately, the path that the guy took to avoid us was the same one we needed to take to get to the exit. This dumb creep cornered himself without any way to leave except to pass by us. The father at that point had the baby in his arms and the toddler following closely behind him. The mother in a rage followed shortly after, the creep cussing him out in a mix of English, Italian, and Spanish. This creep walked sheepishly off with his head tucked, pretending he could not hear the lady yelling at him. Finally, after the angry mother stopped following the man, we made it to the exit of the park. I thanked them profusely and bid my farewells and made my way down to the port. That family saved me from a dangerous situation and I could not be more thankful for their comfort and protection. I often think about what could have happened had I left the park on my own, knowing this guy would have circled back for me. So for my first harassment experience, I give the rating -1 out of 5 stars, would not recommend. So to the creepy guy in the park, let's not meet ever again. At the time of this happening, a 23-year-old female, was 19 and homeless in a big city. I just recently moved to that city and was on my way back to the shelter from the public library. I was taking a shortcut through an alley wide enough for a car to go through, and I noticed an old beat-up looking car come into the alley and driving slowly behind me. I figured they probably just didn't feel like they had enough room to pass me, so I picked up the pace and crossed the street. They drove to the same side of the street that I was on and kept pace with me. There was just one guy in the vehicle, looked to be in his mid-20s and Hispanic. He rolled down his window and said, "Hey, are you okay? How old are you?" I looked like I was about 14 and I'm pretty short, so I got that question a lot. I just responded, "I'm fine, and I'm not a minor if that's what you're asking." He asked me if I needed a ride and I politely declined. Then he starts telling me he's just really concerned and wanted to talk really insistently and smiling through almost this entire interaction. I asked him why we couldn't just talk on the street where we were, and he dodges the question and again asks me if I'm sure that I don't want to ride. My gut was telling me he had bad intentions, and if I were as young as I looked, I might have fallen for it. Instead, I looked around me to make sure I wasn't going to get ambushed and walked up to his passenger window. I told him in the most threatening voice I could muster, "I know you don't really want to talk. I'm sure you have worse things in mind, and I've memorized your license plates and I'm going straight to the police station. I better not ever see you again." I never saw him again. Unfortunately though, I forgot to write down his plates and the shelter curfew was going into effect soon and I didn't have time to file a report at the station. It didn't occur to me to call the non-emergency number. I also purchased as large of a knife as I legally could for self-defense. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. For some context, my cousin and I are the same age. We are both women and currently 25 years old. She is only 5 days younger than me, and her family rented a floor in my parents' house when we were toddlers, so we basically did everything together and spent all our days together until we turned 5, when her family bought an apartment in another city. Since we had a very strong connection, almost codependent, it was very difficult for us to get used to not living together, and 2 years later we have made an agreement with our parents that we will visit each other each weekend. And during the summer break she will spend 1 week at our place and I will spend the other week at their place, and we will basically exchange like that until the end of the summer break. This went on for years. Since we were spending all our free time together, by the time we turned 10 we have already exhausted all our adventure ideas in the backyard. Tree climbing, building a tree house, setting up tents, camping in the backyard and stuff. And we really needed something new, so we have decided to go fishing together every Friday on the river near my house. Now, of course we had no tools needed for a true fishing experience. We had a butterfly net that we would place in the water, and on a good day we would catch a dozen of tiny fish with it. That was enough for our restaurant game. We would come back home, bake the fish under the sunlight, and then serve it and decorate it in plastic plates that we would later serve to our imaginary customers. We've done this for weeks and always made sure we were safe while doing it, and that wasn't that difficult since it's a very peaceful neighborhood, and there was usually no one else at the river at the time we were there. But one day it was different, very different. How I remember it, a couple of days ago the memory of this encounter suddenly spilled out in my mind. We were either 10 or 11 years old and it was Friday. She was at our place that week, so we took the butterfly net and went fishing on the river. We were alone, sitting under a large willow tree right next to the river. Suddenly a man showed up from nowhere. He was standing a couple of meters away from us. He had a blackish hair with plenty shades of gray, so I'm guessing he was in his late 40s or early 50s. He had a dark blue shirt, a little smudged on the collar. He asked us what we were doing and we said we were fishing. He continued walking back and forth on that part of the shore. Then he came a little closer and we got up. He told us he was having issues with his wife and we just nodded our heads, trying to avoid the conversation and follow the don't talk to strangers rule. We didn't ask him anything. He took a flip phone out of his pocket and opened it in front of us. "I have to show you my wife." He said, "Okay," we replied. When he found what he was looking for, he came even closer and turned the phone towards us. It was a picture of a completely naked woman sitting in a chair with her legs spread. We just nodded. He then proceeded to show us more pictures, and it was quite clear that it wasn't his wife because the pictures were of the same woman. But all of them were naked, from head to toe, with their legs spread or in other very suggestive positions. Now that I think of it, the quality of the images, the fashion, and the aesthetics could be best described as adult content from the 70s. It could be that he took pictures from some old magazine or had them sent by someone. I remember I looked at my cousin and mouthed, "It's not his wife," and she nodded. "Isn't she beautiful?" He asked. "She is," I replied, and my cousin nodded. We then remembered that we have left our net in the river, so we went back to the willow tree and reached for the net. He was standing there in the same spot as before, looking at his phone. He then showed us a very low quality picture of 2 naked men and another naked woman. This picture actually looked like pictures taken with a flip phone camera. "This is me," he said, and pointed at one of the men in the picture. We just nodded and said we had to go home. He then said the words that have been haunting me for days now. "You think my wife is beautiful? She thinks you are beautiful too. She would love to meet you. Come with me to meet her and we can play together." "No, we have to go home," I replied. "You little party breaker. Maybe your friend doesn't want to go home. Come on, I want to play with you," he said, and turned to my cousin. "No, I really want to go home." My cousin replied. This is where the details of the memory stop. What I remember next is him giving up, just not being there anymore, and us leaving, giggling and laughing as we walked away and mocking his voice and his tone on our way back home. But I found it weird that only after so many years have I remembered this situation, and I've brushed it off as a potential dream or false memory. But since his words kept echoing in my head, I called my cousin and described my memory word for word as I've described it here, and she said that it did happen, just slightly different from how I've remembered it. How my cousin remembers it, it happened, all the details are correct, but once she told him she really wants to go home. He was way too close and we were scared to start running or turn our backs, since we thought that he could catch us, so we stayed there for a while and kept pretending like he was not there. We played with our cat, the tiny fish in a bucket filled with water, and talked about our fathers who work in the police and how they're so strong that they could kill a man with one punch. The man didn't believe our exaggerated story and he kept walking in circles around us, not too close, but he did keep an eye on us the entire time. And we waited, and waited, and waited, and at one point he went into the bushes behind us to take a piss. This is when we got up and started running. We ran across the bridge and kept running until we got to the part of the neighborhood where there are lots of houses. When we were already close to my house, I stopped in the middle of the road and said that my legs won't move, so she helped me get down on the side of the road and we sat there until I felt better. Today I know that what I experienced was a state of shock. Once I felt better, we went back home, threw away the fish, and decided to never go fishing again. For some background first, I'm a 29-year-old woman. I live in an apartment in a sketchier side of my town, so I'm not unaccustomed to strange people pulling up and strange things happening. I've been through a home break-in, so I'm very hyper-vigilant when it comes to keeping myself and my home safe. I also smoke cigarettes, nasty habit I know, but having cats and not wanting my house to reek like smoke, I'll walk out to my balcony to smoke. That's exactly what I was doing when this happened. I was sitting on my balcony, smoking and just enjoying my night, when I noticed a car I've never seen before pull into the back parking lot of my apartment right by my balcony. I initially felt a bit off, but I didn't want to come off as being the paranoid neighbor, so I keep sitting and smoking my cigarette. Then I hear footsteps making a beeline through my backyard. There's a large and burly man that I've never seen before walking briskly through my backyard. Again, I still don't try to make much of it because they might be there for my neighbor. My anxiety is definitely on alert, but not in panic mode, until I realize he's going straight for my portion of the backyard. He then does something that is still freaking me out as I type this. He stops right in my backyard and looks up at me on my balcony, not saying a word. Now I'm in absolute panic mode. I audibly say, oh no, spring up, slam and lock my balcony door, run to my upstairs bathroom, and dial 911. I listened to every sound from downstairs while I stood panicking in my bathroom, and truthfully it sounded like someone was messing with my back door. I don't know for sure because I was in hypervigilance. I do know he was in my backyard for a few minutes because that was my bathroom for several minutes until I decided to peek out my balcony window. I saw him walking to his car and getting in. That also tells me that I don't think he was here to rob me, but something more sinister. Luckily he was lazy because again, I live on the cheaper side of town, so you can imagine the quality of my doors and locks. I'm really hoping it was just some guy who was drunk, high, and had the wrong house, but my gut is telling me otherwise. Regardless, I hope we never meet again. I'm a woman in my 30s who lives alone in a small house at the head of a quiet cul-de-sac in the United Kingdom. The street is a maze of roads away from the main road, which means that other than delivery guys and the occasional salesperson, you very rarely see anyone that you don't recognize. I don't exactly know all my neighbors, but I know what they look like and I know where they live. I can recognize their cars and stuff. This weirdness happened over the space of a few months several years back. I work from home, so I'm usually in, and sometimes I don't have a lot to do. The first day was one of those lazy days. It was about 4 in the evening and I'm sitting on the sofa watching some daft stuff about alien cover-ups. Someone knocked on the door. I have a surveillance camera hidden in the wooden canopy above the front door, so I checked to see who it was because I wasn't expecting any deliveries and I couldn't be bothered to deal with a salesperson. It was a woman who looked late to early 50s, very smartly dressed, like really expensive clothes and jewelry, stuff I could never afford. Most people around here generally couldn't afford it either. We're not an affluent area and this lady stuck out like a sore thumb. She looked flustered and agitated, glancing towards the back garden before trying to look through the tiny, frosted glass window on the front door. I noticed she was carrying a dog's lead, but I didn't see a dog. As it happens, at the far side of my back garden there are 2 hedges. There's the hedge that I own within my property boundaries, and there's a second hedge outside my boundary that's council owned along a small grassland where people walk dogs. I know for a fact there is a hole in the council owned hedge, which I've reported it to the council at least a dozen times over the past decade, and they've done the square root of sod all about it. Because of my hedge, I can't reach it to do anything about it myself. Consequently, when I saw the dog's lead I thought, okay, I bet her dog has gone through the hole. If it's a big dog, it's not getting into my garden, but if it's a small dog it might be able to work its way through, and I've always got some cooked meat, so I figured I might be able to lure it out. I am a dog lover, so of course, I want to help this woman if I can. When I was a kid, my own dog went missing for a few weeks and I thought I was never going to get him back. I was heartbroken for those weeks, but fortunately, we did get him back, and ever since I've been extremely sensitive to pets in need. I opened the door and this woman gives me the weirdest look, like she was expecting someone completely different to answer the door and that I shouldn't be there. To be fair to her, my mom used to live here too, so I didn't think much of that weird look to begin with. Maybe she was expecting my mom. I say hello and she just stares at me for the longest 30 seconds before she tries to look past me and asks to see Margaret. I don't know what it is about other people's mistakes, but whenever someone has the wrong number, I always end up apologizing as if it's my fault. So that's what I did, apologized apologized and told her there was no Margaret at this address. Again, she gives me that look, only this time there's anger behind it. Yes, there is, she insists. It occurs to me at this point that I have a relative called Margaret, but she lives about 60 miles away and I haven't seen her in years. Nonetheless, just in case she's got her addresses muddled, I ask, are you looking for Margaret? But she just hisses at me, you know exactly who I'm looking for. What have you done with her? I'm absolutely lost at this point. I've lived here 20 years, and I know the name of the previous owner, so I know she's not asking for them. I also know the names of the neighbors, and the names of the people who have lived on the street in the time I've been here and since moved. None of them are called Margaret, so all I can do is tell her she's got the wrong address. No, this is. You're lying. That was a tad alarming, and she's at the right address. She's not knocked on the wrong door. However, she clearly thinks I've done something to somebody who, to the best of my knowledge, has never lived here. I don't know how long the previous owner had this house, but we must be talking about at least 30 years since anyone called Margaret might have lived here. It's at this point that I notice that she's subtly wrapped that dog lead around her now clenched fist like she's planning to use it as a weapon. In my youth, I did plenty of self-defense training, so I'm not exactly scared of her as such, but I'm obviously getting a bit concerned about the situation that's brewing. I don't particularly wish to get involved in a brawl on my doorstep with a complete stranger. I'm torn between shutting the door in her face or trying to de-escalate the situation. In the end, I close the door a little so she's got less to aim at and tell her, look, I don't know who you're looking for, but if you think something's happened to your friend, maybe we should just call the police and let them sort it out. Sure enough, the woman slams her fist with the lead wrapped around it into my door. I later discovered she'd struck the door hard enough to crack the frosted glass window in the middle of it. She's bleeding from doing it. It must have hurt, but she doesn't flinch or show any sign of pain. Any confidence I had in my self-defense classes started to waver here because I'm not used to people who don't feel pain. All I can think now is that she's on something and having a really bad trip, so at this point I put on my scariest voice and tell her to get back. I let her know I'm calling the police, and if she's still here when they get here, she can deal with them because I'm not dealing with her anymore. She tries to stop me from closing the door, but I shove her back and manage to get it closed and locked. I make a point to stand next to the door while I'm calling 999 so she could hear me. While I'm waiting for the police to turn up, I watch her on the surveillance feed. She moves out of shot multiple times, presumably to check the back of the house, and I hear her calling out for Margaret. A few minutes before the police finally turn up, I see her kick over my wheelie bins in a rage, but then the most chilling thing happens. She walks back to the front door and literally stares directly into my camera. That camera is pretty well hidden. I'm not saying that nobody could spot it, but most people would only know it was there if they'd been looking for it. Most people aren't looking for cameras, right? She knew it was there. She must have eyeballed it previously. When, I don't know, I later reviewed all of the footage I had from that day, and she never made eye contact with it once. She never even looked in that direction. I only had about a week's worth of footage before the oldest footage is overwritten, and I checked everything I had and she was only on camera that day. All I can think is she'd been here more than a week prior. While she's staring right into it, she flips me the finger and then makes a throat-cutting gesture before walking off. I head to the window to watch her leave, and she's walking like she doesn't have a care in the world. She doesn't look back, just wanders away. Police finally show up, take a statement. I give them a copy of the surveillance footage, and that's that. I called a couple of times to follow up, but nothing. Nobody ever called me about it. I won't lie, that had me up for a few weeks. I moved a knife block closer to the door. I started staying up really late and not getting much sleep, which really didn't help. On some nights I was so tired that I started experiencing auditory hallucinations. I'd hear people who weren't there talking, and because this woman was the cause of all my stress, I heard her voice and the name Margaret most of all. Every time I heard the gate open, it put me on edge. I review the surveillance footage every day. Eventually, as the weeks passed and I hadn't heard anything else, I started to regain some of my comfort and just put it down to a weird experience. It didn't last. About 4, maybe 5 weeks after the first encounter, she came back. It was just after midnight. I was in the living room mucking about on my phone with the TV on low volume for some background noise. I heard a car door slam and peeked out the front window. A dark colored car was parked at the end of my driveway. I couldn't see what make or model it was, but it looked like some sort of estate car. I didn't see anyone moving about, but a minute or two later, the front gate swung open with its metallic groaning and there was a knock on the door. Even when I'm not involved in a blood feud over imaginary Margarets, I'm not going to answer the door at that time. I checked the surveillance camera. Its night vision mode is pretty bad, but I'm positive it's that woman again. I can even see what I think is the dog lead. And of course, she knows I'm watching her because she looks at the camera again, and I tell you, when someone is already giving you the chills, the way night vision makes people's eyes look like soulless black voids doesn't do much to make you feel better. Suddenly, she yells out, "Shut that racket off and come out here." Now, I had the TV on, but as I mentioned, it was on a very low volume. There's no way she could hear it from outside the front door. I couldn't even hear it if I walked into the hallway. I'm convinced at this point she's mentally unwell, so I call the police again. I want them to stay on the line, but they just tell me that someone will be over soon and to call them back immediately if things escalate. So I'm waiting, watching, and just hoping she doesn't start trying to smash a window or something. She kicks over my wheelie bins again and yells something else out, which I couldn't quite make out, but whatever it was enough for one of the neighbors to come and investigate themselves. I watched the neighbor talkie with her for a minute. She's remonstrating about something, wagging her finger towards my front door, but my neighbor is eventually able to get her to leave. He even sticks around for a bit to make sure she's gone. Sadly, that also means she'd gone before the police turned up again and made me feel like I was a bother to them. Another statement, handing over more security footage, or nothing. I caught up with the neighbor the next day, and he apologized because it didn't occur to him to make a note of the registration plate. But he told me that she'd said much the same thing as she'd said to me previously, that she wanted to know where Margaret was and what I'd done with her. I'm grasping for answers at this point, even if she's mentally unwell. The fact she's sticking to this Margaret story and has the right address makes me think there's something more to this than somebody having a breakdown. Then it clicks. Is Margaret her dog? Does she think that I've stolen her dog? Did she have a dog go through the hole in the back? Does she think I've hurt her dog? Is that what this is about? It'd be another few weeks before she came back. This time at 3 in the night, I'm awoken by knocking on the door. A few minutes later, I hear tapping on the bedroom window. I know it's her. I can hear her saying things, but I can't really make them out because they're too muffled through the windows. It's like she didn't want to get the neighbor out again, so she's trying to keep it quiet. I jump out of bed and put some clothes on as quickly as I can. I try and follow her as best I can as she moves around the outside of the house from room to room, knocking, tapping, and muttering. I think I hear a few coherent words like noise, racket, and I'm pretty sure she called me a slur, but maybe I was imagining that. I can't check the surveillance footage this time because she spray painted the lens, not that it'd matter much this time. She's not lingering by the front door. I think about calling the police again, but it's proven a waste of time so far, and I get the feeling if I call them out a third time and she's gone, then they're just going to start accusing me of wasting their time even if I do have the evidence. They've not exactly been that helpful so far. In the end, I wait by the front door and listen for her. Eventually, she knocks again and I call out, "Is Margaret your dog?" Dead silence. Nothing. I can't see anything through the frosted glass because it's too dark. I have no idea where she is and I don't want to turn the outside lights on. I don't even know why. She knows I'm in the house because I've called out to her, but I still don't want to draw any more attention to myself. I end up standing there for who knows how long, at least an hour, probably more because the sun starts coming up. My heart is going a mile a minute pretty much the whole time. Once it's bright enough, I start checking through windows to see if I can see her. Nope, nothing. I tentatively open the front door and look outside. Still can't see her. I grab something to arm myself with just in case, can't remember what now, and check all around my house and the back garden. She's not there. As I'm heading back to the front door, I spot the oddest thing. The gate's closed. That gate is physically attached to the side of my house, and when it opens and closes, it makes a fair bit of noise. You definitely hear it if someone opened or closed it when you were standing next to the front door, but it's closed. So, what does that mean? Did she jump it somehow? It's possible, I guess, but I wouldn't want to try it. Anyway, I open the gate and head out to the end of the driveway. I look around and there's no sign of anyone. I turn back to the house and see she spray painted liar on the front of my house and left the dog lead on the floor beneath it. That was, thankfully, the last time I ever heard from or saw this woman, but I think she still comes by sometimes. Ever since all this happened, I get these creeped out feelings occasionally at night and check out the window. I don't know whether I'm imagining it or what, but now and again, I swear I see a dark colored estate car out on the street. Not parked at the end of my driveway these days, but I just can't shake the feeling she's in there, watching my house. Perhaps she was looking for her dog and she keeps thinking that she'll see me with it. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I was backpacking in the Balkans, and as I wanted my trip to last long, but I didn't have that much money, I had to sacrifice comfort a lot of times. This was the reason I booked the midnight train in Greece from Thessaloniki to Athens. During my stay in Thessaloniki, I mainly stayed in the center and the Bay Area, which looked nice, just like any other big European city. However, the train station was in a different area. I had to check out from my hotel in the morning, so I spent the whole day out in the city. In the afternoon in the sketchy area where the train station was because I wanted to stay close to it so I could get there in a reasonable reasonable time in the afternoon and spend the night there so I couldn't have to walk around in that area at 11 at night. That part of the city looked a lot less appealing. It was full of garbage, graffiti, homeless people, and sketchy, creepy people. The train station wasn't that much better. It had a semi-closed-in coffee shop in it. I stayed there as long as I could, but it closed at 8 in the night. While I was sitting in that coffee shop and looking down at my phone, I snapped my head around when I heard a loud noise. The guy dressed as a soldier rushed in the coffee shop and he was looking around like if he was searching for someone or something. The coffee shop was really small. It was just maybe like 5 or 6 tables and there was only one guest besides me. He saw me for sure, but didn't do anything. He went to the counter to order. He was speaking very loudly even though it was relatively quiet there. I found it weird but didn't think much of it, especially because he was speaking in Greek which I didn't understand. The coffee shop closed at 8 in the night, so I packed up my bags and went outside. There were a lot of weird people loitering there. They didn't look like they were waiting for a train. I say this because I wanted to take a look on the tracks in advance so I'll know how to get to my train in time, and when I was doing that, a train came to the station and almost all of the people from the waiting room ran to the train, but they weren't getting on it nor greeting someone who got off. They were just walking up and down the track until the train set off. Also, they were all middle-aged men. There weren't any women or children among them. I went back to the waiting area and sat down on a bench. I was a bit nervous, so I plugged in my earphones and I was browsing something on my phone. However, I wanted to still be able to hear the things around me, so I wasn't listening to music or anything, which I'm glad I didn't because not too long after I sat down, I heard someone saying next to me, "Nice tattoo. Is it from Up?" I knew they said it to me because I have a tattoo from the movie Up on my forearm, so I pulled out my earphones and looked next to me. There was the soldier from before sitting next to me. It was weird. He started talking to me in English automatically, but I have a little Hungarian flag on my backpack which indicates that I'm not Greek. I replied to his question and we started talking. The conversation at first was pretty normal. We were talking about tattoos and movies, then traveling. When I mentioned I wanted to visit Macedonia in this trip, he got a little political and heated. He started talking about Greek politics and the relationship between Greece and Macedonia very angrily. Through the whole conversation, he was acting a bit weird. I can't explain why, but it looked like something was off about him. At first, I was relieved that I was next to a soldier in this sketchy place, but after a while, I started to question if he really was a soldier or just pretending to be one, because he was creepy, and he was constantly checking his bag, but just from the outside, he looked like there was a long object in it which could have been a gun. But if he really is a military person, then it could be normal. I don't know the Greek laws if they are allowed to carry their weapons off duty or not. He asked me if I was traveling alone and for how long I planned to stay in Athens. I answered with honesty. I told him I was alone and that I didn't plan to stay for long in Athens as I was planning on catching a ferry from there. He then asked me if I'd like to stay in his place for free, but I declined. He asked this a few more times, but I said no every time. And then the speakers turned on and they announced that the train to Athens will be here soon. So we both got up and started to head to the tracks. He said he needs to get his luggage from the luggage storage, so we stopped there. It was right next to the steps to the train tracks. He took out a big, old, heavy suitcase from there. It looked like even he was suffering from its weight. Then he really loudly slammed the storage's metal door. I don't know why he did this. It was unnecessarily loud. Everyone was looking at us. It really was loud. The whole station could have heard it. We then started walking up the stairs, but he stopped and said he needed to use the restroom and asked me to wait for him there with his suitcase. He didn't even wait for my answer. He ran back to the waiting room. It was really odd. Why would he trust a stranger with his luggage and leave it with me? I stood there for a few minutes and was waiting for him, but I started contemplating if I should just leave his suitcase there because I was afraid that I'd miss my train. I even thought about that. What if there was a bomb inside the suitcase? Otherwise, why else would he leave his belongings with a random girl he just met? The fact that he was acting really strange didn't help with it either. I waited a few minutes, then he showed up. He asked me once again if I wanted to stay in his place in Athens, but I said no again. We got up to the tracks and our train just came in. He insisted on sitting next to each other, but I didn't want to sit next to him, so I said I have a seat reservation and that I'm really tired. I'd probably sleep through the night anyways. He said he'll ask the person working on the train if I can switch seats with a reservation. He left his luggage next to me once again and went to the nearest employee. This time I didn't stay there. I got up the train and looked for my seat. Fortunately, there were a lot of people, so I blended in easily. I took my seat, and a few minutes later a normal looking man sat next to me. Thankfully, the soldier didn't come looking for me, and I've never seen him again, not even in the Athens train station. I know this story is not too extreme, but it still bugs me to this day to what were his intentions. Was he really a soldier and a nice guy, just a bit weird, with some kind of mental illness? Or a crazy psychopath pretending to be a soldier to look more trustworthy? This story takes place a few years ago while I was still with my ex-girlfriend. I, a 22-year-old male, was 17 to 18 at this moment. I was living with my parents and we lived in a little town of 300 people. It's literally the camping with 3 farms in this town, which includes lots of fields. We had the habits of walking in those fields thanks to a little path which is really old. There's a place for only one car, a truck, and a tractor. It was the afternoon, around 5 to 6. We decided to eat some stuff in a field near the road, so we can see the road and people on the road can see us. The field, which belongs to my neighbor, who are okay with the fact that we're here, is separated from the road thanks to barbed wire. We smoke weed, we drink, we eat, and we listen to music. Everything is alright. However, at one point, a car parked on the middle of the road and a guy went out of his car and is doing stuff in the bushes. At this point, I'm thinking, okay, the dude is just picking stuff up like nuts or whatever because it's the end of the summer. But I keep an eye on him. I talk with my girlfriend just like I did all afternoon until then, and I look back at him. The guy is standing still behind his car and he's looking right at us. Motionless, I don't say anything and looked back at my girlfriend. I give another look about a minute later. The guy moved. He's now at the other side of his car, and same thing. No bullshit, just looking at us. The same process is about to be repeated 2 or more times, with him at different locations around his car. I have chills and thinking this situation isn't normal at all. The guy suddenly went back into his car and moved away. At this moment, I told to my girlfriend, pack up your things, we're moving. She thinks I'm overreacting, thinking I'm paranoid because of the weed we smoked, but she listens to me. We're back on the road, going the other way the guy went. The road is a circle, every way leads back to my house. And guess who has turned around and is coming right behind us with his car? This guy, still looking at us while driving. He keeps his road and turns around to keep staring at us. This process repeats 2 times. At this moment, my girlfriend told me I was right, so we took his plate and tried to call my parents. No one is answering. The last time the guy passed at our level, I can clearly see something on his passenger seat, but I don't know what. But my neighbor came right behind him with his truck. I stopped my neighbor and told her what we just witnessed. She gets us in the truck. We went back to my parents' home. My dad is a cop, so I told him the plate. He looked at it. The car belonged to a grandma and was stolen. A few weeks later, everything is normal. I go take my bus in the next town, which is about a 7-minute ride on my bike. It was still dark because it's pretty early in the morning. When I left my parents' home on my bike, I noticed light behind me. It was his car. I don't know how he knew I was there. Maybe it's pure bad luck for me, but I'm 100% sure it was his car. He followed me until I took a path which a car can't use, only bikes and pedestrians can take. I turned off my light and rode until I went to my bus in the complete dark in order to not be seen by this guy. I kept using this way for the next 2 years, and I've never met him again. I used to work at a pizza shop down the street from 2 in the evening until they closed. I usually didn't get off until 11 at night or so. I had a car, but was close enough to walk, so I did that most days to save gas. This particular night, I was doing my usual thing, jamming to one of my playlists, tired, but happy to have a good job and just generally happy with the way my life was going. Up ahead, about a block from my place, I see an attractive guy in dark clothing walking, but not with a purpose really. He was taller than me, maybe 6 feet tall or so, and had shaggy brown hair. The closer I got to him, the more I could tell he was really good looking. Like, even in the dark of night I was starting to get excited. His features kind of escape me now, but I do remember his hair and his thick eyebrows. I took an earbud out and, because I'm from a dangerous city and never really cared about stranger danger, I decided to talk to him, maybe even flirt a little bit. How is your late night going? It's good, just looking to get drunk. Oh, that I can help with. I've got a mini bar at my place. I lived just down the street. That was, not verbatim, how the conversation went. During the walk back to my place, I got no red flags from this guy. He seemed totally normal, and I was honestly thinking, wow, just through sheer luck I meet this super hunky guy and he seems cool and fun. I was beside myself really. So we get to my apartment on the 2nd floor. I jump into host mode and offer him to have a seat and make himself comfortable. The apartment is about 640 square feet, so it's very small. Except for the bathroom, you can see the rest of the apartment from any area. I head into the kitchen, and while I'm pouring drinks, I glance back over at him. It was then that I noticed the first red flag. As I was asking him questions, he is more delayed with his answers, especially more so than he just was on our walk there. It was just odd to me. I go back over to the couch, pass him his drink, and sit down next to him. So, what do you do for work? I asked. Oh, I'm not here for prostitution. He put his drink down on the table. What do you mean? I'm not after that either. He stands up. What you got? He asks me. His nice guy vernacular muscular and friendly face are now gone. I'm having a hard time processing what he means by this. I said, "What you got?" The second I stand up, he pushes me back. I fly across the room, hitting the floor, but not hard enough to pass out or anything. I get right back up, but he's already grabbed my laptop and my work bag. As I start towards him, he cuts around me and makes his way towards the front door. I'm right behind him when he makes it outside. I manage to grab hold of him and we tussle again in front of the door. Now I shout out, calling on help from the neighbors. It's late at night so no one comes. I'm shouting, "Please help. I'm being robbed." The thing is, he has my laptop. It's not just any laptop. I hate to admit it, but my entire life was on that laptop at the time. Important photos that I did not have backed up, thousands of dollars of music programs, video game programming stuff for a development team I helped, really expensive software, stuff like that. It was, in my mind, irreplaceable. I give chase down the stairs, across the dog walk park, and as I start to gain on him, we tussle again and the only thing I can focus on is my laptop. I knew that I had to, at any cost, get my laptop back. That was absolutely all I cared about. Somehow I get a grip on my laptop. I tug at it again and I guess he decides I'm not worth all of this struggle. He gets up and starts to take off again. I now realize he still has my work bag. It has my cell phone and wallet in it. I take off towards him again and this time, he shouts back at me, "Follow me and I'll stab you again." This makes me stop in my tracks and he gets away. Underneath a street lamp, along the sidewalk, I immediately inspect myself. Was I stabbed? No way. There's no way. Then I see blood running down my leg. I see blood on my arm. 2 places where he cut me good. I'm scared, but the blood makes it look worse than it is. I decide that's enough. I got my laptop and that's all I really wanted anyway. I hobble back home and get inside and lock my door. I called the cops using my neighbor friend's phone the next day and filed a police report explaining the situation, showing the stab wounds and declining medical services. So all that guy got was a crappy cell phone and a wallet with like $40 in it. The cop called my friend back several days later and said that they were not able to find the guy and that he would keep me posted. This was years ago, so I don't know where the robber is now, but I have every electronic thing of importance backed up on multiple drives to this day. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. When I was younger and just got into online college, I got my first apartment. I had 3 jobs and one was third shift, but I was more than ready for independence. While I had a great time there, I did have one problem: my new downstairs neighbor. So the other tenants are a bit older than I am, with one of them being an old man who lived there for 20 years. The other was an older woman with a small kid, probably been here for 3 or 4 years, and an empty apartment downstairs. I keep to myself, so I never really spoke to any of them before until I noticed that there was a new move-in. A man that seemed close to my age, maybe a little older, black greasy hair, and a little overweight, but in my experience living here, people seem nice and I was happy to possibly have someone to say hello to. That possibility turned sour really quick when a casual hello turned into that trash stinks remarks from him when I was taking out the trash and snide remarks under his breath when I've done nothing, even remarking on my sister's lack of a bra when she came to visit me. Naturally, I was grossed out and annoyed that he had to comment on anyone, especially my sister, and told the landlord. Nothing came of it, of course. One day I was asleep and someone came banging on my door. I had no idea who it was and my anxiety was beyond strong. I'm alone and never expect a knock that wasn't planned. It was the neighbor saying that I was being too loud and I need to stop harassing him. I explained through a closed door that I was asleep and that I was not making noise. He left and stomped down the stairs while muttering and calling me a rat for some reason. My heart felt like it was beating out of my chest. I went back to bed, only to hear him coming back up the stairs and bang on my door. When I addressed him again, he said that I was harassing him and that he's calling the cops because I'm still making noise. I told him to ask the other neighbor because there's no way that I could possibly be making noise when he is on the other side of the building. He thanks me politely before stomping off and continuing to call me a rat yet again. I tell the landlord right away that one of his tenants is acting hostile and I don't feel comfortable nor safe, and he tells me he will look into it. I hear nothing for a week. It turned out it was the old neighbor hitting the floor with a stick like one of those classic cartoons because the rude neighbor was playing music too loud. I swear he should have known that, as I'm on the other side. It was like he wanted an excuse to come speak to me. The following months it got worse. One day I walked out in a snowsuit so that I can play in the snow. He had to remark on my clothing being unnecessary, even when there's 3 feet of snow out. I forgot what I said in response, something like it's not his business, but he basically just said screw you. I just walked off to go play in the snow. It gave me little enjoyment because of the earlier interaction, so I went back home to get ready for work. The snowstorm got worse and I had just came back from my night shift. I see him alone in the parking lot with the car on and the windows up. I was on high alert as I carefully walked around and up the alley to my apartment. The second I closed the door to go upstairs, I hear loud, wall-shaking music. It's him. He's blasting his car music at max volume in a snowstorm at 3 in the morning. I was surprised and confused because what was his reasoning? He did it until 8 in the morning, and I found out later it was despite the old neighbor for telling him his music is too loud. Soon it all started getting serious, cursing in the hallway and playing music louder, with the police knocking at our doors asking us about a noise disturbance, and now a mutual hatred amongst the neighbors at the jerk who kept us all up. But that's not the worst part. I just got back from my night shift and it's 3 in the morning yet again. I'm dragging my tired feet over to the mailboxes that are right inside the townhouse door. As I'm looking through the advertisements and letters, his door opens at the top of the stairs. My stomach tightens, hoping I don't have to interact with him, but drops when he starts speaking unintelligibly. At the top of the stairs, he's gurgling and mumbling something. What? I said, but he repeats the same weird sounds again, only more aggressive. I felt something was more than off and got right around and out the door, heading back to my car. I thought I'd rather sleep in my car than possibly be attacked in the hallway, and as I'm having the thought, I hear the window above slam open. I freeze and then spin back around the edge of the corner. It's him, and he's looking for me out the window. I stand there for a moment listening to him, and he's speaking gibberish and yelling. I thought to myself that it was my chance to sneak upstairs, past his door, and into my apartment. I sped up the stairs and past his door to the second flight of stairs. Right as I reach the top of second flight of stairs, his door swings open with a big slam that makes me jump, and I hear him muttering and gibberishly speaking loudly while walking up the stairs. My heart is beating out of my ribcage as I am simultaneously walking and fishing my keys out of my bag. I kept fumbling the keys looking for the correct one in the dark hallway as I hear him walking up the last couple steps. I mentally told myself not to panic as I spot the correct key and slide it into the keyhole on the first go. I swing the door open and practically launch myself inside before slamming it shut behind me. I pause and hold my breath as I hear him just 5 feet from my door, muttering gibberish and calling me a rat before walking back downstairs and out the building. I watched him through a crack in my window blind, pacing back and forth, muttering, cursing, and at one point screaming before walking off into the night. With a little bit of relief, I head to bed hoping he doesn't come back. The next day, I get a text from the landlord. He says that guy was arrested and won't be coming back. Seems he was off his medication again and attaches a link in the text. Of course, I raised an eyebrow to that comment thinking, now you tell me. The following link showed a mugshot and a description of his nightly activity to include stealing from a Turkey Hill, threatening cops that he'll shoot them, punching one of them, and previous to all this it said, earlier in the night when he dropped his pants and rubbed himself against a window then ran around the town square while yelling. Never did see him again, just his family coming in and moving his stuff. So about 12 years ago, I was 9 years old, and I was home alone with my 12-year-old brother. We were supposed to go to my aunt's house to have lunch and wait for my mother there. We got up at 10:30 in the morning. I took a shower, then my brother. After that, we were both in the bathroom brushing our teeth and finishing up when we heard someone knocking on our door. Since every time someone knocked at our door they turned out to be salesmen, we kind of waited for them to go away. After a couple of minutes, I went to see if they were still outside through the window, and no one was there. We continued getting ready when we saw a shadow go by through the bathroom window, which was kind of like a small square made with that kind of glass that makes everything behind it really blurry. We waited and saw in case it was just a bird flying by when a hand hit it, clear as day. We got scared. We didn't know what to do. My brother had his cell phone, so he immediately called the police. While it was raining, we heard a loud bang at the door. Someone was brute forcing it. I don't know if they were kicking it or ramming it, but it was one of the most frightening things I've ever heard. My brother told me to lock the bathroom door, so I did. It took 5 bangs so the perpetrator could finally bash open the door. Then the police answered. I remember the exact thing my brother said. He was whispering. His voice could barely be heard. Hello, there is someone in our house. I think they are stealing. Then a pause. We are at our address. Another pause. I'm with my little brother locked in our bathroom. Please hurry. While all that, I was sitting against the wall, hugging my niece. It was one of the most nerve-wracking experiences ever. I could hear the man going through all of our stuff, emptying stands, going up and down the stairs, opening cabinets. He even broke a few cups and plates. Then I heard the sound my cell phone does when it turns off, and I remembered leaving it on the kitchen table. I felt so stupid for leaving it there. Things continued for a couple of minutes when we heard him trying to open the door to the bathroom. My brother got a hold of a big metal rod we had lying around there. He started kicking the door. Who was there? The man screamed. We said nothing. Another kick, then another. I felt I was about to have an anxiety attack. My chest started to ache. I had chills and was really hot. I tried to remain calm, but it was just too much. After that he stopped. We heard the door opening moaning, and then silence. We waited for almost 10 minutes before going out of the bathroom. The living room was a total mess, lots of papers and books on the floor. Thought cabinets were open, cups and plates on the floor. In our mother's bedroom, the nightstand and the closet were open and everything inside them was all over the place. Upstairs, in our room, it was the same thing. In about 5 minutes, the man was able to go through everything we had and left a total mess. After that, my brother called my mom and she ordered us to go to my aunt's as soon as possible, so we did. When we got there, I was a little more relaxed. My aunt was waiting us with ice cream, probably because my mom told her everything and she wanted to calm us down a bit. We went back home at about 7. My mom told her boss she had a home emergency, so she left early. She cleaned up the house and left everything the way it was before so we could be relaxed. I really appreciate her effort and my aunts to calm us down and do everything so we didn't have to think about it. According to my mom, the police got home after she arrived. She explained everything, but because of lack of evidence, nothing could be done. The man was never caught and honestly I don't think they even tried to search for him. The next days my mom was home with us. Now I tell the story as a funny anecdote. Luckily no one was hurt and he only took useless stuff. But at the time, I was really scared. To a 9-year-old, an experience like that can have serious repercussions. I'm lucky it never came to that, and I got over that after a couple of weeks. There's an abandoned house between my town and the town next to me on one of the country roads that connects us. I've been to it before and even went inside twice with my sister and my best friend. It's an old house that dates back centuries, according to the bank records that I was able to find, and you can just tell by the design. The house is 2 stories with a basement, has lots of furniture and objects strewn about inside, and is far from empty. You can tell that it hasn't been lived in for decades, and whoever had previously owned it, it almost seemed like they just disappeared one day, leaving everything behind. The way I was able to get in before was through the cellar door in the basement, which is broken open and propped up with some big sticks. My first visits were around 2 years ago, and I hadn't gone back at all into that time. Another friend had expressed interest in seeing the house when I told him about my experience, and so last summer I told him that I'd take him to it. I never thought it was a dangerous trip and told him that it's just an interesting place to explore. They parked across the street from the house in the parking lot of one of the industrial buildings nearby. The road was a rural road, but it was far from unused, and we didn't want to be questioned by anyone. My friend, being braver than me despite my previous visits, led the way across the street and to the front of the house. He asked me a couple questions about it and what stuff I found in there. I told him that the kitchen still had expired food in it and that the upstairs had a board game set that I ended up bringing home with me. As we walked from the front of the house to the side leading to the back with the cellar, I made note that there was a lot more brush than when I had went last time. I had gone in the spring when I had gone with my sister and best friend, and I never experienced the thick brush that I was now carefully moving through. I made a comment to my friend that there was a lot more foliage than when I had gone before, as we both tried to figure out a path to the cellar. Eventually, we pushed through some branches and found the cellar, broken and propped open just as I had last seen it. We talked for a second about being nervous, and I really took in the view of the cellar that led into this dark, abandoned house. I remember being really intimidated while looking at the opening, and I made note that some of the sticks propping open the cellar didn't look familiar to me. I didn't state it out loud, however, as I thought it was just my anxiety. My friend and I discussed who should go first, and he said since I'm the expert, I should head in first. I was hesitant, but eventually, after a good 5 minutes of breathing and calming myself down, I started down the few steps of the cellar. It was an awkward entrance, as half the cellar was collapsed and left little room for maneuvering. You had to duck under the part of the cellar door that was still put together, then inch your feet down the steps, and finally turn your body sideways to fit through the small gap into the basement. I took a long time after ducking under the door, since my nerves came back for a second. I made it in fine, and my friend followed very quickly, which I appreciated. We both stood in the corner of the basement now, taking it in. I turned my phone's flashlight on, and he did too. There was a spider web in the path to the stairs up to the first floor. I looked around and found some sort of tool to knock the spider web down, and I took the tool and swiped it through the web. After that, I tossed the tool onto the concrete floor. My friend and I talked quietly, I don't remember what about, but afterwards, we fell silent for a second. Above us, I clearly heard footsteps on the boards above our heads. It almost seemed like they were heading to the stairs that led down to the basement. I remember this part the best, as I looked at my friend, and he didn't seem to react to the footsteps I was hearing. I looked at him, suddenly very worried, and before I could even say anything, he said we need to go. He turned around and practically jumped up the stairs. I remember thinking he got out insanely fast. I could see him turn and reach his hand back to help me up. I was a bit slower, but I also quickly stepped up the stairs and he pulled me through the opening. I landed on my hands and knees after I escaped the cellar, and I immediately stood up facing the weeds. I turned around to my friend, who was crouched, staring down the cellar. I said to him that we should get out of here, and he turned away and told me to go first through the weeds. I pretty much just ran through the brush, definitely getting cut up by something, but we made it through them and back in front of the house very quickly. My friend kept urging me to go in front of him, and he watched behind us before switching to flashing his light in the windows on the first floor of the front of the house. I asked him what he was doing and if he was okay. He didn't really answer me at first, so I asked him if he heard the footsteps before we bolted out of the basement. He turned to me and said that he heard them, and that's why he was watching the cellar to see if anyone was following us out. He continued, saying that after he pulled me up, he turned to guide me away before he let go of my hand, and when he turned back, he saw the bare feet of someone standing at the bottom of the cellar. Because of the cellar's dilapidated structure, he could only see their feet and a part of their legs. At that point, that's when he told me to go through the weeds first. He never saw them come up the cellar stairs or move away from them before he followed me. I didn't believe him at first and thought he was just trying to scare me, but I could tell by the serious tone of his voice and the silent look he gave me after telling me that he wasn't trying to make me laugh or lighten the mood. I still asked if he was lying, and he aggressively said that he wasn't. He told me that I heard the footsteps already, so I knew something had to be in that house. We stood for a second, not really saying anything, before we both then agreed to go back across the street towards our cars. We stood by our cars for a while, watching the house to see if anything or anyone would come out, but nothing appeared. After talking for a bit about how crazy that was, and him reassuring me that he was telling the truth, it started to rain and we decided to call it a night. I fully believe him, and he's always stood by what he saw. I haven't gone back to that house since, and I like to tell myself that whoever was in that house was just a homeless person finding shelter. I still get shivers to this day, however, thinking about how close that person was to me as I scrambled up the cellar. Now this is something I really want to talk about to be sure that everyone is cautious and stays level-headed at all times. Now for context, I lived in the middle of nowhere in Canada. It was an old town that had quite a few abandoned buildings due to absence of residents. Lee and many friends were tired of the lack of entertainment options for us, so what we did was explore these abandoned buildings. Prior to the experience I am about to talk about, we never had anything too crazy happen to us. Occasionally we'd see a small bit of blood like liquid, and we did see a pentagram on the ground from someone who went to a house previously, but nothing too bad, until the last time I had gone exploring abandoned buildings. Now when I was younger I used to go to a daycare that was part mental hospital. Weird combination, I know. It closed down due to a lack of patients and lack of children at the daycare. I decided to go back there with my friends a few years ago. For context, I was 15 when this happened. Most of my friends were the same age. When we did get there, it was rather cliche. There was fog, it was rather dark, and there was a light drizzle of rain. We went to the main gate, which was padlocked shut. We decided to help each other hop over it and made a ton of noise. We were laughing and giggling the whole time, unsuspecting of what was to come. We looked around the small play place with flashlights we had on our person. Even with our somewhat powerful flashlights, our visibility was rather limited. We decided to enter the decaying building. Glass and dirt crunched under our feet as we stepped into the daycare section of the complex. There were still old toys, with chips from previous furniture, old torn dolls, and toys strewn about. The further we walked around the daycare section, we naturally became more and more silent, until all we could hear was the crunch of the dirt under our feet. I found some crayons in a plastic container in the corner of the room. I walked over to pick them up, when all of a sudden we heard a loud crash coming from behind a metal door leading to the psychiatric ward part of the building. My friends and I all looked at each other. As a whole, we were a group of 5, most of them were very bold. We all looked at each other when my friend Brian suggested we go and look to see where the sound came from. Personally, I was not too fond of the idea, but with my group of friends there was no way anyone was going to decline such a thing. We all stacked up on the door and opened it. It was rusted to the floor and we heaved to get it open. As we walked in, the metallic smells and musk became stronger, with a hint of something else which I couldn't put my finger on at that moment. We walked in, our flashlights pointed in every direction with Brian leading the group. The hallways were tight, and to the left and right were the occasional metal doorway, some with doors open. I felt slightly claustrophobic and it felt a little hard to breathe. As we continued, Brian shone his flashlight into a room and recoiled. We all stopped walking as Brian slowly entered the room. "What is it?" I asked him, but I thought I saw someone here. It seems all fine now. To be honest, I thought he was just messing with us to increase our anxiety, but looking back I think he was completely honest. He backed out of the room and we continued walking deeper into the psychiatric ward, when another friend swiftly told us to stop. We came to a halt and all listened. In the distance ahead of us we heard the subtle pitter-patter of footsteps echo through the hallway. We all looked at each other, fear in each of our eyes. Brian continued walking toward the sounds. We considered turning back for a second without Brian, man, wondering if some ghost or something was in the building, but we couldn't do that to them. The closer we got, the more I felt like I was being watched. When finally we entered a room on the right which had the smell of rotting meat. In front of us was a dead deer. Its insides were spilled all over the floor, staining the concrete. A friend of mine had a very weak stomach and vomited all over the floor. That's when we heard whispering from somewhere. Brian shone his flashlight to the corner of the room where a man with short hair was standing with his head down. He wore a bright green shirt stained with what I assumed was blood and torn tan pants. He did not have any socks and his feet seemed damaged. He was twitching and continued to mumble even after we saw him. We stared at him for a solid 30 seconds before he made his first true movement. He looked up at us with a haunting grin that sent shivers down our spine. "You guys here for the feast?" He said each word with varying inflection and energy. This kicked us over the edge and we bolted out of that room all the way back to the daycare center. The door was still open and we decided to try and slam it shut, but the rust and pure weight of the door almost kept it open. It took 3 of us pulling with all of our strength to close it, and just before we did I could still see the silhouette of the man watching us, his white teeth being the only other human feature I could see. As we sat behind the metal door catching our breath for a second, all looking at each for confirmation that we all saw the same thing. After a little bit of labored breathing from each of us, we heard a light tapping on the door. That's when we decided that it was time to leave. We booked it out of the vicinity completely and ran home. A year after we visited that spot, police went back to do a routine search of the area and found the man. It was stated that this guy used to go to the psychiatric ward before it closed down. He escaped the facility he was transferred to and lived off of the wildlife around the complex. When the cops brought him in, he had a series of diseases and sickness from eating raw meat. His mental condition was much worse than before. There were future rumors that he did kill someone in the forest while searching for food, but nothing has been confirmed. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. When I was 10, my parents and I went to visit my grandmother for spring break. My cousin also came to visit and we decided we wanted to go to the gym for the day. My grandmother dropped us off and said she would come and pick us up in 4 hours. On that day the gym was empty. There were a couple of adults in the exercise room, but that's it. We went to the basketball court and after 2 hours of playing tag and shooting baskets, we were bored. I've never been the biggest fan of swimming, but this gym had a pretty cool pool, so we changed into our bathing suits and headed in there. The pool was empty except for the lifeguard. We played a bunch of games and swam laps, but after about an hour, there wasn't much left to do and there was no one except us to hang out with to keep things interesting. So we decided to play a game of seeing how long we could hold our breath underwater. We stood in the shallow end near the clock on the wall so we could time ourselves. Instead of fully submerging, we just stuck our heads face down in the water. We did this a couple of times and I was winning. On our last round, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I figured it was my cousin giving up and telling me that I won, but instead, it was the lifeguard who told me to knock it off or she was going to have to ask us to leave the pool. Since we were tired of being in the pool, we figured we would get out, get dressed, and go back to the basketball court until my grandmother picked us up. We only had an hour left anyways and the water was freezing. As we got out, the lifeguard stopped us and asked if we wanted to go into the sauna to warm up and dry off. The sign said 18 years or older, so of course, we were super excited that she allowed us to do that. She walked us to the sauna and unlocked the door. The door was glass and the interior was made entirely out of wood. Inside, above the door, there was a clock, probably to help make sure you were not in there for an unsafe amount of time. The lifeguard stand was adjacent to the sauna, but if you looked out the door you could clearly see it. She followed us in and went over to the thermometer encased in plastic and unlocked it so she could crank up the heat. I figured that she must have to turn it on each time, so I didn't think anything of it. Both my cousin and I were very short girls and so we couldn't see the temperature that was printed on the thermometer knob, but I know she was turning up the heat. Then she left and shut the door behind her. I felt I saw her lock the door too, but I thought to myself, why would she lock the door when we might want to get out? I checked the clock and decided we should get out in 10 or 15 minutes. It was already plenty warm in the sauna, but now the room was blazing. It felt nice because I was so cold from the pool. After about 15 minutes, it was starting to get a little bit too hot and my cousin agreed that we should leave so we can get dressed. I went to turn the knob on the door, but it wasn't budging. I thought maybe it was jammed, so I shook it, but it still wasn't opening, and then I let my cousin try. She couldn't get it open either. We figured the lifeguard would be back in a couple of minutes, so we sat back down and waited. The room was getting hotter now too, and I really wanted to leave. I got up and started banging on the door and shaking, twisting the knob trying to get the lifeguard's attention. My cousin got up and joined me. We started screaming at the top of our lungs for her to let us out, but she just stared straight ahead. I don't think there's any way that she couldn't have noticed or heard 2 little girls banging and kicking the door and screaming. Now we had been in there for about 25 minutes. It was so hot in the sauna that it hurt to breathe. It felt like my lungs were on fire. My eyes and skin were burning. We sat back down and put our towels over our heads because they were still a little damp and it made it easier to breathe. I was so worried about my cousin as she is a couple of years younger than me. I looked at the clock and saw that we had been there for 35 minutes. I got up and walked to the door again and saw the lifeguard still just staring straight ahead. Again, I tried to get her attention by screaming that we needed out and banging on the door as hard as I could, but still nothing. I was starting to get pretty dizzy, so I went to go sit back down, but the wooden seats at the sauna burned my skin. My towel was completely dry, so I put it underneath me to sit on. My hair was also dry, but I wrapped it across my face to cover my nose, and I squinted my eyes so that they didn't burn as bad, but I could still watch if anyone walked past the door. It helped a little bit. My cousin was laying face down with the towel over her head, not moving or saying anything, so I nudged her to make sure that she was still okay. She was, but I could tell that we really needed to get out of there soon because she seemed a bit disoriented. It had been 45 minutes now and I was extremely nauseous. There was no way that the lifeguard would forget that we were in there, and I thought she would have to come back soon, but there was this little voice in my head telling me that maybe she purposely locked us in there. Finally, a man walked past the door towards the pool, but for some reason, I just couldn't get up. My whole body was on fire and I felt so dizzy. Luckily, this man wasn't going to the pool. He wanted to be let into the sauna and came back with a lifeguard. I saw them walking this way and immediately jumped up to grab my cousin. I knew now that for sure she had locked us in there because she pulled out her keys to unlock the door and let the man in. I didn't want to take any chances of us being trapped in there any longer, so as the man was trying to walk in, I was trying to shove our way out. As we were going out, the lifeguard started trying to shut the door and push us back with it. The man was clearly confused about what was going on and said, "I think they want out." The lifeguard let out a sigh and opened the door fully, and we ran away as fast as we could into the changing room. We only had about 10 minutes before a grandmother was supposed to pick us up. We were both so shaken by what just happened that we didn't say anything to each other as we got dressed or on the car ride home. When we got back to the house, my parents were making us dinner and I told them the story of what just happened. They thought that I must have been exaggerating and they didn't believe me. I truly think that that woman was going to let us cook alive in there. The only bit of doubt that I have is what would have happened if we actually died. She obviously would have gotten the blame. What was her end game? I'm 21 now, but I think about this interaction all the time, and when I'm in small spaces or I get too warm, I still have panic attacks. No one believes this story, and I get it. It's pretty absurd. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to ask for opinions, but do you think that this could have been some crazy misunderstanding, or do you think that she really just left us in there to die? I apologize if there are some errors or things that may not make sense. This is the perspective my story told from me and a part by a friend. This happened to be the weekend of Halloween and I personally don't like talking about it, but I've been told by my friend to share it to get it off of my chest. We and a friend were invited to a house party just for college students in the richer area of the town, so the house was huge with an acre of land and pool area. This party was themed to be a little naughty, so my friend dressed in a sexy nurse outfit and I dressed as a belly dancer. Majority of the party took place in the house as there was maybe like 70 people, with the house being very spacious, so not too difficult to get around. I'm not much of a drinker, but I did have some juice that was available. Some friends pulled me and my friend in over to take some pictures and I set my drink down. After what felt like an hour of just taking pictures, I found my cup and took another sip, not even worrying that I left my cup alone for a while. Then a man came up to me who looked to be in his late 20s, early 30s. He said my boyfriend's name and said he's been trying to call me. That's when I realized I didn't have my phone on me. I have loads of respect for my boyfriend. We always make sure to stay in contact with each other, and since he had to work, I promised I would contact him, but I had just forgotten. The man said it's urgent and said I can use his phone to call at one of the rooms. So not thinking at all, I followed the man. If my boyfriend really wanted to call me, then I knew it would be something terrible. As we entered the room, I felt as if I just ran a mile and felt winded. The man closed the door behind me and sat me on the bed and gave me his phone. I started to feel more weak, like I just got a migraine and just couldn't call. Then I was helped to lay down and within seconds, I was out cold. I woke up later, not sure where I was or what even happened. I found my friend rubbing a napkin on my tummy while yelling. It took me a bit to come back to reality and I realized I was in a bedroom with my friend cleaning some stuff off of me. That's when I had a panic attack and just realized that I quite possibly have been used. My friend calmed me down and told me that didn't happen. She explained that she couldn't find me anywhere and assumed I went to the bathroom. But after like some minutes, I still didn't show, so she went looking for me, eventually checking the bedrooms and found me laying in bed with the guy sucking something out of my belly button. Apparently he was playing shots with my unconscious body and sucking alcohol out of my belly button, licking salt from my chest, and kissing my lips. She didn't know how long this went on for, but I immediately felt sick and even coughed up from just the thought. Thankfully, my boyfriend got off of work early after my friend told him what happened. He picked me up while my friend asked around about the guy, but of course, no one knew who or recognized him. I was taken to urgent care and looked at. Thankfully, nothing was wrong with me and the drug in my drink didn't cause any further harm than just knocking me out. I wish the story ends here, but I started to receive texts from a random guy. At first, he was just asking me random things and I just didn't reply, but then it showed me a picture of my torso and started saying creepy things to me and even giving me the impression he's stalking me. This is still going on today, just texting me randomly. I've had the idea to try to bait him one of these days to finally have backup to catch him, but I don't know how smart he can be and what he will do to me if things don't go as planned. I have contacted the police and asked what I can do. They took my phone in to copy the texts I received, but I'm sort of doubtful it will go anywhere. I honestly just believe it was a stranger who had bad intentions at the time and acted upon it. I'm not really even upset anymore. I just want to continue with my life and better myself from any other future events. Alright, this happened to me about 3 years ago. It was brought up recently with my friends and they suggested that I post it here. I have gone through therapy for this and trained in firearms because this was the creepiest night of my life. I spent a night in what felt like a horror movie and it's still so vivid. It was a Wednesday night in the summer. I was off work, my husband was out of town, and our son was staying at his grandma's for the night. I was home alone with my dogs, an 80-pound Australian mix and my 80-pound German Shepherd / Pit Bull mix. This particular night I remembered that the trash pickup comes the next day. I decided to turn on Game of Thrones for a bit, then I would take the trash out. All of a sudden, I realize it's 1:30 in the morning and I still haven't taken the trash to the curb. My house has 2 solid iron gates, one in the front and one to the side door / backyard. Lighting on our street isn't that great, but it's a quiet neighborhood with a lot of families and you rarely hear about crime here. I looked out the window by habit before I took the trash out and saw who I thought was my neighbor smoking a cigarette outside of his gate across the street, looking directly at me. For context, this is a normal occurrence. My neighbor across the street hides smoking cigarettes from his wife, so he typically does it late at night in front of his gate. I get off of work late, so I usually see him and we wave, chat a little, then I go inside and he makes the joke he didn't see me smoking if my wife asks. So unbothered by seeing the guy, I go outside, grab my trash cans, open my squeaky iron gate, and take them out to the curb. I did not have my glasses on at the time, so as usual I waved and said hello. However, the guy, who I thought was my neighbor, threw down the cigarette and quickly walked off down the street. It took a minute for me to register that he was not my neighbor. I was a little creeped out because he was clearly staring into my window from the opposite sidewalk, but also maybe it was a guy taking a night walk and just stopped for a cigarette. I thought I probably weirded him out as much as he weirded me out, went back inside and laid on the couch with my dogs to keep watching Game of Thrones. At some point, I fell asleep and I woke up hearing my gate squeak and my German Shepherd mix growling. He's extremely protective of our family at home, but he's also the kind of dog you could take anywhere because he's so friendly in public. My Australian mix is more passive, but his sheer size and scary bark tends to deter people. He's very friendly though. I quickly got up and pulled back my curtain. My gate was still shut and I didn't see anything. My dog, however, continued to growl at my front door. I looked out another window, which had a better view of my front yard and porch. I didn't see anything. Eventually, my dog settled back down with my other dog, but I was still uneasy. I ended up watching television again because I couldn't go back to sleep. About an hour later, I definitely heard my gate squeak. We are the only ones with a heavy cast iron gate and the noise it makes is so distinct. So I look out the curtain while my dogs are continuing to softly growl. My gate is halfway open but I don't see anyone. At this point, I'm panicking. In my panic, I couldn't find my phone. I grabbed my wooden baseball bat out of our room, crouched down, and started going through the couch cushions to get my phone. My dogs are oddly still quietly growling instead of barking, so I assumed no one was there. The minute I find my phone, my front door handle starts shaking. I run to the side door to let my German Shepherd mix out. I know he'll protect me and he can jump the 6-foot back gate. My Australian mix, going crazy, busts out one of our door side lights. I heard the guy say oh crap and immediately I let out my German Shepherd Pit Bull mix. I jumped up to look out the window, saw my dog latch on the guy's hand. The guy starts screaming and takes off down the street, my dog chasing him. I then become terrified he'll hurt my dog, so I run out with my baseball bat, screaming my dog's name over and over. The next thing I know, my dog is prancing down the street back to me, happy with blood all over his face. I call the police. They took another hour or so to show up and didn't seem to take me too seriously. They said they'd call local hospitals, but I never heard back. I called my husband bawling and he got on the next flight home. I stayed at his mom's for a few days, too terrified to go home. I did buy my dog's giant steaks for being so good and saving me. I don't know what that guy wanted, but since then I've been trained in firearms and self-defense. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I used to be employed as a child protection worker. A report came through about a stepfather who was being abusive to his children. I was given the investigation by my team leader. When I interviewed the oldest child with the police, she had very visible physical injuries and told me exactly what had happened. I'll spare the details, but it was horrific. As the children were in his sole care, we knew that they needed to be removed immediately. We sent a team of 2 workers out to the children's school while myself and a colleague called the stepfather into the office. I lead the interview and it was horrible. He didn't even try to deny that he had hurt his stepchild, basically saying, "That's my kid, I'll do what I want and you can't stop me." When I served him with the paperwork, he absolutely lost his mind. He was swearing and screaming and said if we were outside this building right now, I would kill you. We ended up running out of the interview room, pressing our emergency alarm, and I even had to make a police report about the whole thing. It got really messy. The next day we had court for the children and my manager decided I shouldn't attend due to everything that had happened the previous day. My colleague who attended told me that this man was at court and yelled several times something to the effect of, "Where is that worker who took my kids?" I remember feeling a little freaked out, but it's not uncommon to hear things similar to this when you have to remove a child. It's understandable that emotions are very high. You build a bit of a resilience working in this field, and overall I mainly felt relieved that those children had been placed with an aunt and were safe. About 2 weeks later, I had to stay back late at the office on an unrelated job. It was about 9 at night when I finished and I was the only person there. I walked out the back of the building to my car. It was really dark, but when I got close I thought I saw a shadow moving at the front of my car, just for a second, and then it was gone. I was about 20 meters away at this point, but it startled me. I stood there for a second just looking at my car, wondering if I was just being paranoid. While staring into the darkness, I started hearing tiny rustling noises. Safe to say I freaked myself out and sprinted back to the building. I called my boyfriend to come and pick me up, explaining what had happened. By the time he drove up to the front doors, I had convinced myself I was being silly and asked him to drive me around to my car. He circled around and with the headlights shining on my car, I could very clearly see that all 4 of my tires had been slashed. I was an absolute mess that night and called the police immediately. I was pretty sure that this man was responsible, but as I hadn't seen him, I couldn't say for sure. I took a few days off and came back to a meeting with my manager who had put together a safety plan for me and the other staff. She organized to have a security guard escort us to our cars and said very clearly that no one was to stay in the building after hours alone. Then about a week later, a letter was delivered to the office addressed to me. Any mail that comes into the office goes through our reception staff. Our lovely receptionist opened it and it was a note that said, "You're as good as dead." The words were typed and printed. She was an older woman and burst into tears when she read it. It didn't say who had sent it, but I am convinced it was the same man. Over the next few weeks, letters kept coming, each one getting longer. They addressed me as a bit in a home record saying that I kidnap and abuse children. It was just horrible, horrible stuff. The threats in the letters were the worst. The person writing them threatened to torture, kill, find out where I live, and to burn down the entire building. To be honest, the police were less than helpful. They basically said that given the nature of our work, they couldn't conclusively say it was this man, although they had questioned him. To me, it all seemed like a pretty massive coincidence. I'd never had anything like this happen before. They did say they were taking the letters very seriously and tracking down where they'd been posted from, but I never heard anything back about that. My workplace took the threats very seriously too. All of the security was bumped up across the building and all staff completed refresher training on emergency management. One day on the way home from work, I noticed that a car was following me. At first I thought I was being paranoid, so I drove down a bunch of little streets, double backed onto the same route in a way that would make absolutely no sense. Even after all that, a dark green Camry was still paced a little way behind me. I freaked out but had already planned in my head what I was going to do in this situation. I headed straight to the police station, planning to pull right up to the front of the building and beat my horn until I had someone's attention. The second I pulled into the police station, the green Camry drove straight past and disappeared down a nearby side street. I sat there for a good 20 minutes, too scared to get out of the car in case they came back around the corner. It dawned on me that in my panic I'd forgotten to get the license plate. That upsets me to this day. I told the police what I knew, but they told me that the man didn't have any car registered in his name. This was the final straw for me. I was a nervous wreck. I was looking around constantly at work and at home. I knew that he lived relatively close to me, so I even stopped going grocery shopping in case I ran into him. I stayed on stress leave for a month and heard from colleagues that the letters kept arriving. I was very honest honestly ready to quit, but then COVID happened. It really changed everything. Everyone went into lockdown and all access to the office was restricted. I started back working from home, driving a work car to and from appointments. I didn't go into the office regularly anymore, only allowed in small working groups when absolutely necessary. Over the next year, the letters slowed and eventually stopped. By the time we were allowed back in the office, there hadn't been any sign of this man for almost 7 months. About a year later, I left child protection. I don't know what happened with those children, but my hope is that they are happy and safe with their family. And as for the man who I believe stalked and threatened me for doing my job, let's not meet ever again. A few years back, when I was around 18, I entered a very rebellious phase in my life. I have always been a prodigy child, always did as I was told, never stayed out late, didn't smoke, didn't drink, scored the highest in all my classes. All my family and friends thought I was the perfect kid, but then something changed. I was on a lot of medication due to my health and I started going through depression. I started acting up like never before. I stopped going to school. I would stay in bed all day, didn't talk to anyone, and then slowly I started talking to strangers online. Initially, it was just talking to them online. I would talk to a few people until I found someone interesting, would dedicate all my time talking to them until they no longer held my interest, and then moved on to the next person. This went on for about a year. Then I eventually started meeting these people in person. Most of these meetings were sexual, and I was very reckless. I slept around with more people than I'd like to admit, and regardless of my lack of concern for own safety, I somehow never met anyone that had any evil intentions. We'd meet a couple of times, do the dirty, and that was that, until I met this one guy. I was talking to a couple of guys at that time. I wasn't in any sort of relationship, so this guy starts talking to me and asks me about my hobbies, my interests, what I do. I told him I do not smoke or drink, and he was shocked. I told him it wasn't that I'd never done it. I tried, but just felt like it wasn't my thing. We talked for a couple of weeks. I ended up talking about how I've been going through depression, and at first, he just listened. Eventually, he started telling me I should try smoking. It would help me relieve anxiety and stress, and I always turned it down, but he was relentless. After a month or so of talking online, we decided to mate. We had never had any sort of sexual conversation or anything, so we were just going to meet as friends. I was supposed to meet another guy, an acquaintance, for something I needed, so I suggested to the online chat guy that we meet briefly for lunch and then he can drop me off to the other guy's place. He agreed and we decided on where and when to go. The day we were supposed to meet, we met at a local cafe. We had brunch and then I got in his car for him to drop me off at the place I had to go. It was a good 45-minute drive, so I put on some songs and decided to relax. 5 minutes into the drive, he offered me a cigarette. I declined. He insisted and kept insisting until I gave up and agreed. I opened the box and there was only one cigarette in there. I told him it was his last one and asked if he was sure he wanted me to smoke it since he would have enjoyed it more than he said yes. I took the cigarette out and there was something odd about it. It didn't look like it was store-bought. It rather looked like it had been rolled by hand. But then again, I had never smoked enough cigarettes to be sure, so I lit it and smoked it. I couldn't smoke even half of it. It made me inexplicably nauseous, so I gave up halfway through and offered it to him. Instead of smoking it, he put it out and threw it away. I thought that was weird, but assumed he probably didn't want to smoke while driving. 30 minutes into the ride, I started feeling very sick. My whole body was shaking. I was extremely nauseous, and I could barely keep my eyes open. I kept telling him I wasn't feeling good and that maybe we should go to the nearest emergency room instead of where we were going, but he kept telling me to relax and lay back. Everything about that ride felt off. I told him to stop the car and drop me off wherever we were. He refused. All I could think of was pulling out my phone and calling for the police. When he noticed what I was doing, he immediately stopped the car and I got off. I couldn't stand, so I sat on the roadside and called the guy I was supposed to visit. He immediately drove to where I was and picked me, took me to his place where I threw up all over his living room, multiple times. For the next hour and a half, I just laid on the couch, my whole body shaking and constantly throwing up. The guy brought me water, gave me some electrolytes and kept insisting on going to the hospital, but I refused. I had no idea what I had smoked, but I was sure it wasn't just plain old cigarettes. I was scared if it had been some illegal drug, and if the hospital caught on, I would get into trouble, and I absolutely did not want my parents to find out what I had been up to. So I laid there, kept throwing up, and letting whatever that stuff was to get out of my system. All these years later, I am now married to the guy who picked me up from the roadside and helped me through an insanely embarrassing time. This story takes place about 5 days ago. I'm still shaken up over it. I'm a 19-year-old female and my parents and I packed up our stuff and made the long drive to our new home up north from our small and dinky apartment in Central Florida. I can't lie, I was very excited about this move. Attending college in the spring, finally getting to start my dream career, and so many other things I couldn't or didn't get to do in Florida. On the first night of our drive, we stopped at a hotel in what appeared to be a shady area. It was kind of scary as it was set up right outside of a closed down gas station with boards and graffiti written all over them. From my parents' experience and what I've seen on television, these aren't the types of places you want to go lurking around in. My dad, who's usually very calm and collected, was on edge the whole night since the door to our room didn't close all the way. We had to prop one of the hotel chairs against the door and use the deadbolt to have even the slightest bit of comfort. I thought it couldn't get much worse than that, but I was so wrong. The second night, we stopped at a small town in North Carolina. We had our 2 cats with us, so we had to find a hotel that was pet friendly. We came across one of those hotels and booked a room for the night. While my parents were making sure nothing shifted in the car, I sat in the passenger seat of my mom's car with my little buddy, trying to calm him down. He seemed more agitated than normal. About half an hour after pulling into the parking lot, we grabbed the cats and our essentials. Emotions were running high, so we were all on edge about getting to our new home in the next day or two, depending on the amount of sleep we got. We loaded our things into a cart and approached the hotel's side door. My mom pulled out the key card and it took a while for the door to finally unlock, but the second we heard it click, a woman started yelling at us. We all looked up and saw her frantically running towards us. Her voice was frantic. The panic in her voice still sends shivers down my spine every time I think about it. She wore a long dark blue jacket, her hair in a messy ponytail that was tucked inside her hoodie. She either looked really tired, like she hadn't slept in a year, or she had gone through something horrible. She was panting, muttering the words, "Call the police. Call the police. There's something wrong with that baby." There was no child with her, nor did we see any kids in sight. My initial thought was that maybe there was a kid near the front of the building that was seriously hurt, or there was a car accident we were too busy unloading to hear the collision. The woman kept telling us to call police, but my mom told her she didn't have her phone on her. I always carry mine on me, and me being the kind-hearted person I try to be, I offered to call for her. But the moment I pulled out my phone, my dad snatched it out of my hand. The lady then said, "It's really bad. You need to come and say." My mom told her she didn't want to see, and that we should go inside so the lady could go to the front desk and get help. At first, she was screaming, no, I don't need their help, I need your help." But my mom kept insisting that we go inside. At this point, my little buddy was whining and clawing at his pet carrier, trying to either get out or attack this lady. My boy might look like a sweet ball, but if provoked, he's a scratchy machine. The lady took one look at him and attempted to reach for him, saying, "Yeah, let's get the babies inside." The way she said that was creepy. This time she sounded like she was on drugs or had bad intentions. I scooped up my cat before she could touch him, and we led her to the front desk where she told the hotel worker the same story she told us. The hotel worker tried to calm her down, and while the lady was distracted, my parents and I walked toward the elevator and started getting inside. As I looked back at the lobby, I saw the woman staring at us, her eyes full of anger now. She then started charging at us, and before I even had a chance to react, my mom pushed me and my furry baby into the elevator, them standing in front to protect me. I could see the woman still running towards us as the elevator was closing. I remembered the small screen near the elevator in the lobby showing which floor the elevator was heading to, so to stop this crazy lady from harassing us all night, we pushed all the floor buttons and we stopped on every floor. First the second, the third, the fourth, then the fifth. After the fifth floor, we pressed the button back to our original floor and quickly piled into the room. Silence. My heart was pounding the entire time. My body started shaking at what just happened. As I got my cat out of the carrier, I heard my mom and dad talking about that lady. My dad speculated that maybe she had a mental illness or was on drugs, whereas my mom said she could have been a trafficker with the way she was trying to get us to come with her and see the supposed situation. That's when my heart broke. I try so hard to see the good in people, but at the same time, I try to keep the best distance I can. But this was the first time someone ever approached me. I was so gullible to almost believe her story. My guard had slipped. I tried to hold back my guilt and fear as best I could, but I ended up breaking down. My mom hugged me, saying everything was going to be okay. But no matter how many times she and dad kept saying that, my body continued shaking and my paranoia lasted throughout the night. Even at the slightest creak, I shot up from the bed and looked out the peephole thinking the lady had found us. Luckily, she wasn't there. That night, we all decided we were going to get up around sunrise and reach home before nightfall. No more hotel stops, no more creepy people, and no more shady areas. As we checked out the next morning, the same employee from the last night was there and we asked her what had happened after we got into the elevator. The worker told us after that, the crazy lady left in a huff, her hands clenched into fists. But then the worker revealed a detail that my mind keeps going back to. When she turned to go go after us, she saw a syringe in the crazy lady's jean pocket. I don't know if she had already used it or was planning to use it on me and my family. It makes me wonder what the outcome would have been had my parents not been there, and if I had given the lady my phone instead of offering to call for her. Would she have sold us into trafficking? Would she have robbed us while we were injected with whatever she was on? Anyway, we made it to our new home 2 days ago, but the fear of that night still eats away at me. It goes to show that no matter how panicked and frightened someone may sound or act, you truly don't know if they're in genuine trouble or if they have bad intentions after gaining a random stranger's trust. Please be careful out there, guys. I, unfortunately, had to learn the hard way that not everyone in this world is a good person. I'm just happy to still be alive and safe. I hope I never see that crazy lady again. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I'm a young guy with a nighttime job living in an area of town that has gotten pretty sketchy the past decade or so. The police are here at least once a month to sort out some violent or drug-related crime. I'm a very routine-focused person, so for the past 8 years before going to work at 1:30 in the morning, I always take my dog out for a walk around 1 in the morning. In fall of last year, I went for the routine dog walk one misty night at 1 in the morning like I usually do. I made a right turn after exiting the gate, and just as I passed the corner of my apartment building, I noticed a fuzzy shape on the ground just outside the gate of the neighboring building. I stopped in my tracks and took in what I was looking at. I determined it was just a cat laying on its side on the pavement. I thought this was odd, but since I know my dog would most certainly bark at it and wake up the entire neighborhood, I chose to turn around and take a different route for the walk than usual. For the rest of this walk, I was reflecting on that cat. There was something very off about the cat just laying relaxed on the ground in the middle of the night with no people around. Once my walk had looped me back to my gate, I decided to turn the corner again and see if the cat was still there. Sure enough, it was still there, same position and everything. Now I thought this scene was even more odd. I took my dog up to the apartment, put my work clothes on, grabbed my car keys and headed out. As I exited the elevator, the image of the relaxed cat laying outside was still in the back of my mind, perplexing me. Instead of going into the underground garage, I decided to instead go out of the main gate one last time to check if the cat was still there. I exited, turned the corner, and once again, the cat was still laying there. Since my dog wasn't with me this time, I just approached it this time to check if the cat was okay. When I got to it and looked down, I stared at it for a good long while. The cat wasn't breathing at all. It was dead, no question about it. I had my suspicions this might have been the case, so I wasn't entirely shocked, but something was still so off about it. The cat wouldn't just lay down in the middle of a paved sidewalk to die of natural causes. I thought. There was no noticeable blood on or around it, so I began thinking the cat might have jumped from one of the balconies. Just as that thought hit me, a raspy voice spoke to me from above. "Yep, there she is," the voice said in a very matter-of-fact type of tone. I got spooked and quickly glanced up through the mist. I saw a middle-aged woman on the 5th floor balcony leaning over the railing, looking down on me with a lit cigarette in her hand. When our eyes met, a cold shiver shot through the top of my scalp all the way down to my toes in an instant. I may have misinterpreted her facial expression due to the fog, but I could swear she was smiling when our eyes met. Without responding, I immediately turned and quickly walked over to my gate. As I walked, I could hear her laughing. I practically sprinted to my car in the garage. Once I sat down inside, I considered whether I should call the police or not, as every aspect of what I had just witnessed gave me the impression that this neighbor of mine had killed the cat. I dialed the number but decided not to, as they might want me to stick around for questioning, which might get me late to work. So I went on with my night as usual, doing my best to forget about the incident for now. When I got home later, the cat wasn't there anymore. About a week later, I walked past a neighbor living in the same building as me. We had some usual neighborly small talk, but she interrupted herself to ask me whether I heard about what happened in the other building last week. I said I didn't. She told me that a woman on the 5th floor had thrown her cat down from the balcony in a rage because it peed on the living room carpet. The cat had apparently not died immediately, but all its legs were broken from the initial impact with the concrete pavement. Police were called around 5 in the morning when another dog walker saw the cat. The woman had still been out on the balcony by this point, talking to the guy while he called the police. I believe the woman's other cats were taken away from her and she was fined a few $1,000s. She still lives there and I sometimes see her leaning on the balcony railing when I'm walking my dog. I've never interacted with her after that and I sincerely hope she never speaks to me again. I have this friend, for the sake of the story I'll just call him Ryan, who I believe has been stalking me for the past 2 weeks if not longer. I'll give some background information then get into the problem I'm in. Thanks in advance for any advice and help. We met back in 2014 in high school. He was always a quiet but nice and easygoing guy. We grew very close and I saw him as a brother. He didn't have a very smooth childhood. He saw his parents argue a lot, often for years. His mom even cheated on his dad and he saw the effect it had on him and the whole family. But you wouldn't suspect anything out of the ordinary just meeting him at first. Around 2016 he started to become a bit paranoid and would seem a bit pessimistic at times. He never had many friends, neither did I for that matter. We had 2 other friends together that we saw often, and we were the only ones he trusted. I saw him have this strange panic attack where he ran out of a restaurant we were at and he ran to a nearby park and yelled at people. I called his dad to come get him and he got him in the car and gave him a pill. Apparently this has been the second time this happened recently then. Fast forward to June 2021. In between that last episode / attack to now, Ryan seemed normal as could be, but I noticed he was a bit off and has been since then. He met a girl in college months before that he says he fell madly in love with, but she rejected him when he asked her on a date and blocked him on everything right after graduation. It took a massive toll on his emotional and mental state. He had another episode where he ran outside his house and actually provoked someone and they punched him in self-defense, and then his parents took him to the hospital during that summer and was officially diagnosed with schizophrenia. So from late 2021 until now, I've noticed he's quieter, still cracks jokes, and can have a decent conversation with them and still seems like a nice guy. But there's some stuff recently that I truly think is alarming, and this is why I'm making this post. So I'll cut to the chase. For the last 6 weeks we've hung out 3 times. This was actually after a hiatus where we didn't see each other since February this year because I started working more hours and went to night shift. Each of those 3 hangouts I've noticed he looks at me in a really strange way, like he's horny and imagining me naked or imagining himself hurting me. He also mentions how he's still in love with that girl from school but proceeds to call her names and wants to kill her right after. He has said this numerous times and even mentions going to the elementary school she goes to. He sent me a picture of that school on Google Maps with arrows pointed at it and firework emojis last week. He also admitted to having parked outside her home and sitting there for hours about 5 times back in 2021. For the past week he has been insisting on hanging out several times a day, and when I was at Chili's with my parents on site he sent me a message saying Chili's. He's able to see me since I'm on the Snap map on Snapchat since I use the app often to talk to other friends. When I went to the mall right after he said you're going to the mall again, you were there yesterday, which is true. I went to the mall twice, once with mom and then with both my parents the day later to get some stuff since one of our favorite stores was closing, so we wanted to check out good deals. On the drive home that day he messaged me saying you didn't work today, we should have hung out. I replied maybe Wednesday. So the day after, on Sunday he again insisted on seeing me, but I went to go play soccer instead with other friends and then went to go do laundry afterwards, and when I was at the laundromat he sent me a soccer ball emoji and a laundry emoji indicating he saw me on the Snap map. Here's the thing, he keeps mentioning where I am and it's always within 10 minutes of me being on my phone. He's actually done this for the last 2 years, but never this frequently. It used to be like twice a month and I brushed it off, but now I'm noticing something actually concerning. He has also been calling me boyfriend and sending heart emojis the past week, and when I told him I might see him this week he said you think I can wait that long to see my boyfriend. This past Sunday I didn't reply to him for 4 hours and he kept asking if I'm mad and then said he wants me to reply no longer than a minute after he texts me each time. I have the feeling he's just constantly on his phone looking for when I'm active on social media, and I really don't know why. He also admitted to me a month ago that he makes fake profiles to be able to gain access to that one girl's Instagram and look at her pictures, and he says he jacks off to them. All of this is concerning. He currently doesn't have a job and hasn't had one for the last 2 years. I'm the only friend he sees and talks to, and I feel he's developed a compulsion or fixation or dependence or a mix of all 3 on me. And as I mentioned, he has said he wants to kill the girl that used to be in his class, and he knows where she lives and he knows where she works. I have not mentioned my thoughts on this to him again out of fear. He currently takes medication daily and he said he's been seeing a new therapist for just a month now, but I don't know if any of those are even working. I am asking for any advice on how to approach this and what to do. My concern is that if I tell anyone like the police or the girl, he will find out and retaliate by hurting me or my family as he knows where I live. Any help is appreciated. This happened about 20 years ago. I was 9 years old at the time, but my parents have also told me their side of the story on a bunch of different occasions. so that should help. My parents are both biologists. They met at work, and from there it's history. The place where they worked at the time was a government building dedicated to biology research used in government projects turned towards the public, meaning they were the ones studying the environment and making environmental protection laws around their studies. This being a massive, old government building, it always had a security guard present day and night. During the day, these security guards would mostly just stay at reception and greet people, but at night they would go do their rounds and make sure there were no intruders because of all the science equipment and computers kept in the building. One of these guards is the let's not meet guy. Initially, he seemed like the nicest person. He was really nice to me, and frankly, all the memories I have from him before this were really nice. He would greet me and talk to me in the nicest way every time my parents brought me to work. He would make me paper planes, which he was surprisingly good at, and throw them around with me, and he would stay with me at reception in the days my parents had to work into the night. Obviously, for me, that would get really boring really fast, so he'd keep me company and entertain me. Mostly we would talk, play with the paper planes, and watch television. It all seemed nice enough for my parents to trust him with me, which was probably their biggest mistake. One night, my parents had to work even later than usual. I think it was around 10 at night and they were still at it, so this guy, who was on the night shift, decided to take me around the building with him to do his rounds. We started on the top floor, checking all the rooms and the exterior part on the roof. Every room was so dark that I'd always stay a little behind and wait for him to turn on the lights. Then we stepped down to the second floor, where my parents' office and labs were. We checked the opposite side of the building, going into labs with massive extractors, microscopes, and every kind of science equipment you might think of. We walked down the stairs to the first floor, where most of the administration rooms were. I still remember seeing some maps on the walls and embalmed fish everywhere serving as decorations. First floor was all clear, so it was time to check the 2 basement levels. I thought it would have made sense to check the labs on the right side first, as the left side had a flight of stairs at the end leading up to where my parents were, but for some reason he decided we'd go check that side first. We checked all the labs, but I noticed his pace was accelerating and he was starting to look and sound happier. Excited even. Once again, we checked all the labs, all the quarters from one end to the other, turning the lights on ahead of us and turning them off behind us when we left. When we got to the last area, he turned all the lights on and we went inside. There were 3 separate offices on each side of the lab, and on the first one, he hurried towards the printer, opened it up, took out 2 pieces of paper, and made 2 quick paper planes. That's when everything changed. He picked up one of the planes, went outside of the office, and threw it towards the end of the room. Then he told me the one he just threw was mine and that we could throw them around in there. I ran to the other side of the room to pick my plane up, excited to play with it, and suddenly the lights went off. When I turned around to check what was happening, I saw him getting out of the lab, turning the lights off and locking the door. I ran to the door, punched it and kicked it while screaming for him to open, panic taking over me because of how scared I was of being in the dark at the time. Through the glass on the door, I could see him scurrying away in the corridors, turning the lights off as he went and disappearing after turning a corner. I'm pretty sure that everything I felt and every shadow and creepy monster I saw in there while waiting was part of my imagination because of how scared I was. I balled up against a corner and could see shadows moving around me in the dark. I could only cry, lost, without knowing what was happening and why he was doing that. My parents finished work eventually, and when they did, they packed up their things and made their way to the lobby to pick me up and go home. When they got there, the security guard was at reception, but I was nowhere to be found. They panicked, of course, must have shouted 100 different cuss words at the guy, and I'm not sure how my dad didn't murder him right then and there, but when they first asked the guy where I was and what he had done with me, he simply said that he had gone to do the rounds with me and I must have gotten lost somewhere. This is a building that would take you about an hour and a half to check from top to bottom, even if you're rushing, so must have gotten lost somewhere is not exactly helpful. They looked for hours without finding me. It was only when I saw a light far at the end of the corridors leading to the lab I was in that I got the courage to stand up, rush towards the door and start punching it as hard as I could. They finally found me there and made the guard unlock the door to get me out. I don't really remember sleeping that night, and if I did, it must have been out of exhaustion, but I know I made my mom stay in the bedroom with me the entire night. Of course, my parents made a complaint against the guard, and when they did and the guy started being investigated, he was fired and arrested, not because of locking me away where he probably hoped no one would find me, but because he had been partnering up with other criminals to steal computers and equipment from the building to sell in some shady market along with the information in the hard drives and make money off it. By then, he had stolen a lot of old computers without anyone realizing, and who knows what his plans were for me that night. I'm not convinced that locking a crying child in the middle of the darkness, hidden away in some room, is exactly the most normal behavior if you're not trying to hide them and come get them later when everyone has left and sell them as part of your product. Luckily, he never had the chance to do that, and I really hope he never got to do it to any other kid. This is about weird encounters I've had with a music teacher when I was a kid. I, a 20-year-old female, took orchestra classes when I was in middle school. Now, it's important to mention that I was an incredibly quiet and shy kid back then and had trouble with confrontation. When I was in 6th grade, our first orchestra teacher left the position and they rehired our new teacher. Our new teacher, I'll call him Mr. Smith, was generally disliked by everyone. He was in his 50s to early 60s, and to an 11-year-old, very tall. He was already imposing because of this, but what made it worse was how he treated his female students. One day in class, we were all struggling to play a song correctly. Mr. Smith became frustrated and didn't think any of us understood the beat of the song. He looked around the class, saying he needed a volunteer. Everyone became silent, including me, but I had the misfortune of locking eyes with him. He then called my name and waved me up to the front of the room. What happened next was not something anyone was expecting. I picked up my instrument to take up front with me, and he said, "No, leave your instrument. Just you." I was very confused, but did as he said. I walked up to his side, and he instructed me to stand in front of him. At this point, the class was beginning to snicker, and I was just very uncomfortable. "Move closer." I took a small step towards him, and at this point I was too scared to look at his face. All I could see was his buttoned shirt in front of me. He made me walk closer until I was inches from him. Then, he moved my arm up and put my hand in his. He proceeded to make me slow dance with him for what felt like forever as he counted the beat. I let go of his hand at one point and tried walking back to my seat, but he grabbed my arm and pulled me back, saying not yet. After this was over and I went on to my other classes, I learned that in each period of the day, he had chosen a female student to dance with him, regardless if the class was struggling to understand the beat. Unfortunately, this was not the end of what felt like I wanted attention from him. He would somehow find me in the hallways and would try to have talks with me about anything, even though I mostly kept to myself and didn't cause trouble in class. It got to a point that my friends understood how I felt and knew to say something to me when they saw him. And every time, without fail, he always managed to put his hands on my shoulders when he talked to me, even if I was already backed against a wall. He wouldn't let me leave, and I was too scared to say anything. He could find me in a crowd easily. He didn't do anything to my knowledge that was punishable, but to me, something always felt off about him. So to my creepy music teacher, let's not meet again. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I work at a truck stop in Massachusetts in the United States. There is a 24-hour bathroom and gas station in this truck stop. One day after work, where my restaurant closed at 12 at night, I decided to go and sit with my friend who works at the gas station. His name is Jake for this story. He's 30 years old, as I usually did from about 12 at night to 2 and 3 at night. It was an average night at the beginning as there were not many customers. I sat there and drank my beer and relaxed while he fared with the customers buying gas and scratchers. At about 1:30 at night, there were some more customers coming in. I saw 2 cars park around the same time, one at a gas pump, one in front of the store. Obviously this is normal as we always look toward the front door when somebody drove up, especially because we'd either be smoking pot or doing something else. I remember hearing the vehicles pull up and looking upwards toward the customers a few seconds later. I saw a lady walking from the pumps with what looked like a young girl who was likely related to her, and another car parked in front of where the clerk's window is. I saw the woman walk up to the door with her daughter, and another gentleman was walking behind them into the store. As the older woman opened the door after walking over from a pump, her daughter took a left turn, seemingly headed to the bathroom as a lot of customers on our rest stop are travelers, and a 24/7 restroom is pretty rare in my state. I saw a man get out of his vehicle which was parked right in front of the cashier's window, which is Jake's window. The mother walked in and we greeted her as usual, whereas right after we watched the man walk up and open our front door, the man pulled on the gas station / store's front door and then looked to his left. I was watching both customers with both eyes, and it was indeed strange when I watched his eyes veer to the left. Suddenly he let go of the front doors as he quickly decided to speed around the corner. Like I said already, I saw this woman's daughter go in that direction, which is the only way to any other section of the truck stop at this point, and the bathroom. So I looked at my friend who I was keeping company during his 10 at night to 6 in the morning shift. I said quietly but also decently loud, "Does that look weird?" He looked at me with eyes that said more than words with the swift saying it does to me. Keep in mind, a lot of Massachusetts states trooper pull up to this location as there are very little rest stops within 20 miles as we are in a more urban area. No trooper pulled up this time, however. I didn't know much of what to do, so I turned around as the mother bought items and I opened the doors that led into the dining room of the rest stop. Since I worked at the fast food restaurant here at 4, I knew about almost everything. I just walked slightly around the corner and peeked past the cash machine where both of the bathrooms were. When you first walked into the 24-hour restrooms, the immediate left is the men's restroom. If you continue to walk about 8 feet farther past the wall and look to your left, left, you'll see the women's room. So I slightly hid myself and looked through the glass door which we had locked about 3 hours and 30 minutes before. I didn't really see the woman's daughter pass. When I looked up I could see the same man, clearly passing right by the first hallway where the men's restroom was into the hallway where there was no room, except the women's room. I waited until I really knew he had certainly entered the restroom. I really did not want to take any chances. I unlocked the door and I pushed myself through, and the women's restroom door was already closed. On the camera footage, all you can see is me push the door open with an arm cocked back, slightly moving, then the door closes. I ended up punching a man in his face, then I kicked him with the side of his head. He fell backwards and hit the back of his head on the sink. I got completely terrified and called the police. I told them I had assaulted a man in the women's restroom of our local truck stop, but thought it was for a good reason. State troopers had arrived after not even 3 minutes. I already had my hands up at the gas station and air section. They asked me what had happened and I told them everything. After the state troopers witnessed the camera footage recorded by the gas station into the rest stop bathroom, they made a decision. The state troopers came up to me and said any driver who was stopped by a law enforcement officer for a traffic violation and is not wearing a safety belt can be fined $25. They charged me a $20 fine. I will not name any officers that were involved in this situation. I do not know what happened to the possible creep, and frankly, I really will never care for the rest of my life. I don't think I really saved anybody, but I hope that day I made somebody really rethink their decision and doing what they wanted to. This happened at a travel hockey tournament. I've never had an experience like this before, so it was shocking as somebody who has been playing for 13 years. At the time, I was a 13-year-old female. However, at 13, I gained the privilege of being able to walk around in public without having an adult's eyes on me 24/7. In hindsight, probably not the best decision of my dad. I was on a co-ed team this year and all of the kids were 13 and 14. We were headed down nearby DC for a tournament in December. Our team manager booked a hotel that was in the projects. I'm talking hearing a gunshot and seeing abandoned houses nearby when I pulled into the parking lot of this hotel. This was already a red flag, but I continued to unload my suitcase from my dad's truck and grab my backpack too. As we were headed towards the doors of the hotel, I heard a man behind me calling some girl's name. I think he was screaming Annie or something that sounded like that. I turned around just to see if he was anywhere near us, and he was standing next to a large pillar connected to the hotel. This man had bloodshot red eyes and was definitely on some sort of substance. I decided to start walking faster, and my dad must have thought the same thing as me because we started hightailing it to the hotel doors. Less than a minute had passed once we reached the hotel doors, probably about 10 seconds. I decided to look back to see if this man was still there, but he disappeared. Eventually my teammates all texted the group chat saying they had arrived and they were hanging down in the lobby. I rushed to the elevator to go join them. I clicked the start button which leads to the lobby, but when the door opened, it wasn't the lobby. The elevator had taken me to the basement. I was frightened because it kind of looked like the back rooms except tile flooring with some 60s music playing faintly. I took a peek outside the elevator door and there was absolutely nobody in sight. I tried the start button again, absolutely horrified from that. I didn't feel myself go up or down. The door opened to the basement again. I figured maybe the start button was the basement and it was just different from other hotels. Maybe I just had made a mistake and was supposed to press floor 1 to get to the lobby. I hit the floor 1 button. This time it took me to a hallway. The button led me to the first floor of hotel rooms, still not taking me to the lobby. At this point I started to get confused and an eerie feeling overcame me. I decided to head back onto the elevator, go to my floor and walk down the stairs. I knew my entire team was roomed on the 3rd floor, so I felt more comfortable walking down the stairs from there. I went up to floor 3 and got off of the elevator. On my way to the stairs I saw weird crumbs in front of a hotel door and bent down to take a look at what it was. It was weed on the floor. I was kinda taken aback a bit. The person on the inside must have heard me because the door opened. The crazy man from the parking lot was the one behind the door. After seeing this, I bolted to the stairwell and ran down the stairs. I was running so fast that I was skipping some steps. I even ended up accidentally tripping at one point, but I got up as fast as my little legs could carry me. I made it down to the lobby and my team saw me in a panic. They all asked me what's wrong and I explained my story. I got a few looks from them and they probably thought I was delusional, but one of the boys convinced the whole team to follow me onto the elevator so I could show them in person what happened. I clicked the start button and lo and behold, the door reopened without any movement from the elevator. This was the same elevator and same button I had pressed previously. I still have no explanation behind this. The weekend ended up continuing but being completely normal until we had to leave for our last game. We all were standing in the lobby about to leave. We walked out into the parking lot to see that one of the cars had been broken into, and it was my teammate's. This car had a back window that was pretty big, so you could see what was inside of the trunk. Well, turns out that somebody had broken into the vehicle thinking it was full of something valuable. The only thing left behind in the trunk was both of my teammates' sticks, so he definitely wasn't looking for equipment. Jokes on him though, because hockey equipment smells absolutely rancid, and he probably had a not so nice surprise when opening up the bag. The hotel workers actually checked the cameras, and guess who it showed? The crazy man from the parking lot. So crazy man, let's not meet. This happened not too long after I moved to England. Back then, and still to this day, my country's living conditions weren't great, with everything getting worse every year, low salaries and high cost of living, so I decided I had enough. Not too long before that, my best friend had moved to England with her boyfriend and her dog. They lived in a house with a spare room, so we planned it out, and I moved to their house and shared the rent while I tried to find a job in my own place. We didn't last too long in that house, though, and 2 weeks after I moved in, we moved into a different house. The house itself was supposed to be better, but the neighborhood it was in, well, let's just say it had a lot to improve on. The problem, though, was that my friends had the dog, and most nights they would get into huge fights about who was the most tired from work, who worked the hardest, who did the most at home, and other nonsense I didn't have the patience for, so I would end up offering to take the dog for his walk just so I didn't have to listen to them anymore. They would usually go pretty well, I think especially because this was around the pandemic time, so there were a lot less people on the street. One night, though, was different. When I offered to take the dog and walked out of the house with him, I had this strange feeling going on, like that night I shouldn't have offered to go and should have just stayed home. Then again, maybe it's best it was me and not my friend. Back then I was 25 going on 26, well built and broad-shouldered and could easily take a fight, even though I'm not a very tall guy, so would probably present a bigger threat than my friend. I went down the stairs, walked out of the building with a trash bag in hand, dumped the bag and went on my way to the close entrance. As always, when I got to the main road, because I like to keep the walks different and fresh for the dog, I looked both ways to decide which way to go. That's when, to my left, I noticed this guy jogging in my direction. What troubled me, though, was that he was jogging in completely normal day-to-day clothes, not dressed to go out for a run at all. Thinking I didn't want to be judging people and didn't want to be feeling uneasy, I decided to just walk the other way and try to ignore the guy running my way. If it was the case, I would cross the road and see what happened. I wasn't the only one feeling uncomfortable, though, as the dog was refusing to just go about our way. He was an intense dog, with a massive focus when it came to trouble, and was a mix between a bulldog and a Portuguese hunting dog breed, so he was medium-sized, muscular, and had this habit of staring people down in a way that would make everyone uncomfortable. And that's just what he did then. I turned to my right, started walking down the street, having to pull the dog along every 5 seconds because he wouldn't stop turning around and observing the guy, who was still about 30 seconds jogging away from us. Of course, I kept my eye on the guy as well, taking advantage of having to pull the dog along to keep measuring how far the guy was from us, and when he was starting to get too close for comfort, I decided to cross the street. If he was just running past, he would be on his way. If there was something else happening, he would cross the street as well. Of course, that's exactly what happened. When I started crossing the street, the guy crossed it behind me, and then I decided to actually stop and let the dog stare the guy down to see what would come out of this. It was like I had messed everything up for him. He looked surprised, stopped running, and walked past us with both me and the dog eyeing him. He then lifted his hands like he was surrendering and said, "Hey brother, all good, all good," to which I just replied, "All good, you?" "Yeah, boss, yeah," he said. Then he walked ahead of us and finished crossing the road, and I went back to the same side of the road I was on to begin with and thought that would be it. No trouble, just a slight misunderstanding. That's when the guy stopped, turned around, saw I was not on his side of the road anymore, and did the weirdest thing. He took 2 steps back up the road and hid behind a tree, like he was hiding from someone else that was ahead on the street. This made me even more uncomfortable, and I was now having to control my shaking legs, adrenaline and increasing heartbeat, and not let any signals give my discomfort away. I ignored it, kept walking ahead, walked past the guy on the opposite side of the road, looked him in the eye again to warn him without having to say anything, and kept walking. 10 more steps was all it took. With this weird guy behind me, I heard something shuffle ahead in the street. Initially, I thought this could be a fox, but stopped when I decided the shuffling sounded like like it was coming from something way bigger than a fox or a dog. Another person, maybe. Then I saw it. There was someone else hiding behind one of the upcoming house's trash can, waiting for me to get there. I could see a part of their back showing up from one of the sides. I don't know if me and the dog could have taken them on or not, but I decided then I wouldn't risk it for me, let alone risk the dog's life. I turned around and started walking up the street again. Walked past the first guy, who was still huddled behind the same tree, nodded at him, said goodnight and left. The surprise in his face confirmed everything to me. They were not expecting me to understand what was going on, were not expecting me to turn around and simply walk away, and the first guy was not expecting me to still interact with him at all. For the night, I decided to just let the dog do his business in the little grass area behind our building, and that was it, considering that this was a very dangerous and high crime neighborhood which keeps getting worse, and a month later my boss's son and his friends were mugged at knife point with a machete just up the road from where this happened. I think I made the right choice that night. So this happened a while back. I was probably around 10 or 11 years old. Meeting my brother, Alex, was around 8 to 9 years old. We were walking home from the bus, which takes about 7 minutes to do, when I noticed something was off. I didn't see anything at first, but I just knew that something was wrong. So my brother and I start walking home, as the only two who got off at our stop were him and I. This blue and silver beat up truck drives past us, and I think nothing of it. It never slowed down or stopped. It just kept going. Alex and I were holding hands, as my grandmother always told me to do with him, as he's my baby brother and I want nothing to happen to him. Nothing happens at first, but then the same truck drives around again, driving our way this time. There was a cul-de-sac at the end of our road. It was driving slower this time. It went up the road and turned out of sight. Now Alex and I were nearing the three-way intersection that connected the cul-de-sac road to the other side road. Right off the main road the man just drove down. I happened to look down the street and see the truck driving real slow down the street towards us again. I knew we had to run. I knew there was no other option. I knew that if we didn't, my brother and I would not be safe. I don't know how I knew, but I did. As soon as we passed a house that blocked us from view, I turned to Alex and spoke to him exactly 4 words. No questions, just run. And we did. In our driveway, which is about 100 feet long, there is a row of bushes and pine trees that divide our home from the next door neighbor. I dragged him in there and told him to be quiet and I'd explain later. I watched as the same truck drove down and around the cul-de-sac again before coming to a stop right in front of our house. I had to hold my brother's mouth shut because he was crying and I was scared that whoever was following us would hear him and hurt us. I was more worried for him than for myself at this point. I was in fight or flight mode. I was the big sister. I had to protect him. I looked at him and said that the truck was following us, and I told him to not be scared. I said I wouldn't let anyone hurt him, and it seemed to calm him down a little. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the door to the truck opened and out came a man. He was tall, skinny, and messy. Short hair covered by a torn baseball cap, ripped jean shorts, and a puke green tank top. He entered our yard and looked around a bit. Alex and I were still in the bushes and I was trying to find a way to get to our house safely without getting this dude's attention. The guy left after what felt like forever and entered his car. He started it and drove away slowly. I waited a few minutes to make sure he was gone before turning to my brother and saying, "We need to run. When I count to 3, we are going to run behind the house to the back door." "Okay," he agreed, and we waited a few more seconds before I started counting. I still didn't have a good feeling about this, but I knew we had to move. I started counting. As soon as I hit 3, we booked it across our driveway and into our front yard to go around the house. As soon as we left our spot, I heard it. The sound of accelerating. He saw us. He was waiting for us to leave. He chased us up our driveway as we ran around the side. I grabbed Alex's hand and practically dragged him around the house and made him run ahead to the garage door to see if it was locked while I searched for my house key, which was about 20 feet away from me. The garage door was open. I swear to God I saw this man round the opposite corner of the house that we did as I entered the house. We entered and I slammed it shut, locking it and deadbolting it. I didn't stop running until I opened the house door and ran downstairs with Alex, screaming our safe word. My grandmother made a safe word for us that was a normal everyday word that we could use if we were in danger, just had to scream it basically. It woke my aunt who worked the night shift and was sleeping. We told her everything and she stayed up with us until my grandmother got home. They called the police and that was my first ever interaction with an officer. The man was never caught. To this day I don't know what he wanted, but I'm sure it wasn't good. I'm just glad my grandma drilled stranger danger into my head. I don't know where my brother or I would be right now if she hadn't. So to the messy man in the blue and silver truck, let's not meet again. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. So I'm a new Uber Eats driver, only been going about a month. I was just completing an order in the middle part of town, not too suburbs but also not too bad. I live in a major city, so going in and out of varying income level places is normal. As I walked up to my customers, I see there's a man and woman in the doorway and another woman across from them on the sidewalk. The woman in the doorway is standing timidly behind the guy and his jaw looks firm. She doesn't break eye contact with me as I walk up, but I tried not to pay it much mind. The guy accepted it, said thanks, and rushed him and his girl into the building. I started to walk back to my car when I noticed the woman from before gently calling for me to stop. She was gently saying hey, and I almost didn't catch it. However, I did notice her trying to keep pace with me on my way to my car. That sent my haunches up and I did a quick little 1-2 step to get a bit in front of her, jumped into my car without breaking eye contact with her, quick pushed the lock button on my door, and she still proceeded to try and reach for my passenger side door as if to open it. She heard the door click and stopped on her way to grab it. She bent down to look at me through my window and her eyes looked far off and bleary. She kept mouthing something, but just like before, her voice was very quiet and I couldn't hear her. I cracked my window just a bit so I could hear her, but not enough that she could get a hand inside. I said hello. I was pretending to be callous and hard, but I am very soft and easily intimidated. I'm not good with confrontation, and in most dangerous situations I tend to panic. I'm really proud of myself at this point that I was quick enough to think of all of these safe solutions. She starts just talking in circles about what are you doing, where are you going, and you can't deliver for Uber, you're in high school. Keep in mind that I do have a baby face, but I am 30 years old. I'm polite but curt with her and tell her yes, I am doing deliveries and now I have to go. Did you need something or did you need any help? She keeps trying to talk in circles, but as I'm about to insist that I am peeling out, she says hey, let me come with you. I get this weird feeling in the back of my neck because she looks like what she said was a perfectly sane request and still did not break eye contact with me. Also keep in mind that this entire time she's been speaking with a very gentle and quiet voice as if she was talking to a small scared animal. I say no thanks. She insists, saying just trust me, I'm going to go with you, just trust me. Again, this point getting more nervous, I say no thanks, I'm about to drive off, you should step back so I don't run over your feet. She tries to get closer, maybe thinking that if she doesn't move I won't move. She's sadly mistaken and I start rolling slowly forward saying you better step back, I'm about to crush your feet. She kept laughing to some unknown joke in her own mind saying you're so funny, you're so funny. I peeled out of there and confusedly looked back in my rearview mirror. I never come across someone like that before and I've been in much rougher neighborhoods than this, so I was very confused. I called my husband, who was used to living in the rougher part of my large city, and said that she could have potentially been trying to trap me so that another person or car could roll up on my driver's side and potentially jump me or try to steal my car. I'm always glad for his insight. Because of my shelteredness, I have no idea about all of these strategies that people have to get one up on you. Hello, I wish to tell you where my fear of going in water comes from. It's something I was never ashamed, but I never told the real details to anyone. To begin with, I never had a fear of water when I was young. I was a good swimmer with a lot of imagination who loved The Little Mermaid, the Disney and Anderson versions, but after meeting someone when I was 13 years old, it changed everything. Now, a little introduction to my childhood to understand the context. My mom couldn't have a baby because she had an illness, so she and her husband adopted me when I was a baby. I never had difficulties regarding that and had a happy childhood being an only child. They are my mother and father, that's all. However, one day, they divorced. My dad had an affair with a younger woman, she got pregnant, and he told my mom when the pregnancy was almost done. I was 9 and it broke the relationship I had with my dad and gave me insecurities about being unloved by him. My parents stayed friends only for me, and for many years, I spent half of the summer holidays with one and the other half with the other. This summer, I was with my dad, his new wife, and my half little brother, and I hated it. Being a teenager who despised this new side of my family and being forced to go with them to a beach, I was always grumpy and dramatic. It was a small nudist beach, a new thing my father discovered while having a new partner. I didn't really care since I could wear a swimsuit. One day, my dad came back to us with a guy around 50 who introduced himself as an English teacher. Let's call him Alex. Usually, I had nice grades, but I wasn't very good in English, which wasn't my first language, so my dad told me Alex agreed to teach me a bit and help me do my summer homework. I was happy, seeing their opportunity to none of my father helping me do them. So, the next day, Alex came back to us and helped me do a few exercises while my dad went away to go swimming. After an hour or so, Alex proposed to go in the water and I accepted. I said to my father's new wife where I was going and followed Alex. He gave me a tuba and a mask to watch the fishes. Now, I know it was stupid. I was well aware of stranger danger, but I was happy to have a distraction and didn't think this guy was dangerous because he got introduced by my father. There were a lot of waves and the sea was so clear. I remember watching in fascination all the colorful fishes around found me. I followed Alex without difficulty and we turned around some big rocks. There, he gave me the sign to go up and told me we could rest here. Like I said at the beginning, I was a good swimmer, so I put the tuba away from my mouth and said that I wasn't tired at all. I don't know if he didn't hear me or didn't care, because the next moment, I felt hands around my hips forcing me onto his naked lap. I panicked, my head got under the water while the guy was pinning my back against his front. I don't remember if I had the tuba back into my mouth, but my feet couldn't touch the sand at the bottom and I couldn't get to the surface. I thought I was about to drown. I was so scared I don't even know if he was hard or was trying to touch me. I kicked and struggled until he let go of me. I climbed on the rocks and got onto the shore before going back to the beach on foot. The rest of the day, I was silent, but nobody seemed to notice, except during the evening when my mom called me on my phone and she immediately knew something was wrong. I briefly explained to her what happened and she told everything to my father, who confronted Alex the next day. We never contacted the police and I never met him again. Maybe he wasn't an English teacher to begin with and was looking for an excuse to meet a naive teenager. The moment Alex grabbed me was so quick, maybe 20 seconds, but it left a huge scar on me. I can't go totally underwater while being unable to touch the bottom without panicking. I don't swim anymore. I know it could have ended way worse, and that's the only thing I'm glad for. About 3 years ago, I, a 21-year-old female, was a waitress during the height of the pandemic. It was my first ever job and I remember being so excited to start as soon as possible. After all my training was finished and I got my certifications, I was put on the closing shift. We closed at 10 at night every night. At the time, and typically it was just my cook, a 20-year-old male, and I rarely would there be another waitress with me, and I liked it that way. I always worked better alone and I didn't really get along with most of the other waitresses anyway, so it was nice. I can remember it was near the end of my time there that this experience happened, and I'm really happy I had the circumstance I did at the time. I never could really trust my gut very much because I had mild anxiety and couldn't tell if what I felt half the time was valid or not. I mention this because when all this went down, it felt real and I had an absolute feeling. I had started my shift that evening around 3. I said goodbye to the last waitress and I was on my own with my cook. Everything was pretty slow and normal until I got a call about one of the specialty items on the limited time menu we had. The food couldn't be ordered as takeout and the lady over the phone really didn't take it well. After a little debating, she finally decided to sit in and eat instead. I'd say around 10 to 20 minutes later is when I spotted an older looking car pull up and 3 people came out. 2 men and a woman who looked to be in their 30s to 40s. I could tell it was the same lady I spoke to over the phone, judging by her attitude coming in. I further confirmed it by asking, since I already had a pretty good idea of what she wanted to eat. What I thought was an act of mild embarrassment and pettiness was actually something much more sinister later on. Her attitude toward me changed when she saw me. She was much nicer and more cooperative. This didn't ring any bells at first because it was something that most people who wanted to look good in front of others would do. I sat them at a booth and took their orders. I noticed they had a red binder and a black pen. Remember this? I then waited 10 to my other customers as there were a couple other tables I was waiting on. Once I brought their food out to them, they asked me if I knew any realtors. I found this to be normal, as this being the tourist vacation state it is, it wasn't uncommon for outsiders to be looking for getaway homes. I would say this was reasonable for me to assume it was nothing if they didn't already look like the unsavory type of people, if you get what I mean. Nonetheless, I gave them the phone number to a realtor I knew closely and well, since I often went to church with her. There wasn't any other notable interactions I really had aside from occasional small talk if I wasn't doing anything or refilling their drinks. It was around 4:30 now and they were the last of my tables to leave the restaurant. If any of you were in the food industry, you know that as a server, you don't really get breaks. Just a lunch most of the time, and sometimes not even that if it's super busy all day. So my cook and I took this as an opportunity to take a well-deserved break. We walked out behind them and had a small chat with them. I should mention by now that the front of the restaurant had a disabled ramp coming up to the doors. It was long because the building was on a raised foundation. This is important. Now, I didn't really notice it at the time, but one of the men took my cook to the other side of the ramp, down near the end, and was chatting with him over a cigarette. I was behind the railing at the top of the platform where the ramp plateaued. Luckily, the other man and the woman were on the other side of the railing about 5 feet below but in front of me. We were having some small talk and they started to ask some personal questions such as if I lived in the area, if I smoked weed, how old I was, stuff like that. I hadn't quite learned yet that telling strangers such personal things wasn't a good idea. However, this for some reason was starting to raise some red flags. I gave very vague answers to all her questions as best as I could. Unfortunately, they still persisted in trying to have some sort of communication with me outside of my work, whether or not I said no. I suppose when they finally realized that I wasn't going to give that information up, the woman finally got to her point. She had told me that she had a business offer for me. It was for a cleaning service. I don't like cleaning anyway, so regardless, I would have said no. However, what she said next solidified my answer. She proceeded to tell me that she owned a maid service called the Pretty Kid is Maid Service. She said she needed pretty and young girls like me, that she had 10 girls now as it was that she wanted to expand. She mentioned how they get paid $30,000 and how it would be a great opportunity for me to help her with her business. I instantly knew at that point that it certainly wasn't a maid business and I was in danger. However, I didn't understand just how much danger I was in. I politely declined her offer and told her I liked my job as it was, that I was satisfied working for my boss. She tried to further convince me by telling me how easy it was and reiterating how much I'd make under her supervision. She mentioned how she had a van for her business and described it to me. I can't exactly remember what she told me, but I do remember how she told me to follow her to her car. She said she'd show me a picture of her van in her car, but her phone was in her hands. I knew for certain I wasn't going anywhere with her or near that car. I declined yet again and said that I was fine right where I was. I said she could show me on her phone instead, but she was hesitant. After which she proceeded to end the conversation and left with the two men. A little shaken, I walked back into the restaurant with my cook and told him what I had just experienced. He joked about how I'd have good money if I went with him. Because I didn't take the situation as seriously as I should have, I laughed with him. At the end of that night, when the cook's grandmother came to pick us up, I mentioned the weird interaction. A panicked look came over her and she sat silent, staring at me. I got confused and asked her if everything was okay. That's when I learned the signs of human trafficking. She broke it to me that I was almost trafficked and I was incredibly lucky I didn't get kidnapped. My stomach dropped and I started to panic at the realization of just how much danger I was in. Nothing really happened after that, except for the red binder and the black pen I told you remember. I went to work the next day and a customer walked in. Now normally in my part of town, not many people like to sit and relax for a while. They're mostly there to just eat and leave as it wasn't exactly a cafe. While I get into my apron and sit this gentleman, he was well dressed, not in a suit and tie, but just nicely dressed. He was alone. I sat him at a single booth and took his order of one single coffee. He had a red binder and black pen with him. I didn't even notice until my cook from the night before reminded me of it. I was so shocked at the fact, and it unsettled me even more that he proceeded to sit there for 3 hours, watching me as I tended to my tables. I kept asking him if he needed anything else, and he asked me if people never just sat and relaxed with coffee. I sort of shrugged and said no, not here. Now this might come as a surprise to some of you, but servers, believe it or not, do listen in on some of your conversations. I'm lucky I did with this one. I specifically remember him speaking over the phone about finances and how he needed to find another house. He spoke about moving money and how he was going to pay his girls that night. I ran to the back of the kitchen and told my cook. Thankfully, he came out with me to help deliver some plates in order to throw the guy off. It worked, I think. He ended up leaving not long after that, and I haven't seen or heard anything since. I'll tell you though, I've been much more on guard since then. Though, I wasn't able to report them because their car was facing forward toward the building's cameras and we couldn't see the license plate. Yes, I told my manager and he never allowed any of the servers to leave the building without someone else walking them out. I made it known throughout the whole staff about what happened since I didn't want any of them to get hurt. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. It was the middle of summer and my parents had left for the weekend to go to our house in the Cape Cod. It's about a 2-hour drive away, so it's no big deal for them to leave me alone for a few days. My mom had made some pulled pork and pasta for me to heat up to eat whenever, and I had some money if I wanted to order a pizza. Things were all good. The first night I was alone, I stayed up until 3 in the morning playing my console, so I woke up really late the next day. I checked my phone when I woke up and saw it was a little past 1. I had made plans to play some street hockey with my friends at 3, so I threw myself out of bed and stumbled into the shower. I take really long showers, so when my parents are gone I go mental. I was in there for about 45 minutes on my phone scrolling through social media when I heard my front door open. The bathroom is directly up the stairs from the back door, and the thing is pretty loud when it opens and closes. I immediately froze, since obviously I was supposed to be alone. I waited for about 2 minutes, ears trained and trying to hear anything else. Nothing. I figured it was just the wind or maybe my parents were home early, so I turned off the shower, wrapped my towel around myself, and slowly walked down the stairs to check it out. So the stairs to the kitchen are pretty tight and walled in. I can't see into the kitchen when I walk down. Even though my house is very old and each step on the stairs makes a super loud creak, I still took my time and tried to be as quiet as possible. I probably took 45 seconds walking down all 12 of the stairs. So when I get to the second to last stair, I take a little breath to compose myself. In my mind, I knew I was being stupid. There obviously wasn't anything in the kitchen. There's no way I wouldn't have heard another noise, and there's no reason for them to still be nobody in the kitchen even if there were burglars or something in the house. After sort of mentally chastising myself for being such a scared cat, I sort of chuckled to myself for being so stupid and just normally walked the last 2 stairs and turned the corner into the kitchen. Standing about 2 feet away from me in the middle of my kitchen is a man staring straight at me, perfectly still, with a massive smile across his face, just staring at me. The thing I remember most vividly wasn't his face or his smile but his arms. They weren't just at his side, he held them in the strangest, most abnormal position I've ever seen. I don't know why I remember this so much, but it's just the weirdest position someone could put their arms in I've ever seen. Honest to God, I think I almost had a heart attack right there. Looking back, I can realize how creepy this situation was, but in the moment I just took a step towards him and punched him as hard as I could in the jaw, sort of half slapping / pushing him towards the ground. The second I connected, I ran up the stairs, dropping my towel in the kitchen with my heart beating out of control. I sprinted into my room and locked the door behind me. I quickly put a chair up against the doorknob. Almost without thinking, I immediately called the cops and, nearly in tears, told the operator what happened. As I sat on the floor of my room, in practically the fetal position, staring at the door praying that a cop would be here soon, I noticed the light coming from the gap between my door had stopped. The guy was standing outside of my door. There's no words to describe the feeling I had. I was paralyzed with fear, watching the shadow across the bottom of the door shift in tiny ways. I stayed balled up, staring at the gap, praying the man would go away for what seemed like an hour. All the while, the operator on the phone was asking, "Hello, are you there? Hello." I didn't want to make a noise, and even if I wanted to move my arms to bring the phone to my mouth, I don't think I could have. Eventually, the light returned to the gap, and I heard the faintest of footsteps, slowly creaking the wooden floorboards as he walked down the hall. It was silent for minutes as I just sat there curled up, unable to even speak. I heard banging on the front door and the sound of 2 officers entering my house. I finally felt safe, and I opened the door to the 2 of them standing there. I almost cried. Nowadays, my parents don't even leave me home alone anymore, thank God, and I check every lock on the house before going to bed. Even working with sketch artists and a few lineups, the police never found whoever was in my house. I have no idea what he wanted or who he was, but regardless, let's never meet again. So, this happened in 2011, so the exact dialogue may have escaped my memory a bit, but the situation is something I'll never forget. Also, AIM was still pretty active during this time, and so was video chatting. This is important for later. I was on an online dating site and was talking to this guy. I was 31 at the time, he was 28. We talked for about 6 weeks before I gave him my phone number, and we took it online to calling and texting for another couple of weeks. 2 months after our initial chat, we were texting, and he told me that he was out having a few beers at a bar near my house. He asked what I was doing and asked if I wanted to come out, but I had a very long day at work and didn't feel like going to a bar. I invited him over to my place, which was stupid in hindsight, and after he finished at the bar, he accepted. I figured I would be okay since I do keep firearms for protection and know how to defend myself if needed. I also had a webcam. I took a shower so I wouldn't smell like a water buffalo on a hot day, put on some makeup and got dressed to wait. He then called and said he was outside of my house. I clicked record on my computer's webcam program and turned off my monitor and wait to let him in. It's around 10 at night, and he comes in and we go back to my bedroom because my living room was being remodeled. We're sitting on the bed chatting for about an hour, talking about everything under the sun. The conversation flowed. He was very handsome and so easy to be comfortable with. We got on the subject of firearms and I showed him mine. About 15 minutes later, he asks for some water, so I go to the kitchen to get him a bottle. When I came back, he said he got a phone call and had to leave. After he left, I looked on my nightstand where I put the firearm down after showing him and noticed that it was gone. I looked everywhere for it, thinking I had put it down somewhere else. Nope, not there. I then played back the recording from my webcam program, and sure enough, it shows him grabbing it and putting it in his hoodie. I was terrified at that point. He knew where I lived, he had my firearm, and he left his phone on my bed. Right then his phone rings and I answer it. Come to find out, he's married. His wife was calling him wondering where he was. I told her everything, including the fact that he stole my firearm and I had video evidence and was calling the police on him. Next thing I know, he's banging on my door, my firearm in his hand, asking me for his phone. The conversation went like this: him, I need my phone, give me my phone. Lee, not opening the door but yelling through the window, take the magazine out of my gun, empty the chamber, throw the magazine into the bushes, the one in the chamber across the road, and put it on the ground. Him, no, give me my phone. Lee, I'm on the phone with your wife at the moment and I have you on video stealing from me. I put his wife on speaker. Wife, a whole bunch of expletives. He gets shocked, runs and gets in his car, then comes back, telling me he threw my gun in the ditch. At this point, I make him empty his pockets, take take his pants off, take his hoodie off, and show me that he doesn't have my gun on him. All the while, his wife is on the phone and I go outside and get in his car in the driver's seat and tell him to take me to where he threw my gun. He proceeds to tell me that I don't know how hard it is for him, being a felon, not being allowed to own a gun ever because of a mistake he made. The mistake, domestic violence with a gun. We get up the road. He tells me my gun is there in the ditch. Then I realize the situation I'm in. I can get out of the car and go get it, leaving him to do whatever to me if he chose. He was about 6'4" and I am 5'3", or I could make him go get it and take a chance of him seriously hurting me. I took that chance since I was on his phone with his wife and my phone with the police. He retrieves my gun, brings it back to the car, and I drive back to my house and wait on the police. I get out of the car and he gets in the driver's seat. I'm still on the phone with the police. I walk around the back of his car to get his license plate number and he just puts his car in reverse, hits me, and takes off. They found him later that evening. He still had the magazine and one in the chamber in his pocket, so now he's enjoying time in prison. My mom's dog, Punky, was a very sweet, loving dog. She was an emotional support animal dog, but trained to be a service dog for post-traumatic stress disorder before she lost her leg. I had never seen her get aggressive with anyone in the entire 12 years she lived. She never growled or nipped anyone, and she had no sense of smell, so she loved all animals and people, a real gentle giant among our little terriers at 60 pounds. What I'm getting at here was that her barking at something and being aggressive was so wildly uncharacteristic that I only saw it once. I, an 11-year-old girl, was at home with my siblings who are 2 and 6, and my then stepdad is at work, and my mom ran up to the gas station to grab a pack of cigarettes. For reference, we lived in a 2-bedroom trailer in the middle of the woods on a dead-end road at the time, and you had to really make an effort to get down our road, find our house, navigate down our narrow driveway, and find the door. I'm sitting at the computer having a grand time watching videos when all of a sudden all of our dogs, about 2 Boston Terriers and 1 Chihuahua, perk up, bark a few times, and start investigating down the hall. My siblings were napping in the bedroom at the end of the hall at the time, so I figured they just stirred and scared the dogs. But then Punky sits up suddenly, stands up on the couch, and puffs her chest out. Her ears are perked up, her fur standing on end, her tail straight up, and then she barks. Loudly, I mean, the bark booms through the living room and echoes around, and all of a sudden she lunges off of the couch and goes tearing down the hallway. I'm already on edge because I don't think I've heard her bark, ever. She's a Basenji mix, so her bark is more of a baying sound, but this was a big, loud, alert bark. I stand up and go to look down the hallway, ready to fight off what I'm assuming is a shadow monster in the hallway based on how the dogs are acting. But then I hear it. Knock, knock, knock. We didn't get visitors because of how weird our house was location-wise, so my 11-year-old mind had no clue what to do here. The only people who showed up were family, and they didn't knock, so I slowly walked towards the door. The knock drew the attention of the dogs, and they came running back down the hallway, all except for Punky, and I felt better with our 3 yappy dogs in the room with me, even if they were all the size of New York City sewer rats. I opened the door just a bit, and standing on our porch is the sketchiest man I think I've ever seen. I can still picture him perfectly. He was a really thin, taller man with dark hair and a sunken face, bags under his eyes, and this half-managed hair, sort of like he just gave it a quick brush and then figured it was good enough. Everything about him seemed just a little too thin, a little too shallow, and his clothes were all off too. They were nice, but fake nice, you know, like a clean, newer looking shirt and new jeans, but he had what looked like a suit jacket on. All his clothes were dark too, despite the fact that it was summer in Texas and the weather was definitely in the hundreds of degrees that day. He also had this plain, unlabeled bottle in his hand. It looked like the label had been covered up and taped over. I stare up at him in confusion because I definitely don't know this man, and I ask what he wants. He smiles at me in this way that's way too fake, like this exaggerated and forced grin, and he spoke in the same voice retail workers do. Hey there, kid. I'm trying to sell this here carpet cleaner, and he shakes the bottle at me. Mind if I come in to show you how good it works? Alarms are going off in my head because he just seemed so off. Looking back with an adult perspective, the fact that he didn't ask if my parents were home was unnerving, because he probably knew they were, and that's why he was here in the first place. I should have told him to get off our property, that I'd have to go get my mom, something except what I did say, but I didn't. Instead, I just shook my head and said, no, we don't have carpet. Well, it works on other things. And he took a big step towards the door and shook the bottle at me. I start to freak out and think to close the door, but the thing is, our front door didn't even lock, so that's basically useless. I'm sure there's something very wrong about to happen, and I'm terrified as I think about what to do in the few seconds I think I have before it does happen. when all of a sudden I hear it. Pucky had crept up from the hallway, lowered towards the ground with her teeth bared and snarling like she was feral. She had slobber just dripping from her mouth, her ears were down and she was ready to pounce. The guy hears it too, and as I look towards Pucky, she tries to lunge past me and I just barely catch her with my leg as she tries her hardest to duck past me and attack this guy. He freaks out and runs off the porch without another word, booking it down the driveway as I let Pucky out along with the rest of our dogs and they start chasing him. Our small dogs chase him down the driveway and stop about halfway, barking and jumping about, but Pucky stops just on the porch and watches him with her ears perked, just staring in the distance until he disappears. I swear I saw someone join up with him running when he got onto the road. The second he disappeared, Pucky's entire body language changed and she went back to being the sweet dog I knew, no barking or growling, just laying around, mouth and throat covered in slobber still. I realized my siblings are still down the call and run to check on them, and when I get to the bedroom, my siblings were sleeping soundly still, but the bedroom window was wide open, the curtains pushed all to one side and the items on the dresser in front of the window all shoved around. Someone had tried to climb through the window, no doubt in my mind about it. From what I can gather, the bedroom window was visible from the couch where Pucky was sleeping, so I think someone was trying to climb through the window before Pucky went after them and scared them off, and the man at the door was meant to distract me. They definitely didn't expect Pucky, a bigger dog, because most of the time she was with my mom inside while her small dogs were the ones that saw public eye more often. I don't know what they intended to do, but after my mom got home she took all of us to my aunt's house, and on our way there we saw the men walking up someone else's driveway. Men plural, because we watched a second one split off to wait by the road. So, to the two men apparently going door to door to sell their unlabeled carpet cleaner, I'd really rather not meet again. At the time this happened, I was a 13-year-old girl, so this happened 2 years ago and I was fairly naive. I was a major introvert and only friends with a few people in my class. I wanted to be social, but I preferred to be alone and read or write. Classic nerd things. In early November, I got a text on my phone that was from a few classmates whose phone numbers I had and around one or two I couldn't recognize. It was a group chat, asking if we wanted to hang out at night near a park at our school. My parents, being strict and paranoid, would never let me go. Luckily, or what I thought was luck, they were heading out for an overnight trip. They would be back around 4 in the morning and everything fell into place. Once my parents left around at about 8, I ran out the door and made my way to the park. The one thing I made sure to do was lock the door. My parents were paranoid after all, and it was their biggest thing that they engraved into me. Once I arrived at the park, I noticed a creepy figure near the edge of the woods. No one else seemed to notice it. I didn't mention it though to anybody else there. The night drew on and on. I was having the time of my life, ignoring the gut feeling I had telling me to run. Every so often I would look over my shoulder and the man would still be standing there. Around 9:45, 4 out of the 10 people there had to leave due to their curfew. It was getting cold and was nearly pitch black with a few street lights every so often. The rest of us decided to go as well, since it felt more eerie and quiet. The place we were hanging out at was a field that was fenced in with a few exits and entrances. A large wide field with a small park in the back and our giant middle school behind us. The front of the field faced the empty road and the right and left sides were surrounded by forest. All of the people left were getting picked up by cars, meaning that they went the opposite way of the road since that's where the parking lot was. The man stood by the right forest/road exit that I needed to take to get home. I walked away from my group. The man was probably early 40s, late 30s, dark hair with a beard. He was probably around 5'9", but at the time it seemed like he was 6 foot. He stood about 10 feet from the exit I had to take, so when I got close enough to it, I ran for about 30 feet through the exit and through the woods. Once I felt safe enough, I started to quickly walk through the woods, or at least get to the road. I heard a snap and a crunch from behind me. I stopped walking for a second and quickly checked over my shoulder. Around 15 feet behind me stood the very same man. He was walking slowly behind me, almost as if he was trying not to be suspicious, but it only made my fear worse. I turned around and walked so quickly I was basically jogging. I lived about 10 minutes away from the park we had hung out at and I wasn't athletic enough to run home. After around 7 minutes of walking fast, I was in my neighborhood. I knew that I could run to my house if I had to, so I checked to see if he was still trailing behind me. To my horror, he was only 5 feet away. I ran faster than I've ever ran. I could hear his footsteps behind me thumping across the concrete as he ran too. I dove down an alleyway I knew well and tried to lose him in a park, making my way home longer. I could hear his heavy breath followed by his footsteps as he tried to keep up. I cut through houses, backyards, and front yards. I finally made it to my house and flew up the steps. I looked behind me and he had just arrived at the bottom of my stairs. I unlocked the door and burst through it, shoving it closed behind me, and I heard him him hit the door with his whole body. I ran around the house and locked all the windows, turned off the lights, and hid in my bedroom with a kitchen knife just in case he got in. He didn't, luckily. If this was a better world, that's where my story would end, but it doesn't. After a few months, I haven't really told anyone what's happened since I don't want to get in trouble with my parents for sneaking out or anything. I didn't go out with anyone or any group anymore, and my loner status returned. I began to write horror stories as a coping mechanism and never went out past 7. It was around February when a classmate of mine was sharing a story of some random man following her home on the bus. She described him almost the exact same as the man who had chased me home. Another girl mentioned that he sounded like the guy who stood outside the school and tried to follow her home. I didn't join him, but everyone agreed that he was just a weird guy. He was kind of forgotten, and eventually I moved on too. Around May, I was getting ready to walk to school when my mom pulled me aside and showed me a picture of a man. The guy who stalked me actually. She told me that he had been taken into custody 2 weeks ago for assaulting a child and had escaped last night. She told me to keep an eye out for him and to call the cops if I saw him. I was shaking the whole time I walked to school. It haunts me to know that if he had caught me, I would most likely be in her position or even dead. So, creepy nighttime stalker who liked to hunt down young girls and assault them, let's not meet again. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. For context, I'm in school still and work for my family member on certain weekends at a local college selling concessions at the stadium. It's about once or twice a month and the stadium is off towards the edge of town. It's Friday night. I just had gotten out of school and I had to go straight to work. I get to work for 4 hours, a half shift tonight, and my boss, who is my aunt, tells me we need more spoons for tomorrow's event. We sell ice cream, and these events have like 5,000 plus people at them. I say okay, I'll go grab them on my way home. The only store open with heavy duty spoons is all the way on the other side of town, and I still wanted to go meet up with some of my friends and mess around. I decided to take the faster but more sketchy way around the outskirts of town. I live in a weather bipolar state. It snowed last night, but I figured the roads would be fine enough even if they weren't plowed. I take off to the store and the first 5 minutes go by and nothing is wrong. I haven't seen a single car or any buildings the entire time, but keep in mind it's approaching 9 in the night and I'm on the outskirts of town, and no one really takes this way in case they really have to. All of a sudden I see something in the corner of my eye, and it looks like a man, roughly 5'8" I'd say, wearing shorts, a shirt, and a backwards hat. He's in the ditch, walking in snow when it's 10 degrees out. My first thought is to pull over, but I'm on the phone with my mom at the time and she warns me not to as some things have happened before in this town. An example, a couple years ago a college girl was kidnapped and found dead rolled up in a rug in 2014. I consider stopping, but for some reason I tell myself not to. I wasn't really worried about anything. I'm a young dude driving a big pickup truck. Last type of person anyone would want to harm, right? I pass the man, going about 40 miles per hour. I drive not even 500 feet past him, and immediately, a car that I did not see at all before turns on. It pulls out of a field entrance off the road and starts to follow me. At first, I thought I just was focused on the man in the ditch and didn't see a road, and that's where they come from. But I later found out there was not a road there. Now, again, I'm not super worried. I didn't feel it was a threat yet. I start to approach the town again and have to take some turns to get where I'm going. I turn left, the car turns left. I turn right, car turns right. I go around a roundabout and skip my turn and go twice as no one else was there. Car follows. At this point, I start to worry a little, but maybe they just need to go to the store also. I then pull up to a stop sign. Keep in mind, I wasn't on the best side of town either, may I add. I turn without my turn signal. The car follows. Now, at this point, I should have went straight to the police station, but I still didn't think much of it. I'm 2 miles from the store, where plenty of people will be. I take a few more turns, and the car continues to follow me. I completely blew a stop sign at a non-busy intersection, and the car does a quick stop and go and catches up. At this point, I'm 2 turns until the store, so I'm still not worried. I turn into the store, and the car turns also. The store also has a gas station, so I pull there first to act like I was getting gas. The car sets off to the side of the road, in between the gas station and store, and just sits there. I wait about 10 minutes, and the car doesn't move. At this point, I start to get worried. I'm a young kid alone at night near the bad side of town. I call my friends I'm supposed to meet up with later on and give them the license plate for worst case scenario, then take off to the store. I cross the street, and the car comes straight behind me. I'm freaking out on the phone, not knowing if I should call the cops or not. I go and park as close as possible to the store, and the car parks 3 rows behind me and a couple down. It's getting late at this point, and the store's closing soon. There's only a couple others in the lot. I turn my truck back on and go park on the complete opposite side of the lot, get out, and I completely completely bolt inside of the store. I'm not super overweight, but I'm not skinny either. I'm about 6'1" and 200 pounds. Who would want anything to do with me? I get spoons, take my time in the store. I go to call my friends to walk back outside, and my phone is dead. I look out the sliding doors, and suddenly there's a white van next to my driver's side. Looks like no one's in it, but the back windows are covered and it's running. Big red flag. I run to customer service and explain everything, but they think I'm some young kid messing around. At the time, I didn't see the original follow car, but no way am I going outside with that van next to my truck. After waiting what seemed like hours, in reality about 30 minutes, the van pulls forward and the original car appears from the side of the building. They came from the in-store Starbucks window and talked, and both drove off. I wait another 10 minutes and dash outside. I speed to my friend's house, and when I get there I park in his garage. My one buddy asked why there's a big orange mark on my tire, and my heart sinks. When I was inside, the follow car must have marked my tire. After inspecting rest of truck, we find a small pipe dropped in the bed of my truck surrounded by snow. It was about 2 inches wide and I'd say about 18 inches long, wrapped in duct tape. It was not Mike. I was alone, no phone, scared, in a part of town I'm not familiar with. I try to laugh it off, but now that everyone's asleep I can't help but think what would have happened if I walked outside. I've always been sort of ego boosted on the fact I'm a chubby fat dude that no one would want to mess with, but after tonight I realize anyone can be targeted. This takes place around 10 years ago when I was like 8 or 9. I lived in a pretty bad neighborhood in what was at the time a really run-down city. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad at the same time, just a few bad apples in the tree. Anyways, enough background on the neighborhood, now onto the main story. My friends and I loved to play outside. It was the only thing we could do. No one in the neighborhood could afford any sort of electronics or any sort of fun machine to play with. We loved to just run through people's yards, cutting through houses if they just so happened to leave their door open. Now looking back on it, it is probably the dumbest thing kids our age could have been doing in a neighborhood like that. This story has nothing to do with running at people's houses, just wanted to let you know how dumb of kids we were. Well, on one fateful day, we were playing hide and seek with 4 of us hiders and 1 of us a seeker. We thought it would have been a funny idea to go to the other side of the neighborhood so that the seeker could never find us and we'd win. We like to call that part of the neighborhood the ridge part because they had 2-story houses over there and a forest with a creek in it. We were just doing our usual thing, cutting through people's yards and jumping fences, when we heard the loudest scream maybe 4 or 5 houses down. After hopping off the fence that we had just jumped, we all stopped and looked around wondering where it came from. I noticed that one of our hiders weren't with us anymore. 3 of us left. "Where's Isaac?" I exclaimed. We heard the scream again. I pointed towards where the sound came from and we all jumped back over the fence we just jumped from and ran towards the scream. When we thought we got to the spot where the screaming was coming from, there was nothing there but an empty plot of land in the forest. We all started to get scared. Did Isaac get lost in the forest? Did he get taken back there? Then we heard the scream again. It was definitely Isaac. I decided to be the man of all the other 8-year-olds and go into the forest to make sure Isaac was okay. As I started my way into the trees, I did one last look at my friends and saw how horrified their faces were. I knew at the moment that I was definitely the only one that could go down into the forest. Making my way in, I could feel all the heat in my body fading and some sort of dread starting to take over. As I walked further and it started getting darker and harder to see, I was whisper yelling my friend's name. He responded in the most shaken up voice down here. "Be quiet." I finally got to him and asked him what happened. He told me this story of how he got tired of running and decided to take a break on the curb to catch his breath, and that instead of being out in the open and risking the chance of being caught, he decided to go into the woods and hide. He said that after like 5 minutes after he sat down he heard talking, nothing that he could make out, just random nonsense. He looked around to see a man in a black hoodie hiding behind a tree on the other side of the creek staring at him. But the man took off before my friend could even get up to run away, and this is where he said he started screaming at the top of his lungs and hid somewhere else in the forest, which is where both of us are now hiding. And I kid you not, as soon as he told me this, we heard a twig snap. We both look up to see the man looking for us in some of the shrubbery on the forest floor. I couldn't make out any facial expressions or anything on his face. For a matter of fact, I could see he was holding some sort of blade. I couldn't tell if it was a stick or a machete. All I knew is that we needed to run, so when he turned his back we got up and started running. We didn't care how loud we were, we just knew that we needed to run. We got out of the forest and told all of our friends to run as fast as they could down the street. We kept running until we got to the other side of the block and we all turned around to see the street empty. No one, not a single car, and from a distance you could hear a roar, or like a very loud engine. Shortly after that initial roar, a silver Mustang with the darkest windows comes peeling around the corner faster than I've ever seen a car go. headed straight towards us. I've never had my body tighten up like it had at that very moment when I knew it was the same guy from the forest. I told all my friends to split up and run into people's yards to hide, so as we were all hiding and running through alleyways and jumping fences, you can still hear his engine. It was like he was targeting only me. I can't even tell you how far I ran. I got to the point where I didn't even think I was in my neighborhood, but still I hear his engine coming up on me, so I ran more. I was exhausted. The sun finally started to set and I could hear his engine fade, almost like he had forgotten about me or just had given up. I start making my way back home scared out of my mind, checking my back every so often to make sure I wasn't being followed. Once I made it home, I went right to bed to cry myself to sleep, and for months after that silver Mustang would follow us, stalking every corner that we played on. We'd see it at our school, at the grocery store. It could have been a coincidence that our little minds are now perceiving things around us, but either way I think he was stalking us. Nothing actually came of him following us. He never did what he did that first day, but it was still so scary seeing that car everywhere we went. This happened to be last summer. I'm a 20-year-old woman. I went to the thrift store with my boyfriend who is 20 years old, and as we were heading back home, I suggested we pick up some sushi for dinner at our nearby grocery store. As my boyfriend works night shifts, he was already feeling tired and suggested that I go to the grocery store while he goes back home. We live in the busy part of our city where the mall, library, city hall, restaurants, and major stores are. They're all a couple of minutes away from our home. Not to mention, I live in a relatively safe city with little crime, so I was more than alright with going by myself. Now, I truly wish I hadn't. As we parted ways, I was walking through the parking lot of the grocery store when a stocky man, about 6'5", probably in his early to mid-40s, approached me. With a wide smile and wider eyes, he said, "Wow, you are stunning." I simply thanked him and tried walking away. He cut me off, saying, "I have never seen someone as beautiful as you before." I was immediately filled with dread. I looked back, hoping my boyfriend was still in sight. No luck. I was starting to feel cautious. Not to mention, with his eyes and smile, he honestly reminded me of a buffer Art the Clown from Terrifier, minus the clown costume and lack of talking. The man roped me into a one-sided conversation, asking me my name and how old I was. I gave him a fake name and told him I was Nati. He laughed and said, unnaturally excitedly, "That's good. That means you're a true woman now." My boyfriend later told me I should have lied and said I was under 18, as this may have made the man not interested. From the red flags I got from the man, I seriously doubt that. He then stuck his phone out, asking for my number. I refused, saying I had a boyfriend, and "I just want to talk to you." I repeated that I had a boyfriend. It was unnerving how his smile never wavered, despite showing that I wasn't interested, like he wasn't understanding, or he just didn't care. He sounded confused, but still grinning. He stepped towards me and asked, "So you don't want to cheat on your boyfriend?" As if to say, what do you mean you don't want to go out with a scary man that's double your age? Speechless, I stepped back and gave pleading looks to the people walking in and out of the grocery store. After the last time I refused, his smile suddenly dropped while he placed his hand on my back, saying in a now cold, firm tone, "Come on, I have a nice car I can drive you around in. Let's check out one of these restaurants." Seeing a person's entire demeanor change with the flip of a switch was something I only saw in movies/television shows, and seeing it in this situation terrified me. Going into panic mode, I somehow found the courage to push myself off of him and almost shouted, "Sorry, I really have to go buy my groceries." Noticing that people were staring at us, his sick smile reappeared and said with a low voice, "Alright then, I'll see you later. Insert the fake name I gave here." I practically ran into the grocery store with so much relief. I glanced back, hoping to see him get in his car to try getting his license plate number, only to see the man just standing in the middle of the parking lot, leering at me. I called my boyfriend in the store, but it kept going to voicemail. I figured he was sleeping, and I was seriously scared to walk back home. I managed to calm myself down in the store, figuring the man must have been long gone. Yet, I was on high alert the entire walk home. It was starting to get dark, but I figured if I just stayed cautious and walked quickly I would be fine. I couldn't be more wrong. When I was approaching the crosswalk that led to my street, I heard a car pulling up to the sidewalk, followed by a sickeningly familiar voice barking, "Hey, hi, hey, hi." My heart dropped into my stomach. I glanced sideways at the car. With his unmistakable, now malicious-looking grin plastered on his face, the man's upper body was leaning out of his car window as if he was trying to reach out to me. He tauntingly called out, "So where's your boyfriend?" While cackling, I figured it was best not to acknowledge the man. My mind racing while trying to appear composed, I knew I couldn't lead him to my house, and turning back to go to the mall or stores may have given away that I was terrified and trying to escape. Bless whoever designed my neighborhood, as the city's center was conveniently right next to my complex. I ignored him and casually crossed the street, quickening my pace as I headed into the center. I tried not to look back, scared that I would see the man running up on me with his wide grin, but I made it to the center and finally looked behind me. I assumed the man would have followed me in or waited for me in his car. Instead, he sped away down a street opposite from my house. With so much relief, I called my boyfriend, who woke up to my call. I was on the verge of breaking down, but managed to fill him in on everything. He rushed to the center, and after he helped me calm down, we walked home. My boyfriend asked if I got the man's license plate number, to which I felt like an idiot. Not only was it too dark, but I was too consumed with fear for my own life that it didn't even cross my mind at the time. At the very least, I called the police, giving them a description of the man and the make and model of his car. They said they would do what they could, but I haven't heard back from them. I haven't seen that man since, not in person at least. At the same time, I feel so grateful that the man never found out where I live. But for all I know, he could be lurking around, trying to harm other women like he tried to that night he almost trailed me home. For mine and the women in my city's sake, I hope I don't have to find out. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. Almost a year ago, I was an opener at a resort, clocking in before 5 in the morning each day. The resort is located inside of an affluent neighborhood in a very wealthy town/suburb. Employees had to park in one of two parking lots at either ends of the property, and the lot I chose was adjacent to a long and windy road outside the resort which lead to the rest of the neighborhood. The road and resort were separated by a short range of brush and trees that no one ever walked through. I'd arrived one morning per usual and put the car into park with my headlights still on. The lights in the lot were ever on in the morning since no one else really showed up before 6 in the morning when the sun was out, so it was usually always dark at the start of my walk. Save for security, I was one of the first employees to arrive on the property each morning and was usually completely alone in this particular parking lot at this time. This morning didn't seem any different. I had my hand literally at my keys, my brain in the process to turn off my car, when I noticed a young girl, maybe like 14 or 15 years old. Come scampering. Her body language was the exact definition, run with quick light steps, especially through fear or excitement. Through the span of trees that separates the resort from the outside road, she was directly in front of my car, and my headlights illuminated a clear view of her in the pitch black. She looked like she was in high school, had long, blonde hair, and was wearing a jacket with pajamas maybe, like she just walked out of a house. One thing about her that bothered me was that she wouldn't stop laughing and smiling. I couldn't hear her laughing from outside the car, but she was visually giggling at something I wasn't aware of or could see, and it was so unnatural. She occasionally glanced behind her as if someone else were there waiting away from the headlights. She then waved at me like it were a normal gesture at this time and then immediately ran to my passenger side door. This all happened in a matter of seconds, and I wasn't really sure what was even happening besides my anxiety spiking. I know I simultaneously yanked the speaker cable from my phone to shut whatever song had been playing off while grabbing for the lock button. I remember feeling panicked for never remembering if it's up or down to lock when the girl began pulling violently and incessantly on the door handle on the passenger side. I realized because I didn't turn my car off, it had stayed locked. She began pounding on the window, and I was screaming at the top of my lungs for her to leave before pressing on my horn. I could see her laughing outside like this were some type of game, as if I were a silly friend not letting her in as a joke. After a few seconds, she stopped the pounding and trying to open my car door. Her face fell flat like I disappointed her, and she started to walk away from my car back the way she came. She waved at me again before squeezing through the trees, out of the view of my headlights. This whole encounter confused me almost as much as it scared me. Most people I told the story to just chalked it up to her being on drugs, but that narrative hasn't felt right to me despite her behavior. Maybe she was just being an extremely out of touch teenager whose parents need a firmer grip on her. I didn't call the police, and I regret that. I'll never get out of my brain though how off the feeling was watching a stranger, seemingly alone, pop out from the trees in the darkness laughing, and then try to violently enter your car in an empty parking lot. I do think the possibility of someone else being present the whole time is a lot more scary, and I wonder who else was there and where exactly. My mother was stationed at Kadena Air Force Base around the late 2010s, and being a military child at the age of 12, my life had reset once again. I didn't have friends again, and I had to learn an entire new neighborhood. I didn't really have anything that made me ecstatic, that is, except the Pokemon League held on base. It was ran by a few people who earned their judge cards from Nintendo and held tournaments and just open game nights. It was really fun picking up the card game, playing in the video game. They even had a small gym and Elite Four system. I made a lot of friends, and one of them was one of the judges, who I am thankful still to this day, because if it wasn't for him, I may not be here right now. The judge in question, who we will call the professor for the sake of anonymity, was a nice dude. He was the youngest of the three and wore a white professor getup. He looked maybe on the edge of his teens, early 20s with dark hair and glasses and a skinny frame. He was extremely helpful to newcomers, sort of like the big brother we could all look up to and strive to be in our children's cars and video games, even if his game name of the professor was a bit nerdy even for me. He was always one of the last people to leave, helping to clean up, and he supposedly lived nearby. This last thing is important for what's about to happen. It was a bit of a colder night when the event ended. I was sitting outside in the parking lot, scrolling through memes my friends texted me as I waited for my parents to arrive to pick me up. I was just kinda zoning out as the time clicked by when I heard someone nearby. Hey girl, you play Pokemon? I would look up at some really big dude, kinda chubby looking. I saw him every now and then in the events and he didn't really stand out too much. I give a small nod, said yeah I do, as he gives this wide smile, like creepy wide. He starts walking forward and I am hit with this nasty stench, like bad body odor. I blink a bit as I see he's walking from a black sedan with its back door open. I got this cool card collection, come here, let me show you. Now, my parents have always taught me stranger danger, but my kid brain thought hey, he went to events and I saw him, so he should be fine, at least, so I thought, until he grabbed my wrist and started to drag me to the sedan. To say I immediately started screaming is an understatement. Stinky didn't care though. He was still dragging me, saying how I will have fun and throwing out things about trading cards, like someone listening would think that he was dealing with a whiny kid. I honestly thought that I was going to be taken and I would never see my mom and dad again, that I would be on the back of a milk carton and never seen again. Silly, I know, but I was rather sheltered about dying and death at that time. Thankfully, the professor had walked out at that very moment, presumably on his way to walk home. All I know is I hear the sound of fabric hitting this dude's face as the professor had swung his professor coat right into the dude's face. I feel his hand go to where the dude's grabbing my arm, and I see his hand grab Stinky's pinky finger and yank back. Hard. Stinky let go and yowled like an animal as Professor pushed me back behind him as he yanked his coat off of the dude. He then kicked at the back of the dude's knees as he caused him to buckle as Professor grabbed his wrists and pulled back on them. Stinky groaned and even more pained as Professor looked at him with just a cold look in his eyes. The big brother figure was gone and something else in its place, and I think I was a bit scared of it. Professor's tone of voice when he spoke didn't help either, like icy daggers lingered with his words against Stinky. If I see you back here, or doing this stuff to my charges, this will pale in comparison to what Japanese prisons will do to you. Stinky would scramble away and get into his car and peel out of the parking lot, Professor glaring at him until he was out of sight. He would then guide me inside of the venue and buy me some fish and chips and sit down with me until my parents arrived. That cold persona he had when he kicked that dude was gone, back to being the big brother I knew. To be frank, that frightened me. I didn't quite understand why the teenager was so aggressive. I only later learned that the professor was a black belt who taught kids how to defend themselves with his mother at the local activity center. I suspect he had something of a protective persona or something in his own life led him to act in such a way. He explained the situation to my folks when they arrived. I wasn't allowed to go to the events and leak as much as I used to, but did from time to time. The professor was still his normal self at the events and helping people, but he would stop coming to the events a year afterwards, his license having expired and his father moving out of the country soon. Reaching about the same age as he was, and with a little sibling on my own, I sympathized with how, for a brief moment, he became something terrifying just to make sure I was safe. Oh, and as for Stinky, he never showed up to the events and he was either banned or just scared of the professor. I wish the professor a good life and I hope he is doing well. As for the Stinky guy, I wish that we never meet ever again. I was a 17-year-old girl at the time, and my boyfriend, who was named Joe, is 19, his brother Joe is 16, and his friend Doug is 20. Lee and my boyfriend just did a major cleaning of my house. To celebrate, we wanted to go to the creek on our day off to relax and enjoy ourselves. The creek we went to was secluded, outside of the town and in what we call distracts. There's never very much traffic and not many houses in the surrounding area. This creek is amongst the more popular hangout spot when it gets warmer, but it's government property and open to public. It's really hard to get into in almost a mile walk to make it going through ruts and big pond like mud puddles, so you were forced to walk it if you didn't have a truck that was especially good at mudding and easy to maneuver. The last person we heard attempting to drive down the path flipped their truck and no one ever attempts to drive down it. It was later in the evening and getting dark, so we were going to try to build a fire to warm up after we swam. We were there maybe 30 minutes when we start hearing trucks and seeing lights in the woods like someone was driving down the path to the creek. When we arrived, no one was there and the last car was leaving. We soon see this lanky man stumble down the path with a bottle of whiskey. At first we thought he might have been a teenager around our age just trying to find someone to hang out with and stumbled across our path. It was just a coincidence. We soon learned he was a 26-year-old guy and we told him our respected ages, which was the first flag because he offered us alcohol even though we're underage. Although proven not to be poison or anything, it was just strange. He was very persistent with helping us start our fire. He mentioned how he could go grab his machete out of his truck to chop the branches or to go to his camp where he had 5 gallons of hand sanitizer. But soon after he mentions going to get the hand sanitizer, he mentions that he hasn't been to the creek in a while lately, about a year. My question is though, who has hand sanitizer in large quantities stored at a camp that is not permanent or permitted since it's government property? As we continue to talk and kind of learn a little bit about each other, this man was meticulously not telling us who he was but with anything we said he would relate to, like living on the same road as my boyfriend when he lived with his dad, but my boyfriend didn't know who he was even though we live in a small town with a small population. Only after my boyfriend had mentioned it. Also said he was from the same town I grew up in, which was almost 2 hours away in a very populated town, so seemingly like a serial peer or trying to relate to us to gain our trust. Eventually he asked why we haven't asked him his name yet, and we proceeded to not tell us anything about his name or who he is, but claimed that we have done this all before, like we have been in the same place with him before doing the same thing. We have not been to this creek in almost a year and I only went one time before and do not remember him. He acted like he was stuck in a time loop. He claimed that he knew us all already. I just moved to this town and don't know very many people and stay very much so to myself, so I remember a lot of the people I meet. What made it worse was the smiles he was giving all of us when no one else was looking. It was bone chilling, and he knew we were kind of freaked out of him and he would make sly comments that we didn't really pick up on. After that we decided it was time to leave as Joe had school in the morning. As we were walking up the bank of the river, the man whispered into Doug's ear that if we kept asking questions we were going to find out something we didn't want to, and mentions how we are all scared of him and that he can tell, and tries to more sarcastically defend himself, seemingly making it worse because we could sense the danger. This man persisted that we get in the truck and ride with him, and when we denied he wanted us to sit on the tailgate, which we denied again, he wanted to have us walk in front of the truck so we could use the headlights to see. We eventually convinced him that we would walk behind and he said he would go walking speed and let us keep up. He then starts making my boyfriend help him jump his newer model truck at the time that was beat up. We finally get the truck going and Joe at this point is shaky with me and starts getting noticeable uncomfortable when the man starts making persistent remarks about how he should get in the truck with him and ride so he didn't have to walk. We didn't allow him to get in the truck and the man stopped asking. After that we start walking at a slow lurch, not seeming to look away from him through his back glass. When a bigger mud puddle comes up he stopped and told us to back away from the truck and turn around, like he didn't want us to get covered in mud, but said it in a remarkably weird name that set off about 100 buzzers in my brain. I personally didn't look away from the truck, not even a second, and when the truck was far enough away where it was slinging mud we went back to following. At that point he is driving faster so we are having to use flashlights to keep going to catch back up. He stopped and let us keep up and then sped off again to where he would wait until we were about vision distance away and skirted out to the road. We still had about a 5-minute walk, extremely anxious because we didn't know if there were people with him waiting for us to make it to the car. We made it to the car and not seeing a trace of the guy or his truck and quickly get into the car to leave. As we are pulling out to leave we see the dude seemingly been parked at the bridge waiting for us to leave. He then followed us down the road and we eventually lost him and all made it home safely. We still don't know his intentions were for that night and nobody else knows who he is, and I can't seem to find him online, and the only other information I know of him is that he is known to creep around town and tries to hang out with other teenagers in town. Whether or not he was harmless but drunk and coming of wrong, or an escapee from a mental institution, I hope me or anyone else ever have to cross paths with him again. We will no longer be going to the creek after dark or back to that creek in general. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. When this took place, I, a 20-year-old woman at the time, was finishing my degree in the city and working as a casual receptionist at a firm. One of the employees, Nick, told me one day that one of his clients, who he said was a stand-up guy, thought I was very cute and wanted to see if I would be okay to give him my number. We went to dinner and he was charming enough. He was in the medical field and was about 7 years older, but I didn't mind as my own parents had a similar age gap between them. We talked about my studies and he told me he thought my rather run-of-the-mill family life was amazing because his life was so different. He was adopted as a baby and his father was abusive. When he was 15, his mother left and he never saw her after that. He was kicked out at 18 and ended up in a terrible car accident in his early 20s. For a long time, he stayed at a relative's house and worked to support himself. Yeah, a heavy conversation on the first date, but all I felt was this overwhelming no-eye compassion for this poor human who had been through so much. He seemed nice, was smart, handsome, and though he was just a touch too serious, given his life I figured that was understandable. We ended up dating, but by about the third week, things started feeling a bit weird. He refused to introduce me to any of his friends because his last ex had left him for a friend. He also hated that I had male friends because of the same reason, and he would insist on reading any texts I sent or received from them. I made excuses in my head for him like, people need to heal, or sometimes they need a crutch before they learn to trust, or well, it's not like I have anything to hide. He started being critical of the way I spoke or acted and dressed. He was also super insistent we move in together, but I felt it was way too soon. In arguments, sometimes he would get a weird look in his eyes that made me feel unsettled, and I once tried to break the tension by half joking, "You look like you want to hit me," to which he responded, "I wouldn't bother if it came to that. I would just kill you." I was so shocked I didn't even react to that until days later. Recounting it, red flags everywhere, but though it might be hard to believe, I was actually convinced I was falling in love with him. Most of the time he was perfect, until he wasn't, but he would explain that was only because he had so many issues from his past, and I would believe him. Then one day, I told him what I thought was a funny story about a random guy in my class who asked for my number. This guy had asked under the guise of getting notes for classes he'd missed, but I only offered my college email address, explaining that I had a boyfriend. Hilariously, as soon as class ended, I saw this guy annoyedly throwing the paper I wrote my email on in the bin on his way out of the lecture hall. I expected my boyfriend to laugh, but he lost it. He accused me of leading the guy on, accused me of wanting to cheat. I was furious because I knew I had done nothing wrong. When he angrily threw a mug at the wall which shattered, the whole argument came to an abrupt halt. I was scared and angry, so I grabbed my bag and bolted out of his apartment. I thought he would stop me, but he didn't. I went home, cried about it to my cousin, who is 30 and who I was living with, and assumed it was over. Days passed and I hear nothing from him, and within those days I started questioning everything. Suddenly it was clear as day that this relationship was toxic and very unhealthy. Even if he did have a tough past, it wasn't my job to fix it, and it wasn't an excuse for the way he treated me. I was starting to accept that this was just a horrible near miss and get over it when he texted me, groveling apologies and how much he missed me, and I made the mistake of responding. He called and I picked up, but it was because I wanted to tell him I still thought it wasn't going to work out. He cried, yelled at me, asked me how I could do this to him when I knew that everyone he loved in his life had abandoned him, and how could I do the same? He told me he would never be able to love again and that it was all my fault. I had broken him. He told me that he had given me everything, but I was leaving over such a small argument. Then he apologized and told me he was trying to change and to give him another chance. I was bawling my eyes out. I felt like the worst human in the world, but I held tight to saying that it was best we moved on and that I was sorry. He ended the call by telling him I had ruined his life. Nothing happened for a while except for texts here and there where my ex would apologize, tell me he missed me, explain that he realized he made so many mistakes. Stuff like that. I would tell my cousin who I was living with about him, and she would firmly tell me to not respond. She was sure it would stop eventually. One day I finished work as usual and headed to the station. It was a busy day and the streets were scattered with other people. As I walked, I had this weird urge to look behind me, and when I did, I saw my ex. There was a little distance behind between me and him, but when I saw him, our eyes locked. He looked different, a bit out of it, and I thought maybe he was drunk. I decided I would deal with him at the train station as it was always crowded, and I wanted to talk to him only in a place where there were lots of people. I figured the yelling and crying would not be as intense that way. When I reached the station, I stopped and waited for him to catch up to me. He stopped about 2 feet away, and I expected him to start apologizing again, but he said nothing. He just stared at me. Awkward seconds passed and I said, "Look, but that's all I got out," because his arm moved slightly as he took his hand half out of his pocket, and I saw he was holding a very small knife. I froze and vaguely remember thinking that I wanted to run, but it was like my brain and body shut down. I can only describe it as if there was a fog in my brain and I just couldn't move for what felt like ages. I just stared at him, and I still remember how his eyes just looked so blank. I don't know how long that lasted, but then without saying anything, he turned and left. Nobody else had noticed. I remember numbly getting on the train. I started second guessing if that even happened. Hindsight tells me I was in shock. As soon as I got home though, I burst into tears. years. My cousin calmed me down and helped me call the police. In the end, the security cameras were placed in a spot that could clearly show that he had a weapon, so the police couldn't do much. Thankfully, I didn't see my ex again. I ended up quitting my job, changing my number, and eventually moved away to another city. To my ex, let's never ever meet. To the guy who asked for my number in class, thank you. You might have saved my life and definitely changed it. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. This story happened a few months ago. At that time, I had moved out of my house for a professional reason, but I had to wait a couple of months before moving into my next house. To spend this time span, and since I could work from anywhere, I rented my very close friend Amy's holiday family house, which is otherwise empty, located in a village I grew up in the countryside. I know this family and their house very well since I was a small child. The house is rather large. It has 2 floors and 5 bedrooms. It is located in a quiet, or even remote, area of the village, only surrounded by forest and other empty holiday houses. While planning this, I was aware this setting could be scary being a single 27-year-old woman, but I hate to restrain myself in life because of unjustified fears, so I instead took a few measures to feel more safe. Before moving in, I had planned to go on a complete checkup of all the doors and windows. Once done, I would look into every room, under every bed, and inside all the wardrobes. This way, I could be certain that the house was perfectly empty at that moment, and would stay so as I will be very careful with closing doors and I knew there were no spare keys, so that when at night I would be scared, I could reason with myself and know that it is only in my head. I was accompanied by my mother to proceed to the checkup, as she lives close by. We faced a problem rather quickly while verifying doors and windows. 2 glass doors from the patio were malfunctioning, and one could just slide them open. The layout of the 2 doors was the following. One was looking towards the garden, the second one was between the patio and the rest of the house. This meant someone could not only get inside the patio from outside, but also in the rest of the house. After this discovery, I called my friend Amy and we agreed I would find a locksmith. Amy's family's financial situation isn't at its peak, so depending on the price, either only the door leading to the garden, either both doors would get fixed. But the price was reasonable, thus the locksmith lady could change both locks. The patio was then perfectly sealed. However, according to her, the glass door leading to the garden was weak and one could easily open it if motivated. But since the glass door between the patio and the rest of the house was safe, I did not mind that remark. One could have as much fun as they pleased in that patio as long as I was safe in my house. After that, in a successful second checkup, I was happy to move in. The first days were a bit scary, but since I was careful with doors and the house's surroundings were so peaceful and lovely, it quickly became bliss to live there. I was heating myself with the fireplace, eating good food, breathing fresh air. I felt very free and happy, only I had to notice a small odd detail in the very first days. A 3rd glass door was not locking anymore. I got very surprised since I checked so carefully every single door during my checkup. This 3rd door was right next to the one I got repaired, between the patio and the house. So this meant that the patio was not perfectly sealed anymore, but fine, I thought. All the doors leading to the outside were still locked, so no need to worry. I quickly moved on since I felt so happy there. I did not want any useless fear to bother me. I came to the conclusion I must have missed it, and I was a bit ashamed that I got Amy's family to spend money on 2 locks whereas it should have been 3, because of my carelessness. After 2 wonderful months living a dream, mostly on my own, since all my childhood friends moved out from the village, a friend came to visit me. We spent some time outside, and we had a drink at my place before I drove him back to his village, about an hour away. While we were leaving my house, he even emphasized how meticulous I was with closing all the shutters behind ourselves. I told him it was key for me to feel so good in there. I was back home at around 10 at night. I entered my perfectly sealed house and locked the door behind myself. While turning the key, out of the blue, sudden and intense goosebumps ran all over my scalp. I had never experienced such a feeling, and I was not even aware that the human body could get goosebumps onto the scalp. With that came a very instinctive feeling of danger and being on my guard. I felt all of this so intensely that I was not able to not ignore it, yet I knew that my house was kept perfectly closed. So I stayed cautious, but I walked through the entrance and came into the kitchen. Here, on the floor, was laying a rectangular plastic bag. It was small and blue on the orange floor. I was surprised. I recognized it being a plastic bag to be filled with water to make ice cubes. It had nothing to do here. I had already seen these bags bags earlier. Once I was looking for freezer bags to put my food, and I mistook them. I knew they were stored at a drawer at the very other side of the kitchen, and I knew we did not use them, nor anything from that drawer, with my friend earlier. This uncanny discovery confirmed my gut feeling, and I began to feel very uneasy. I sent a picture to my friend asking if he had touched or used these. He said no. I grabbed a knife and I started walking in the living room. Usually, whenever I would feel afraid in this house, I would go on a little checkup tour in every room to reassure myself. That is what I had in mind at that moment, but this gut feeling was literally forbidding my body to do so. Instead, it walked me out of the house. I drove to my mother's place and slept there. A few days after, during a sunny afternoon, my mother and I came back and did a checkup thoroughly. Nothing was missing, nor broken, and no one was there. Everything stayed exactly as I had left it. With such evidence, I came to the conclusion it must have been my friend who, by accident, took those bags and forgot about it. Then they must have fallen on the floor while I opened the door, or something like that. I came back in and kept living a dream in this beautiful place for another month after that. Then something else happened. For a few days, I had been hearing unusual noises which began to scare me, so I decided it was time for a checkup. It was around 9 at night. I began going in every room, looking under every bed. Downstairs, all clear. I walked upstairs, opened the first bedroom, and surprise, the light was on. This caused me a small flinch. I never go to these rooms upstairs and they remain closed all the time. Nevertheless, I walk towards the wardrobe, but before opening it, I get a second flinch as an unknown object is now laying on top of the furniture. I open it, nobody. I close it, and I look at the object. It is an elongated black fabric sheath, rather big, with a hook to carry it on a belt. A terrifying idea crosses my mind that it may be a knife sheath, but I brush it off, as I don't need my imagination to get crazy in such a situation. I finished my checkup, but despite nobody being found, I could not help but feeling weird about the sheath and the light. I went to sleep at my mother's place that night too. The day after, I checked with my friend Amy. No family member came into the house while I was away, nor did they recognize this object as belonging to any of them. I dropped it at the police station, and according to them, it is likely a hunting knife sheath indeed. Then, I started thinking again at the patio's third door. It had been coming in my mind for some weeks, but I had been dismissing the idea to avoid unnecessary fear. Reflecting back at my thorough entrance checkup, it is very unlikely that I would have missed a door. As well, the locksmith had changed the lock of the door right next to this one, and even stared at it to see how a well-functioning lock looked like. With Amy, we had first imagined that an old Airbnb tenant could have made a copy of the keys and the locks had to be changed. But more and more I was sure the person was coming in the house from the patio. Another locksmith came and looked at the third door's lock. She said, oh yes indeed. The lock part screwed on the door frame, where the lock embeds itself, had been screwed off. She also checked the door leading to the garden, and her colleague had pointed out as easy to open. She said that's obvious, meaning in her laconic way there was very little chance for all that to be a coincidence. I left the house for good after that. I believe a person had their little habits in this house, using the way I shut when I arrived, and they made sure to be able to reach inside the place despite my changes. Thinking that all this time I was living my life peacefully, reasoning with myself not to be scared, that the place was safe and locked, it actually was not. This story takes place in a very small town in the northeast region of the United States in the summer before I went off to college in 2015. After I graduated high school, my parents decided to move to a smaller, more affordable house about 40 minutes north into the mountains. We stayed in my childhood home because the public schools in my area were the best in the state, and my parents really valued my education. I ended up going off to an amazing university, and now I have an incredible career because of my excellent education. As most people in the United States know, amazing public education usually means higher property taxes. My parents got to the point where they could not afford the taxes on their 4,000 square foot home anymore and decided to sell it just after I graduated from high school. Their home is humble, and it sits on a beautiful piece of land on the side of a beautiful mountain. The trees are always so green, and there is a lot of wildlife around. They don't have many neighbors either, as their driveway is about 1.5 miles long, but this is what they chose to live in after I went off to college. In August of 2015, we moved into this new house. I wasn't planning on staying long as I was getting ready to head off to college as a freshman for the first time. We decided to have a little housewarming party with a bunch of family friends and my best friend at the time as well. My dad was manning the barbecue, my mom was making drinks, we were playing with our dogs. It was a grand time, and everyone had so much fun. My dad had built a brick fire pit in our backyard. Just to set the scene for you here, the fire pit was about 30 feet from our back patio door, and we had a picnic table and other seats all around. Behind the seating was the tree line. It was so dark some sometimes at night, you needed a flashlight to see 10 feet in front of you. With the fire pit lit, you couldn't see someone unless they were either sitting next to you or across from you in front of the pit. My best friend decided to stay the night, and we asked my dad if we could make s'mores. As it was getting a little chilly as it does in the late summer in the Northeast at night, my parents left us outside with my dog, Nino. Nino was a huge 100-pound black lab / pit bull mix. He was such a loyal and incredible dog that my dad trained as his right hand. He was our protector as he could run extremely fast, was very strong, and alerted us when something went bump in the night. Side note, he passed away a week before I got married in 2022. He was 17 years old and lived an adventurous life with my parents, hunting squirrels, laying out in the sun, and running amok. Nino laid in between us, facing the tree line, and my best friend was to my right. Our backs were to the dark, dense tree line. Our first mistake, we were laughing, joking, and eating s'mores together, planning for the future, and generally excited about going off to college together. She decided to play some music, and we just relaxed, feeling content and at ease. It was the perfect summer night until Nino started growling. I saw his ears perk up and his head jerk to the side. He then sat up and continued to growl. My best friend and I both looked at each other, thinking Nino just saw a stray animal or something non-threatening. This area was known for lots of deer and rarely a coyote or wolf. As he was trained to help my dad hunt deer, we assumed it was a buck or fawn in the distance behind us. We went back to singing along to the music playing and talking about our fall 2015 class schedule. Again, Nino started growling. Our second mistake, we did not call out for my dad. We didn't even think there was a problem until Nino started barking repeatedly. This time, louder and more vicious. He stood up and started barking as if alerting us to activity beyond the tree line that we could not see. We stood up as well, the fire obscuring our view. My best friend took her phone, paused the music, and turned on her flashlight. She started to walk towards the edge of the tree line with Nino by her side, still growling and barking, alerting us to not go any further and to call for help. We stood still in silence, listening. I was too afraid to even breathe at this point. She started walking into the woods, and when she shined her flashlight, she saw a figure, someone peering behind a tree. A man with a green shirt and green pants on, about 5'11" with glasses too. We screamed and ran as fast as we could inside, leaving the fire unattended and this creepy man behind the tree. What we did not know at the time is where this man came from. They crashed through our front door, breathless with Nino tailing behind us, and startled my mother, who was washing dishes and cleaning up from the party. She was talking to my dad about something they saw on the news, and I think we cut him off mid-sentence to explain that there was a man dressed in all green lurking behind a tree in the woods. We didn't know how long he was there or if he was still there, but we were both crying. I remember feeling extremely sick, like I was going to throw up. My dad jumped up, grabbed his shotgun and headlamp, and ran outside with Nino. My mom gathered us into the living room, shut all of the lights in the house off, and locked the doors. She told us to be quiet and that she was going to call 911. As she did that, my best friend and I shook in fear. We were anticipating gunshots and screaming, but never heard any. My mom, now on the phone with 911, described what we saw to the operator. I heard my mom say "oh" in an alarming way. At this point, my dad came back inside, and my mom let him know that the police were on their way to us. Being in a small town on the mountain with less than 10,000 people means that we don't get our own police force. We get the state police every time there is a call made to emergency responders. My dad put his gun away and waited outside for the police to show up. To our bewilderment, they didn't just send one police officer, but 10 and an entire SWAT team and helicopter to circle the area. We were rightfully terrified. I was practically having a panic attack at this point. The police officers came inside our home and asked my best friend and me what the man was wearing, what he looked like, if we were able to discern any scars or tattoos. We explained the weird matching green outfit and the glasses. The officer excused himself and alerted the police and SWAT members outside of our description. They started to search the woods behind our home with guns drawn, flashlights, and the helicopter circling above. They advised us to stay inside and that they would let us know when / if they found something. After about 25 minutes, we got another knock on our door. It was not one but two officers this time, and my dad let them in and they began to explain the situation. One officer explained that we must have seen on the news that a convicted felon from the prison about 20 miles away escaped into the mountains. The police set up a perimeter 10 miles around the prison, but the convict escaped them yet again. The outfit the man was wearing as well as our description signaled to them that the escaped convict was 100% lurking through our remote, densely wooded backyard that night. The all-green outfit was a standard issue for prisoners in my state then. They did not, however, find the man near us after 25 minutes of searching. He was still out there. The officers let us know that they were going to have a squad car stay and watch our house for a few days as they were unable to locate the fugitive. and believe he is still an active threat to our safety. That night and for 3 nights after that, we all slept in the living room together. My dad's shotgun was within arm's reach of him at all times. Later that week, we got another knock on our door from the officers stationed outside of our home. They let us know that the man was back in police custody and that we were safe. They advised us to get security cameras and how sorry they were that this happened to us. Alright, but that's it. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to subscribe to my channel, like this video, and comment something down below. But as always,
Have a nice day.